After 20 years, we are finally here. Elbaf, the legendary land of giants that Oda has been teasing for decades. And in about a month, the anime is finally going to reach this arc. But here's the problem. It's rumored to be only around 13 episodes. That is absolutely unacceptable, because Elbaf isn't just another arc. This is peak One Piece. Years of foreshadowing, giant lore, Shanks connections, Nika, the Void Century. This arc reveals some of the biggest secrets in the entire story. This is not the kind of arc you slowly watch week to week. This is the kind of arc you binge. So in this video, I'm going to break down the entire Elbaf arc. Every major moment, hidden detail, theory, analysis, and all the hype around what might become one of the greatest arcs in One Piece. So without further ado, let's dive into some peak One Piece. The celebration continues on the massive ship of the giant warrior pirates, as both crews enjoy their escape from Egghead Island. During the journey, Oimo and Kashi, the two giants who once guarded Eni's lobby, share important information with the Straw Hats. They explain that after leaving Water 7, they traveled to Little Garden to bring back Dory and Brogy. When they reached the island, they were shocked by what they saw. The two giant warrior captains were still fighting, using only their bare fists. Their weapons were completely gone. These weapons were actually destroyed 2 years ago, before the time skip, when Dory and Brogy saved the Straw Hats from the massive goldfish. After seeing this, the giants were able to convince their captains to stop fighting for now and return to Elbaf so they could get new weapons. However, as true warriors, Dory and Brogy have no plan to end their duel for good. Once they are properly armed again, they fully intend to continue fighting. 1 month earlier, on Gartel Island, the Red Hair Pirates defeated the Barto Club in a clear and one-sided battle. Bartolomeo and his crew were completely beaten after paying the price for entering Red Hair Pirate territory and burning Shanks' flag. Shanks easily defeated Bartolomeo, even though Bartolomeo has the ability to create barriers. The fight itself was not shown, but it is most likely that Bartolomeo's barriers were overcome by Shanks' powerful Supreme King Shaki. Chained and fully defeated, Bartolomeo stands before Shanks as Shanks explains the real meaning of his actions. Many islands across the New World depend on the protection of Shanks' flag. If news were to spread that this kind of disrespect was ignored, people would lose trust in that protection, putting many innocent lives at risk. Shanks makes his belief very clear. Everything is fine until his friends are harmed. Once his friends are placed in danger, he is not the type of man who simply lets it slide. Despite his usual bravado, Bartolomeo apologizes to Shanks for his careless actions. The Red Hair Pirate's doctor, Hongo, steps forward holding a vial and says that it contains a deadly poison. He explains that the poison causes extreme pain and makes the person who drinks it burst with blood. The demand is harsh but simple. Bartolomeo must give this poison to Luffy within 1 month as payment for what he has done. In a moment that clearly shows who he is, Bartolomeo makes a surprising choice. Instead of putting his beloved Luffy-senpai in danger, he decides to drink the poison himself. While crying, he says that he is truly sorry and that he will never get to see Luffy become the Pirate King. However, instead of suffering in pain, Bartolomeo only lets out a burp. The poison was fake. It was a test of his loyalty to Luffy. Realizing they have been played, the Barto Club immediately makes their escape, with Bartolomeo shouting that Shanks is softer than he expected. However, the lesson is not over. Shanks reveals that he is impressed by Bartolomeo's dedication to Luffy, but consequences must still be paid. From a great distance, Yasopp takes aim and fires at the fleeing ship, carrying Luffy's biggest fan. The ship explodes and sinks into the ocean, leaving their fate unknown. On Hachinosu, Teach returns to find mixed results from the recent operations. Blackbeard is furious with Avalo Pizarro for allowing both Kobe and Gecko Moria to escape. Despite his anger, Blackbeard recognizes a silver lining, as his crew is now fired up and ready to actively search for the One Piece. More importantly, even though Kobe escaped, the crew still managed to secure extremely valuable captives. Kuzan successfully captured the legendary Garp. They also possess Charlotte Pudding, who is a member of the Three-Eyed Tribe. Members of the Three-Eyed Tribe are rumored to have the ability to read poneglyphs. Three-eyed individuals have the potential to reach a so-called true awakening of their third eye. This awakening is said to allow them to hear the voice of all things, which gives them the potential to understand and read the writings on the poneglyphs. At present, it is unknown how this true awakening happens, but if it does occur, this ability could become extremely valuable to the crew. Blackbeard contacts Lafitte, who is currently stationed at the Umit Shipping Company headquarters. Lafitte reports on the Revolutionary Army's ongoing siege efforts. He explains that the gondolas keep breaking down whenever they are loaded with food. Because of this, all supply shipments heading to the Holy Land have completely stopped. This situation means that the world nobles may be in real danger for the first time in centuries. At the same time, Katarina Devon and Van Augur arrive with Caribou. Caribou is a Logia-type devil fruit user, the mud user who traps people inside his mud. He has been gathering information about the ancient weapons. The scene shifts to 2 days after the giants departed from Egghead Island. What should have been a straightforward journey to Elbaf takes an unexpected turn. The Thousand Sunny, along with 6 members of the Straw Hat Pirates, Luffy, Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, and Chopper, has completely vanished without a trace. The remaining crew members and the giant warrior pirates search frantically for any sign of their missing friends. Nami awakens in a completely unfamiliar environment, a strange room constructed entirely of studded blocks, giving it an almost toy-like appearance. She finds herself dressed in a Viking-style outfit, complete with traditional Nordic design, something she definitely was not wearing before. The scene then shifts to a mysterious ancient land as panic begins to fill the air. The inhabitants are desperately trying to stop a spreading fire that threatens their most sacred treasure, Yggdrasil, the Great World Tree. From the branches of the tree, huge bees known as stingmore fall down like rain. Each one clearly shows signs of injury. The people speak with worry about whether they should report these events to their sun god, and then they reveal shocking news. Their ear god has fallen. At this point, everything feels confusing. We are not introduced to this place, and we do not know who these people are. Nothing is explained, and everything feels unfamiliar, disorienting, and out of place. Meanwhile, at Big Stein Castle, Nami has just managed to take down one of the massive stingmore bees with Zeus's help. Standing amid the aftermath, her composure finally breaks. Tears stream down her face as she desperately cries out for her crewmates, having no idea where she is or how she arrived there. Just when she begins to lose hope, Nami hears Usopp's voice in the distance. She runs toward the sound, but suddenly comes face to face with an enormous hedgehog called the Needle God. The creature becomes angry and starts chasing her with clear, hostile intent. Nami eventually reaches Usopp, but he is already fighting a giant cat known as Iscat. The furious hedgehog quickly catches up to them, and in the chaos, Nami releases an electrical attack through Zeus. The attack strikes both creatures at the same time, electrocuting both the hedgehog and the cat. However, the combined attack fails to take down their feline opponent. Instead, the giant cat becomes enraged and chases both Nami and Usopp through the winding corridors. As they run, both of them try to make sense of their situation. Usopp explains that he simply woke up inside this castle wearing completely different clothes. Neither of them has a clear memory of how they arrived, but both remember drinking a special type of alcohol given to them by the giants, powerful enough to cause vivid hallucinations. Their escape leads them straight into a dead end. Meanwhile, Usopp, convinced that everything around them is just a hallucination, boldly stands his ground, certain that nothing can actually harm him. Reality quickly proves otherwise when the cat's claws strike, making it painfully clear that the pain is very real. The attack sends both pirates flying over the edge. When they look up, they witness the giant cat transform into a massive lion, revealing that these creatures possess shape-shifting abilities. Just as the transformed lion prepares to deliver a crushing blow, salvation arrives. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji appear, and the monster trio immediately springs into action with perfect coordination. Luffy's Gear Third Elephant Whip, Zoro's Kokujo O Tatsumaki, and Sanji's Ifrit Jambe Epple all land at the same time, overwhelming the lion and forcing it to transform back into its cat form. As the dust settles, Luffy casually wonders how the cat would taste, since the rabbit they ate earlier was surprisingly good. Zoro, on the other hand, starts questioning the shape-shifting abilities of these creatures. Meanwhile, the Baka cook Sanji rushes over to comfort Nami, while she dramatically insists that Usopp is dead, despite him very clearly still being alive. Luffy then suggests hunting more animals for food, but Zoro cuts in with more practical priorities, finding their ship and locating their scattered crewmates. One important detail becomes clear during this conversation. All of them are wearing Elbaph-style clothing, and none of them have any idea how they got it. Throughout this oddly casual discussion, Nami grows increasingly frustrated with how nonchalant her crewmates are being. Sanji finally deduces that he cannot be dreaming, because other men are present. Now we are certain this is not a dream. Zoro reveals that he woke up on the opposite side of town, but was drawn in by the sound of Luffy devouring a giant rabbit. Usopp then points out something crucial. Even though they are wearing traditional Elbaph-style clothing, it makes no sense for the land of giants to have clothes perfectly sized for humans. Nami looks around and notes that the entire land seems fake and built out of blocks, suggesting that this might not be Elbaph after all. This observation immediately strikes everyone as suspicious. Zoro spots a nearby town and advises the crew to speak with the people there to figure out what is really going on. Luffy agrees, while Sanji adds that he cannot detect Robin with his radar, which means the rest of the crew is likely not present here. With his usual dancing and jumping, Luffy excitedly leads the way toward the next town, and the crew follows their captain. As they approach, they encounter a man riding a giant grasshopper, clearly in a hurry. When they try to stop him, he explains that he does not have time, but still shares some crucial information. They are in the land of gods, ruled by someone known as the Sun God. The man also reveals that he serves the ruler of Big Stein Castle, Iskat, the same giant cat they fought earlier. Just as Luffy is about to proudly announce that they beat the absolute crap out of that cat, the rest of the crew quickly clamps a hand over his mouth. The old man then casually mentions that the Needle God must be getting hungry, explaining that he is late because the Ear God, the rabbit, was burned to death. The rabbit was not burned to death. Luffy killed him and ate him. The man asks if they are hungry and mentions that there are food rations available in the next town if they want to eat there. Unfortunately for the crew, they have already eaten the Ear God, so they are not hungry at all. Everyone immediately looks away in awkward silence, desperately trying to hide what they have done. As he leaves, the old man warns them never to go anywhere near the Sun God's temple, which is heavily guarded by vicious soldiers. Unfortunately, this turns out to be a terrible mistake. Luffy immediately takes off alone in that exact direction. Meanwhile, the cat burglar Nami, apologizes to the old man, who immediately starts simping. The reason for her apology is simple. They have completely destroyed Big Stein Castle. The combined force of Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro has reduced the castle to rubble. Meanwhile, Zoro also begins heading in the same direction, because if there are strong opponents waiting, Zoro has no intention of holding back either. Meanwhile, the old man can only stare in shock at the shattered remains of the castle. Luffy runs ahead excitedly, ready for whatever adventure comes next, while the rest of the crew follows close behind. Suddenly, Luffy spots someone approaching and assumes he can simply run past them, but instead crashes straight into a massive mirror with tremendous force. The impact is so powerful that the sky above cracks like glass. The residents of the land watch in terror as the sky above the temple begins to split apart. The mirror shatters completely, revealing a netted door hidden behind it, finally exposing the truth. The entire blocky kingdom is revealed to be nothing more than an elaborate diorama inside a giant's room. An old sewing machine can be seen nearby, clearly used to stitch clothes. Suddenly, they hear Chopper's voice calling out for help, and after cutting through the netted door, they finally reunite with their beloved doctor. Chopper immediately breaks down in tears. Nami steps in with the perfect solution, a warm hug, comforting him with her big heart. But the moment doesn't last long, as she suddenly tells Chopper that he now owes her for the hug, truly the behavior of a professional gold digger. Usopp instantly turns around and calls her out, saying that is cold, especially considering Nami herself was in the exact same crying state just minutes ago. As they examine the giant room, they notice several sets of human-sized clothing scattered around. This immediately raises a question: why would human-sized clothes exist inside a giant's room? Usopp suggests that they were likely dressed by this so-called sun god, treated like dolls for display. Sanji points out the countless blocks scattered everywhere, explaining how the entire area was constructed using them. He also notices that the mirror was see-through from one side, meaning someone outside could observe those inside without being seen. Before he can form any creepy plans, Nami kicks him hard in the face. Zoro then pieces together the disturbing truth: giants must have created this elaborate diorama and placed humans and animals inside purely for entertainment. Before the crew can decide their next move, the temple guards arrive: a massive serpent named Jörmungandr, 3 enormous mice, and a giant raven named Mugen. Luffy immediately charges in, engaging all of these formidable guardians in battle by himself. The Sun God finally arrives in his room. The entire blocky kingdom diorama was built by him inside this space. Luffy's crew urges him to finish things quickly before the Sun God arrives, completely unaware that he is already there. The Sun God steps into the room and witnesses absolute chaos. The Straw Hats are fighting his precious animals, and parts of his carefully crafted diorama have been set on fire. Luffy has transformed into Gear 5 and is battling the temple guards alongside Zoro. As Luffy prepares to finish off the massive serpent guard, the Raven Mugen, one of the temple guardians, swoops in to attack him. Before it can land a hit, Zoro steps in and knocks the bird out cold. Luffy then unleashes his powerful Gear 5 booming Dawn pistol, smashing the massive serpent into the ground. Watching his life's work and his guards being destroyed right in front of him, the Sun God completely loses it.
With the guards defeated, the crew begins running from the increasingly furious Sun God. They use the giant cat Iscat as transportation, while Nami finds a detailed blueprint showing the layout and exit location. As they race toward freedom, the Sun God continues his relentless pursuit. He won't let the Straw Hats escape after destroying his work and his beloved country. The residents try to calm the Sun God down. They tell him that the sky is falling and that it is the end of the world. The Sun God declares that he will never forgive what has happened and refers to the Straw Hats as living dolls. The Straw Hats continue to run away with the help of Iscat. Luffy tells the cat not to damage the structures or the kingdom, saying that the person who built it must have worked very hard to create it. The Sun God wonders why his servant Iscat is helping the Straw Hats escape. Meanwhile, Nami studies the map she stole earlier. She quickly memorizes it and then throws it away. She explains that the clouds hanging from the ceiling are made of cotton, and that if they keep moving straight ahead, they have already crossed more than half of this artificial land. The Sun God then tries to stop them by throwing a massive iron net over the entire group. His confidence does not last for long. Zoro and Sanji easily cut through the steel net, allowing the crew to keep moving forward. The Sun God is shocked by their strength and warns them about the territory ruled by the Ear God ahead. He then realizes that the creature has already been killed. This discovery makes him laugh uncontrollably. He is amused that his small world has started to feel truly alive ever since the Straw Hats arrived. Elsewhere, prisoners trapped inside the Lego Kingdom try to escape. This suggests that they were also looking for the right chance to leave the kingdom and were most likely captured by the Sun God and forced to play certain roles. Whoever this person is, it is clear that he wants to feel like a Sun God. He wants to be known as one and to live like one, showing a strong obsession with the role. Usopp fires his green star exploding skullgrass, which shatters a mirror. However, the wall behind it does not break. Usopp says that the wall is extremely strong. Luffy then tells Usopp to leave the rest to him. Meanwhile, the Sun God laughs at their failure. He says that their despair and mistakes only show their humanity. and then quietly adds that setbacks and disappointments are the core of character growth. He shouts that he is glad they made it this far and calls out all of their names, revealing that he knows the Straw Hats very well. The truth about the Sun God is finally revealed. He is Road, the navigator of the new giant warrior pirates. Road strongly hates Hadruddin's choice to follow Luffy and join the Straw Hat Grand Fleet. To him, giants following humans is an unforgivable shame. Driven by anger and resentment, Road decided to act on his own. The Straw Hats had unknowingly sailed into the sleeping mist belt, a strange fog that caused them to lose consciousness. While they were unconscious, Road's raven, Muggin, carried the Thousand Sunny to him. Road then moved the crew into his artificial world and treated them like living dolls for his own amusement. Each time they started to wake up, he put them back to sleep and reset his display. Now fully awake and furious, the Straw Hats confront him. Luffy prepares to break through the wall by activating Gear 4th in only his left arm, showing precise control over his power. Nami explodes with anger over how Road treated her, and Sanji burns with rage at the thought that she was undressed and dressed again like a doll. Despite everything, Road admits that Hadruddin may respect Luffy, but he never will. Nami decides that it is time to pass judgment. Working together with Zeus, she calls down massive thunderclouds above and releases a powerful lightning strike. The lightning crashes into Road, leaving him paralyzed as the Lego citizens watch in fear. With Road unable to move, Luffy takes his opportunity. He throws a strong punch using his Gear 4th enhanced arm, breaking straight through the wall of the artificial world. The barrier is completely destroyed. As the dust settles, Luffy smiles widely at what appears beyond the broken wall. The 6 missing Straw Hats have finally escaped Road's room and now stand in front of a massive tree that stretches high into the sky. Above them is a long bridge connected to the tree, leading up to a large castle. On the bridge above, Gerd and Goldberg talk about Road's behavior. Gerd asks why Hadruddin allowed Road to join their crew. Goldberg replies that even though Road uses questionable methods, he is an excellent navigator. Gerd disagrees and says that while many people call Loki the shame of Elbaf, she believes Road deserves that title more. They explain that their duty is to arrest intruders, but Road keeps secretly bringing people into their country without permission. Below them, the Straw Hats stay hidden and listen to the conversation. Usopp confirms that they have definitely reached Elbaf. Luffy tries to call out to the giants, but Nami stops him, knowing that intruders are supposed to be arrested. The giants pause for a moment, sensing something nearby, and then continue walking toward the castle. The Straw Hats come out of hiding and begin crossing the rope bridge with giant wolves moving below them. Suddenly, Luffy stops. He gets goosebumps as his observation haki senses something extremely strong. He mentions that he heard something earlier back in the diorama and says that he needs to go check it out. Before anyone can stop him, he runs off on his own. Back on the Great Eric, the latest newspapers arrive with shocking headlines. The reports claim that the Straw Hats attacked Egghead and that Luffy killed Dr. Vegapunk. Dory and Brogy's bounties have increased from 100 million to 1.8 billion berries each. As they read the news, Robin notices something strange about Luffy's photograph. There is an X mark on his arm that appears very clear, while the rest is blurry. The X mark was most likely drawn by Vivi, who is still with Newsbird Morgan. She is trying to send a message to the Straw Hats. Meanwhile, the giants express their amazement that Luffy's bounty now matches Shanks's. They also feel proud that Hadruddin has sworn his loyalty to Luffy. They explain that Hadruddin is the son of Elbaf's king and wanted to rescue the crew himself. But because of seniority, the task was given to them instead. Their expressions then turn serious as they begin to talk about the current problems facing Elbaf. They share the story of a cursed prince who gave himself over to darkness and was eventually crucified for his crimes. When he later tried to escape, it took every warrior in Elbaf to stop him. The worst part of the story is that the prince killed his own father, King Harold, in order to obtain a legendary devil fruit that had been passed down through the royal family. If this prince ever escapes, it would mean the end of Elbaf. His name is Loki. At the same time, Luffy follows the strange voice and arrives at a forest clearing. There, he finds a massive figure chained up and blindfolded. Even though he is restrained and his eyes are covered with bandages, Loki immediately senses Luffy's presence. His overwhelming presence fills the area. Loki senses that Luffy is there and demands that he introduce himself. Luffy responds in his usual straightforward way, asking where they are and who Loki is supposed to be. Loki answers with heavy meaning. He says they are in Elbaf, the land where all wars begin, the place where conflict is born and spreads across the world. He then makes an even more serious claim. He says that he is the Sun God and that he is the one who will bring about the end of the world. Luffy reacts with excitement, happy that he has finally reached Elbaf. He hopes that Usopp will realize they are in Elbaf once he climbs the massive tree. Suddenly, Loki shouts and declares that Luffy is standing before the Sun God himself and has no right to speak without permission. This is Loki, who has a world government special bounty of 2.6 billion berries. This makes it clear that he is extremely dangerous and not someone to take lightly. His bounty is almost the same as Luffy's, even though most people do not even know about him. Loki then explains the truth behind his imprisonment. He has been held captive for 6 years, chained to the legendary treasure tree Atom. The chains are made of sea stone, which cancels out his devil fruit powers. Even so, Loki claims that he is the strongest giant in Elbaf. Using his words carefully, Loki makes an offer to Luffy. If Luffy frees him from his chains, Loki promises to destroy any rival pirate crew that Luffy chooses. He also reveals that they are currently in the underworld of Elbaf. This place is surrounded by terrifying beasts, all of whom Loki calls his friends. The message is clear. Anyone who goes against Loki would also have to face these monsters. Luffy's reaction is unexpected. The massive beasts remind him of his training on Rusukaina during the time skip. The underworld is also home to other prisoners. These are humans who once tried to fight Elbaf. They wear foul-smelling robes to keep savage beasts away and are all sworn to serve Loki. The human prisoners mention Shanks, which immediately grabs Luffy's attention. Loki then insults Shanks, calling him a cowardly pirate. This suggests that Loki has met Shanks before, and that something Shanks did caused Loki to think of him that way. Hearing Loki speak badly about his mentor, Luffy becomes furious. He activates Gear Fourth and throws a powerful punch at Loki's head. Even while chained, Loki shows his skill by quickly dodging the attack. Before Luffy can attack again, Loki quickly says that he was only joking. Luffy warns him never to joke about Shanks like that again. Loki shouts that he cannot even move, but Luffy replies that he does not care. He says that if Loki speaks about Shanks like that again, he will be buried into the tree. As this happens, Loki's thoughts turn dark. He plans to kill Luffy for this attack as soon as he gains his freedom. After Luffy calms down, his curiosity about Shanks becomes stronger than his anger. He really wants to know why Shanks came to Elbaf and whether he is still on the island. Loki makes it clear that this information will not be given for free. Meanwhile, high up in the branches of the giant tree, Zoro's group continues moving across the rope bridge. Usopp spots Road running toward them, and it is clear from his appearance that he was recently defeated. Road is not alone. Gerd and Goldberg are chasing after him, with Goldberg carrying the Thousand Sunny. Zoro thinks about fighting them, but Usopp stops him and reminds him that these giants could be friends of Dory and Brogy. Instead of fighting, the group runs toward the nearest village, hoping to find safety and answers. Elsewhere, Hadruddin and Stanson manage to bring down a huge moose. They plan to use it for a large feast to welcome the Straw Hat Pirates to their homeland. They dance with excitement to celebrate the arrival of the Straw Hats. The new giant warrior pirates consist of 5 members: Hadruddin, Road, Stanson, Gerd, and Goldberg. The new giant warrior pirates are part of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet, and they swore loyalty to Luffy back in Dressrosa. Back on the Great Eric, Brooke finishes giving Robin a haircut. Robin looks at herself in the mirror and smiles. Her hair now looks exactly the same as it did 2 years ago during the time skip. Dory and Brogy understand the reason immediately. Robin chose this hairstyle because it is how she looked when she first met Saul on O'Hara 20 years ago. The reunion she has waited for throughout her entire adult life is finally close. The great Eric finally reaches the shores of Elbaf after all the struggles they went through. As the crew celebrates their arrival, tragedy happens somewhere else. A giant's voice echoes in panic, bringing news that deeply shakes Robin. Saul has fallen and cannot get up. The man Robin has waited 20 years to see again is now in serious danger. At the same time, a young giant boy named Cologne runs through the streets of Elbaf carrying urgent news. The great Eric has returned. Broggy uses hand gestures to explain that they are heading toward the Sun World. While Cologne remembers how Shanks once told him to remember the name of a certain pirate, Straw Hat Luffy. Suddenly, a bright rainbow bridge appears, stretching all the way toward the massive world tree. Broggy explains that this rainbow was artificially created using a painter. The great Eric begins an incredible climb, sailing directly onto the rainbow as if it were solid ground. The Straw Hat crew watches in confusion and amazement as their ship moves across something that should not be solid. Two more ships appear beside them. Hadrudin and Stanson call out, asking if Luffy is aboard, and inform them that they have captured a massive moose for the Straw Hats. Meanwhile, Luffy uses his rocket move to launch himself from the underworld and land on the rope bridge. He is caught by Gerd, one of the new giant warrior pirates. Luffy has arrived in the Sun World after seeing them take the Sunny. Gerd is relieved to see Luffy safe and feels embarrassed about Road's actions. She apologizes to Luffy and says that she does not associate with someone like Road. She tells him she is sorry for everything Road did to them. Goldberg then joins the conversation and asks Luffy what he was doing in the underworld. This reminds Luffy of his talk with Loki, who made him promise not to tell anyone about their meeting. Staying true to his poor lying skills, Luffy struggles to come up with a believable explanation. Surprisingly, his bad acting works in his favor. Both giants become so worried that they stop questioning him completely. Back in the Sun World, Road chases after Nami and Chopper, reaching toward them with his huge hands. Zoro and Sanji set up a smart trap and cause a massive tree to fall on Road. Zoro mocks him, saying that even animals would not fall for a trap that simple. As Road crashes to the ground, Gerd and Goldberg arrive with Luffy and land powerful attacks, completely knocking out the troublesome giant. With the danger dealt with, proper introductions finally begin. Gerd and Goldberg introduce themselves as members of Hadrudin's new giant warrior pirates and offer to act as guides. However, Luffy's adventurous nature takes over, and together with Chopper and Usopp, he runs straight toward the nearest village. Gerd easily carries Nami, Zoro, and Sanji while following after the excited trio. At the same time, Goldberg safely transports the Thousand Sunny. As the great Eric and Naglfar continue moving up the Rainbow Bridge, Dory and Broggy explain Elbaf's unique structure to those on board. Elbaf is made up of 3 different levels. The lowest level is the Underworld, where Luffy met Loki. Above that is the Sun World, where the current events are happening. At the very top is the Heaven World, which remains unexplored and unknown. Eventually, both groups of Straw Hats arrive at a peaceful village. The great Eric reaches the end of its journey at the top of the Rainbow Bridge, allowing Dory and Broggy's group to step off the ship. Luffy is clearly amazed when he sees his crewmates arriving across the rainbow. The reunion fills everyone with happiness and relief. After being separated due to Road's actions, all of the Straw Hat pirates are finally back together. As the chapter comes to an end, the story gives background from the explorer Louis Arnault, who once visited Elbaf and wrote about his journey. His records describe Elbaf as a land full of wonders, where things that seem impossible are normal. However, his notes end with a strange warning. Visitors should never stay in Elbaf for too long. The reason for this warning is not explained and remains unknown. The Straw Hat pirates stand in awe as they witness one of the most incredible sights they have ever seen. A port built directly into the massive world tree, complete with sea clouds that allow ships to sail through the sky itself. The great Eric gently docks among the sea clouds. While Luffy's group makes their way down using a mist ship, Lilith can hardly contain her excitement as she looks at the advanced technology around them. As the crew gathers together again, Nami notices Robin's appearance and smiles warmly, complimenting her new hairstyle. Luffy's endless energy quickly takes over when he spots Hajruddin and greets him with excitement. The giant captain responds just as warmly and introduces his crew. Road is not present, as he has been crucified as punishment for his recent actions. Hajruddin excitedly talks about Big Mom's defeat, explaining that the giants were happy to hear the news because they have long memories and what she did will never be forgotten. Luffy waves his hand dismissively and says they can talk about all of that later, because right now what matters most is having a feast. However, Robin steps forward with quiet determination and says that before anything else happens, she needs to find Saul and see him first. Without any hesitation, the entire crew supports her. Luffy immediately responds that of course everyone will go with her. Gerd steps forward to guide them and explains that Saul lives at the Owl Library in Warrior Springs. He has become their history teacher and now teaches young giants about the world's past. As they move closer to their destination, someone comes running toward them in panic with terrible news. Saul has collapsed, fallen down, and cannot get up. The news hits the Straw Hats hard. Nami reacts in frustration, saying that they came all this way to see him and now he has collapsed. Robin, however, stays calm. There is a look on her face that suggests she is not completely surprised. When they reach Saul's location, Robin walks ahead with steady and confident steps. Suddenly, Saul jumps up from where he was lying, moving with surprising speed. His familiar laugh echoes as he tries to scare Robin, but she does not react at all. She looks down at the giant with warmth and gentle annoyance. Saul's smile fades when he sees that his joke did not work. He admits that he was lying there pretending to be collapsed because he did not know what to say to her after so many years. He thought that surprising her with a joke might make things easier. With great care, Saul lifts Robin up and brings her close so they can look at each other properly. He softly tells her that she looks just like Olivia now, just like her mother. The comparison affects Robin deeply. Being told that she looks like the woman she admired most by someone who knew them both means a great deal to her. Saul then becomes serious and shifts the conversation to recent events. He asks Robin if she heard Dr. Vegapunk's message to the world. Robin quietly answers that yes, she heard it. Saul explains that the message was the legacy of O'Hara finally reaching the world. Dr. Vegapunk risked everything to protect what O'Hara died trying to preserve. The scholars, Robin's mother, and even Saul's own actions on that day were not meaningless. Vegapunk took their sacrifice and turned it into something that will shape the future. Robin's eyes move across the visible scars covering Saul's body. They are reminders of Admiral Aokiji's ice powers. She asks him if the scars still cause him pain. Saul looks at his worn body with curiosity rather than suffering, and tells her that he turned out to be far stronger than he ever believed. He then explains how he survived. When Aokiji froze him completely, he believed that was the end. However, the fire that destroyed O'Hara also saved his life. The fire melted the ice, causing him to fall into the ocean. When he later regained consciousness, he learned that Robin had managed to escape. However, when he saw what was written about her in the newspapers, the lies spread about an innocent child, he became deeply angry. Robin gently stops him as his anger grows. She tells him that she does not want to think about the dark things anymore because she spent too many years running from fear and shadows. She takes a breath and then speaks from her heart. Instead of focusing on the past, she asks him to praise her. She wants him to praise her for surviving, for staying alive no matter what was done to her, and for making it all the way here to see him. Saul responds right away. He carefully wraps Robin in the gentlest hug his huge arms can give, and tells her that she is wonderful, strong, and incredible. Of course, Saul praises her. He speaks about how she survived while the whole world was chasing her and how she found friends even when everyone called her a demon. He thanks her for being strong enough to reach him and for never giving up. The emotions finally break through Robin's calm expression. The walls she built over many years slowly fall as she faces Saul's unconditional care. She quietly says that she missed him deeply and spent all those years wondering if she would ever see him again. Saul answers that he missed her too. As Robin and Saul share this reunion, the Straw Hat Pirates watch the moment unfold. Luffy stands there with a huge and honest smile. This is what he lives for. Most of the crew cannot hold back their tears and openly cry as they watch the reunion. Luffy then walks up to Saul and behaves like a Yakuza boss. His serious and formal tone confuses his crewmates as he bows and thanks Saul for everything he did for Robin. Saul looks down at him with amusement. Robin steps forward to introduce her captain, but Saul stops her with a knowing smile. He says that he already knows who Luffy is and that he is simply glad Robin found friends who would protect her, just as he always believed she would. Robin looks at her crewmates with tears in her eyes and calls them her true friends. Her words hit the Straw Hats hard. Everyone except Luffy, Zoro, and Jinbei immediately breaks down in tears and shouts that they would give their lives for Robin. Saul then greets the rest of the crew warmly. His expression becomes a bit awkward as he scratches his large head and apologizes for the earlier joke. He explains that the woman who was calling for help was his assistant and that she was part of the plan. Finally, he turns to Luffy with clear respect. He says that he is truly impressed that Luffy has become one of the 4 emperors and asks him to continue protecting Robin. Luffy answers right away without any hesitation. Of course, he will protect her. Suddenly, Lilith arrives, flying confidently through the air. She lands smoothly, but Saul looks confused because he does not recognize her. Lilith introduces herself as one of Vegapunk's satellites, sparking immediate interest. Nearby, Jinbei and Gerd carefully carry a large and mysterious container that gives off a strange energy. Jinbei gently sets it down and asks what is inside. Lilith smiles with excitement and explains that the container holds a perfect clone of Dr. Vegapunk himself. She explains that this is the same clone Vegapunk used to visit Elbaf 20 years ago, allowing him to explore the land without drawing suspicion from the world government. Bonnie steps forward with clear hope on her face and asks if Lilith can help Kuma. Lilith's expression softens, and she says that she fully intends to help him. However, she explains that she cannot remove the clone yet because she needs proper equipment. That is why she plans to build a new laboratory here in Elbaf. The serious mood is suddenly interrupted by small voices coming from behind a nearby tree. Several giant children peek out and shyly ask if Saul is done talking so they can play. Saul smiles warmly and tells them they can go ahead. Ange then steps forward and properly introduces herself as Saul's assistant. She explains that the children usually play near the Warrior Spring, but asks them to wait for now. She offers to give everyone a tour of their settlement. Before anyone can reply, Luffy and Usopp run off toward a large building in the distance called the Walrus School. Ange tells them that Saul opened it 20 years ago when King Harold asked him to. Ange laughs at their excitement and says she will give the rest of the group a proper tour, while Saul takes Robin to the Owl Library. As Luffy and Usopp explore, they meet several giant children who want to play with them. One child suggests playing prisoners with the small humans, but the other children quickly stop him. They explain that they are not allowed to hurt humans and should not call them rude names either, because it is not polite. Usopp watches the exchange with growing confusion. He wonders why the giants are not raised to be fierce fighters. The children shake their heads seriously and explain that fighting is dangerous. The situation becomes even stranger when they realize they are standing on someone. A calm voice speaks from below them, politely asking them to move. They discover Ripley, a giant woman who teaches the children. Even though the moment is awkward, she does not seem bothered by it at all. She stands up and looks at the confused pirates with understanding. Ripley explains the children's behavior by saying that the stories they have heard about violent giant pirates are more than 100 years old. She says that giants today are very different. She gestures around at the peaceful area and explains that King Harold wanted Elbaf to trade with other nations instead of attacking them. Because of this, the giants saw him as a reformer who wanted to change Elbaf for the better. Sadly, King Harold was killed by Loki. Because of this crime, the giants refused to recognize Loki as their new king. As a result, Elbaf has been left without a proper ruler. As they continue touring the school, Ripley focuses her attention on Luffy with clear interest. She tells him that his transformation reminds her of a legendary warrior from Elbaf's ancient tales. At the same time, Robin's path leads elsewhere. Saul guides her, along with Chopper, Lilith, and Bonnie, toward the Owl Library. Saul speaks with strong emotion as he explains that he returned to Ohara with Hajruddin. Together, they recovered every book they could find, everything that survived the Buster Call. When they reach the entrance, Saul stops and warns Robin to be careful she steps inside, explaining that the library has strange properties. Robin holds a small book as she walks across the threshold. The moment Robin's feet touch the library floor, the book in her hands begins to grow. It expands until it reaches a size that matches the scale of the giant library. Saul explains that this is a strange ability of the library itself. He says he is happy that he can finally share all the knowledge he saved from O'Hara with her. Robin stands still at the entrance, unable to move. Tears flow down her face as she looks at the incredible sight in front of her. Far below Elbaf, in the dark underworld, Loki speaks into a Den Mushi with someone he has never met in person. Loki asks if that moment of fear still drives them. The voice on the other end answers that it does, though the response is cautious. Loki shifts, causing his chains to rattle, and says that even though they have never met face to face, he considers Mosa a friend. He adds that if he were in their position, he would have destroyed everyone there without any hesitation. Mosa clearly disapproves of what he says, but there is also a change in their tone. They mention that they are starting to notice something like kindness in Loki's direct and brutal honesty. Loki reacts instantly and harshly. He declares that there is no kindness in him and warns Mosa not to misunderstand his words or see them as something they are not. While the giants celebrate and the Straw Hats explore, something dark stirs in peaceful Elbaf. A bolt of black lightning strikes the nearby castle with supernatural precision, leaving a mysterious magic circle on the floor, its intricate patterns glowing with otherworldly energy. From within the glowing circle, two hooded figures materialize as if summoned from another realm. One of them looks exactly like Shanks. He has the same face and red hair, though it is not confirmed to actually be him. This creates even more confusion and fuels many theories. It brings back memories of when Shanks appeared in the Holy Land before the Five Elders and said he wanted to talk about a certain pirate. That moment left many questions unanswered. And even now, it is still unclear whether this person is the same one who stood before the Five Elders that day. Inside the Grand Owl Library, Chopper and Bonnie struggle with the massive books around them. Their small hands can barely turn the giant pages. Saul explains that the huge owl sitting above them is named Biblo. Biblo is the reason books grow to giant size when they enter the library. Lilith quickly understands what is happening and becomes excited. She explains that Biblo likely has a devil fruit ability, the rear fruit, which allows him to enlarge objects at will. Chopper becomes hopeful and asks about medical books. Saul confirms that medical books do exist in the library, but since they come from Elbaf, they will stay giant-sized. Back in the Sun World, chaos breaks out in a very Luffy-like way. Luffy shows off his strength by launching one of the giant swings extremely high into the air. Two terrified giant children and an equally frightened Usopp are still holding on as it flies upward. Nami's angry voice cuts through the scene. She punches Luffy hard on the head, sending him crashing down. The two giant children run away crying and cling to Gerd for comfort. Luffy rubs his head and looks honestly disappointed. He turns to Usopp and complains about Elbaf being too peaceful. Usopp agrees that the lack of warrior training is obvious, but he tries to explain that peace is not a bad thing and that it has value too. Before Luffy can reply, footsteps are heard approaching. A giant child steps forward with strong determination in his eyes. He is not here to play peacefully. Without any warning, Cologne swings his wooden practice sword straight at Luffy's head. The sword breaks cleanly in half on impact. Instead of stopping the fight, both of them look more excited. Luffy's eyes shine as he jumps high into the air, his arm growing to an enormous size. Luffy lets out a roar as he slams his huge gum-gum elephant gun into the ground right in front of Cologne. The impact creates a massive crater. Usopp screams in panic as the other giant children jump back in fear. Luffy, however, is smiling widely. He is happy to finally meet someone on Elbaf who is not weak or scared. Cologne is not frightened at all. Instead, he jumps around with excitement and shouts that the attack was amazing. He turns to the other giant children and tells them to look at what real strength is. The other children call him a troublemaker and a brute, but Cologne does not care. Suddenly, a strict voice breaks through the noise. Ripley, Cologne's mother, walks over. Her tone is firm, but there is also pride in her voice. She scolds Cologne for attacking their guests, but then adds that it was a solid first strike. Cologne hands his mother a basket that Mato had asked him to deliver. He then turns back to the Straw Hats with a proud smile. He explains that his father is a human and a former pirate, which makes him half-giant. He says this is why he thinks and acts differently from the others in Elbaf. As the group begins preparing to head to different places, everyone decides how they will spend their time. Robin says she will stay at the library for a while longer so she can talk with Saul during the feast. Lilith and Bonnie decide to skip the start of the feast so they can take care of getting their resident permits. Frankie announces that he plans to study the legendary treasure tree Adam, the same tree that provided the wood for the Thousand Sunny. Gert approaches kindly, carrying traditional Elbaf clothing for Robin, Frankie, Brooke, and Jinbei. The crew then starts moving together toward the village. Robin and Frankie stay behind to follow their own plans. But even with all this, not everything is peaceful on Elbaf. At the massive Aurust castle near the western village, two hooded figures approach a pair of giant guards with clear, hostile intent. One of them steps forward, a figure with messy, light-colored hair and bandages covering their nose and mouth. Their presence alone feels threatening. In a cold voice, the bandaged figure demands to know where Loki is. The guards stand their ground and explain that they cannot share that information. Loki is a criminal, and his location is not something they are allowed to reveal. The response is immediate and violent. The hooded figure says they are not asking for information. They are giving an order. Without any warning, fast-moving projectiles shoot out. They look like bandages, wrapping tightly around one of the guards like living restraints. The giant guard screams as intense burning pain spreads through his body. He collapses to the ground, completely helpless. The message is unmistakable. These intruders did not come to talk. Meanwhile, in the western village, the mood could not be more different. The Straw Hats arrive to find the giants preparing a huge celebration in their honor. The area is filled with laughter, music, and the smell of massive amounts of food being prepared. The giants raise enormous cups together and shout in celebration, thanking the Straw Hats for helping their people, for defeating Kaido and Big Mom, and for being true friends to the giant race. As Luffy looks around, he suddenly notices a familiar face. His eyes light up when he sees Stanson. The giant warrior walks up with a wide smile and reminds Luffy that they met before at the human auction house on the Sabaody archipelago. He explains that Luffy freed him from slavery that day, and that he promised himself he would repay that debt one day. Just as the celebration reaches its highest point, a deep rumbling sound echoes across the village. The giants turn and are met with an incredible sight. The oldest giant in the world has arrived. Jarl, who is 408 years old, rides in proudly on top of a massive spar. His presence alone commands respect from everyone around him. Luffy, being Luffy, immediately notices something no one else wants to point out. He loudly asks why the old man has a sword stuck in his head. Jarl laughs at the pirate's honesty and calmly reaches up to touch his helmet. He explains that the helmet stopped the blade from going all the way through. Even so, everyone can clearly see how deep the sword is embedded. It came dangerously close to piercing straight through both the helmet and his skull. Seeing this ancient warrior still carrying marks of a terrible battle reminds everyone that even during a time of peace and celebration, Elbaf is full of hidden dangers and untold stories. As the feast continues, The smell of perfectly cooked meat fills the air. Luffy eats with pure joy, enjoying the meal Hadruddin prepared for him. His excitement makes it clear that this is the kind of feast every pirate dreams of. Jarul watches with interest and comments on the massive moose Hadruddin hunted. Hadruddin responds without hesitation, saying that he would gladly risk his life for Luffy. His words show the deep respect the giant warriors have for the Straw Hat captain. Jarul then explains that humans almost never reach Elbaf's sun world. Most visitors do not even make it past the underworld. They usually flee in fear because of the savage beasts that roam those dark lands. Elsewhere in the giant village, Usopp finds the perfect crowd. He proudly tells the story of defeating the legendary oars. The giants listen closely, fully aware of Oars as a terrifying figure known for incredible strength and brutality. Nearby, Jinbei becomes the center of attention as the giants stare in amazement at his blue skin. Curious voices rise as they ask about it, and Jinbei calmly explains the wide diversity of Fishman Island. He talks about fishmen with many different and beautiful colors, which quickly captures the giants' imagination. Some of them even dream out loud about seeing a real mermaid one day. Sanji, of course, jumps in to praise the beauty of mermaids. But his confidence does not last long. The giant women surrounding him start calling him cute, and he quickly becomes flustered, blushing hard under the attention. Brook leaves the giants completely puzzled. A walking skeleton who talks, plays music, and tells jokes is something even these ancient warriors have never seen before. Nami is also surprised during the conversations, learning that most giants are not pirates at all. She had always believed giants were mostly sailors and adventurers. The uncomfortable moment caused by Road's earlier behavior is not forgotten. Gerd steps in and forces the young giant to properly apologize. Zoro casually waves the apology away, but then makes his stance very clear. He calmly tells Road that if Usopp had not stopped him earlier, Road would already be dead. The way Zoro says it is so serious and relaxed that Road collapses in fear. The other giants burst out laughing, mocking Road for starting a fight without even checking the Straw Hat's bounties. Even Gerd joins in, openly telling Zoro that he has permission to kill Road if he ever does something that foolish again. Trying to defend himself, Road explains that he was only chasing what he believes is every giant's dream on Elbaf, to become the sun god and rule the world. His statement immediately sparks a heated religious argument among the giants. Some giants argue that the sun god was never meant to rule anyone, but exists as a god of liberation. Others push back, saying he is the god of destruction. Another group insists that he is the god of laughter. The argument grows louder and more heated, until it turns into a real fight between the giants who hold different beliefs. Seeing the confusion on Luffy's face, Jarul steps in and explains the history behind it. He says that Elbaf has an ancient religious text called Harley. Sadly, no one alive can properly read it anymore. The ancient language has been lost over time, leaving only broken interpretations and guesses. From what they can still understand, the text claims that the world has already been destroyed twice in the past. In both of those events, Nika was somehow involved. Gerald then explains why this matters so much. No matter whether Nika is a symbol of freedom, destruction, or laughter, his appearance always brings massive change to the world. That is why those in power fear him. It is also why they try so hard to erase his name and existence from history. A look of recognition appears on Luffy's face as he remembers Bonnie mentioning the same figure back on Egghead Island. Jarul continues by describing the traits of Nika, and little by little, Luffy starts putting things together. He remembers how people kept calling him Nika when he transformed into Gear 5th. Even though he still does not fully understand how Nika connects to his devil fruit, the giants begin sharing memories from their childhood. They talk about how they grew up admiring Nika, showing how deeply this figure is rooted in giant culture. This raises an unsettling thought. What if both sides are right? Jarul then explains that both Loki and his father, King Harold, tried to imitate Nika in their own ways. This leads into the tragic story surrounding Loki. When Luffy innocently asks if Loki is a good person, The giants react instantly. They strongly reject the idea, saying Loki is purely evil and explain why. They speak of prophecy and patricide. Even before Loki was born, a prophecy predicted that his own son would one day kill him. Shortly after Loki's birth, the royal family's lucky horse died, a disturbing sign that something was wrong. The timing of Loki's birth made things even worse. It happened in the same year Big Mom, as a child, accidentally killed Jarul during her rampage. Jarul, known as Waterfall Beard, was a famous giant with a long beard and a crewmate of Jarul, who is still alive today. From that point on, Elbaf suffered repeated natural disasters and eventually lost their beloved queen. Because of this, the giants began to believe that Loki's birth was tied to these tragedies. By the age of 10, Loki had already become a symbol of chaos and destruction. He claimed the underworld as his playground, hunting and taming terrifying beasts that even adult giants feared. He then released these monsters onto the village, using them to terrorize his own people. The ultimate betrayal came when Loki fulfilled the prophecy by killing Harald, the greatest king Elbaf ever had. He was a ruler who wanted Elbaf to be connected with the rest of the world. During the battle to stop this patricide, Jarul was gravely injured, and he still bears the scars to this day. These tragic events occurred about 6 years ago, and the person who finally stopped Loki's rampage was none other than Shanks himself. A revelation that amazes Luffy, who had no idea of his mentor's involvement in Elbaf's recent history. They also add another important detail. Shanks was on the island not too long ago, meaning Luffy might have just missed him. Recognizing Luffy's strange behavior, Zoro pulls him aside for a private conversation on the village outskirts. Luffy confides about his encounter with Loki, sharing details of their meeting that others haven't heard. Zoro's analytical mind quickly points out that everything Loki told Luffy must have been lies, given that everyone on Elbaf despises the imprisoned giant. But Luffy's desire to reunite with Shanks is so strong that he's willing to take the risk, admitting that if Loki can tell him where to find Shanks, he wants to hear what the giant has to say. However, he promises that if Loki was lying, he'll beat him up for the deception. Zoro, who didn't meet Loki personally, can't make his own judgment, and they decide the only way to know the truth is to see for themselves. Nami approaches, having overheard enough to know they're planning something interesting, and volunteers to guide them, claiming it's because of her navigation skills. The group decides to use a Svar to reach the castle, where the keys to Loki's restraints are kept. Luffy notices Road accompanying them and asks why, and Nami reveals her true nature with gleeful honesty. She's turned Road into her new slave by shocking him with her climate tact. Then Nami reveals her real motivation for joining the mission. She innocently asks Road if it would be okay if all the treasure in the castle just disappeared. Zoro immediately recognizes Nami's true intentions. This isn't about helping Luffy or satisfying curiosity. The navigator has her eyes on the castle's treasure vault. Meanwhile, in the dark depths of the underworld, Loki's laughter echoes through the abyss. The two mysterious hooded figures finally reach Loki's location and reveal themselves as members of the infamous God's Knights, the world government's most elite force. They approach Loki with an offer to join their prestigious ranks. But Loki's response is immediate and filled with contempt as he refuses outright, declaring he won't waste his only life becoming garbage like the God's Knight. The female member of the duo, Gunko, explains to her partner the troubles they've had gathering intelligence on Loki, noting that every agent sent to Elbaf to investigate him disappeared after reporting encounters with a giant crow. Now that she's seen Loki in person, Gunko finds his insolent attitude intolerable and considers him deserving of death for his disrespect. However, her partner warns her against being hasty, aware that they're in dangerous territory and that rushing to violence might not be wise. As if summoned by the mention of danger, a massive wolf appears behind the God's Knights, one of the fearsome creatures of the underworld, clearly under Loki's command. With casual authority, Loki orders the wolf to devour the intruders, expecting the end of their unwelcome visit. But Loki's shock is evident as Gunko doesn't flee or show fear. Instead, she demonstrates why she's worthy of being called a God's Knight. Using her mysterious power, she unravels her clothes like bandages, transforming them into strong, flexible restraints. With incredible ease, she wraps these fabric restraints around the giant wolf's neck and lifts the massive beast into the air, dangling it helplessly. Gunko, having demonstrated her overwhelming power, offers Loki a choice. Would he reconsider joining the God's Knights if she spared the wolf's life? Loki's response reveals the depth of his character. He tells the wolf to die in peace, accepting that while he will be sad and angry about its death, he won't compromise his beliefs or beg for mercy. Then Loki reveals his true plan. Rather than waste time quibbling about methods of death, he will channel all of his negative emotions, sadness, anger, frustration, and use them as fuel for his ultimate goal, the destruction of the entire world. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat Trio, Luffy, Zoro, and Nami, make their way toward the abandoned Arust Castle. The castle is absolutely massive, built entirely for giants. Nami quickly realizes walking through here on foot would be impossible for humans their size. Road offers to carry them, and from their elevated position on his shoulder, they can fully take in this abandoned royal residence. Their mission is clear, but dangerous. They must obtain the key to the chains that bind the giant Loki. Once inside the imposing walls, the Straw Hats are guided by Road. Naturally, Luffy charges straight through without waiting, and the others follow into the abandoned castle. As Road carries them deeper, they notice destruction everywhere. Walls cracked and crumbling, furniture smashed, entire sections demolished. Road explains, "This is the aftermath of the battle between King Harold and his son, Prince Loki. When a giant king and prince fight with all their might, this level of devastation is inevitable. The next sight is truly haunting. Piles of enormous skeletons, the remains of giant warriors." Road's voice grows heavy as he recounts how Prince Loki slaughtered over 100 soldiers that day. Only 2 beings survived that massacre, Loki himself and the legendary Jarul. Continuing through this graveyard, one skull catches Luffy's attention. It has massive curved horns, reminding him of oars from Thriller Bark. Road confirms this and explains an important piece of giant history. Some giants carry ancient giant blood in their veins. These were beings of enormous power, but there are no pure-blooded ancient giants alive today. Their bloodline continues in some current giants, manifesting in features like those distinctive horns. They reach a grand hall where a massive portrait of King Harold hangs. He's depicted in his prime with horns marks on his head, meaning he had horns at some point marking his ancient giant heritage. Road's expression softens with reverence as he explains, Harold was the best and strongest king Elbaf ever had. He dreamed of connecting their isolated kingdom with the outside world, breaking down barriers that had kept giants separate for so long. Then Road shares something shocking. He explained the Straw Hats about the horn marks on Harold's skull. King Harold used to have prominent horns on his skull, but Harold physically tore them out. The Straw Hats are stunned. Road explains the king believed the ancient giants represented an era of wars, a violent past that needed to be left behind. By removing his horns, he symbolically rejected that warlike heritage for the future he wanted to build. Road explains that in the 14 years since King Harold's death, no one has come anywhere near this castle. It has been left completely untouched. As the group finally reaches the throne room, it becomes clear that something is very wrong. The massive gates leading into the throne room are shattered. Even more troubling, the guards who were meant to protect the castle are nowhere to be seen. Zoro studies the damage and quickly realizes the truth. The gates were broken open from the inside. Whoever did this was already inside the throne room. Luffy does not hesitate. He says there is only one way to find out what really happened and charges straight into the room. The rest of the group follows him without question. Inside, the scene is horrifying. Skeletons of giant warrior guards are scattered across the floor, filling the throne room with the remains of a brutal past. The silence in the room feels heavy. Road speaks again, explaining that after King Harold was killed, the entire country fell into deep despair. Road has another revelation. Road reveals that Hadruddin hates Loki more than anyone in Elbaf, and the reason is deeply personal. Hadruddin is King Harold's other son. Nami's eyes widen with shock. They're brothers. Road clarifies they're half-brothers. Hadruddin was born to a woman from another kingdom, not native to Elbaf. This leads Rode into explaining one of Elbaf's darker aspects. Hadruddin's mother was never permitted to become queen because she was born in another kingdom. But it goes deeper. Elbaf considers it tainting when their blood mixes with giants from other kingdoms, viewing it as pollution of their pure heritage. Nami immediately calls out this discrimination. Disgusted by the prejudice, Zoro asks Rode directly, "If giants are so concerned about pure blood, why does he serve Hadruddin?" The question triggers a memory. Rode remembers his lonely childhood. Isolated because he loved making maps and studying navigation instead of playing like other giant children. Then he met Hadruddin. Despite being a prince, Hadruddin didn't look down on him. When he saw Rode's talent for maps, he offered genuine friendship without hesitation. Rode's voice fills with emotion as he describes Hadruddin's character. Even though he was the king's son, he wasn't allowed to live in the castle. His mother was despised and he faced constant discrimination. But Hadruddin never gave up or became bitter. He proclaimed his dream to unite all giant tribes scattered across the world and become king of all giants through his own strength. Rode wants to help him achieve that goal. That's why he's loyal, because Hadruddin gave him friendship when no one else would. Zoro says that this kind of motivation is nothing new to him. Just then, Luffy spots something disturbing. Several giant bodies lie scattered on the floor, but these aren't ancient skeletons. These giants appear to have fallen recently. The scene shifts to the underworld where the chained Prince Loki remains imprisoned. Gunko stands before him, having revealed she ate the arrow fruit, which generates unlimited arrows from her clothing. She's using this power against Loki, arrow after arrow striking and piercing his flesh. Even through the pain, Loki remains defiant, pointing out he's only taking this beating because he cannot move. Another voice echoes through the underworld. Gunko's hooded partner finally speaks, coldly, telling Loki it wouldn't make a difference even without the chains. Even free, Loki would still fall before them. As Gunko continues, something strange becomes apparent. Her arrows aren't random. They position themselves around Loki's face in a precise pattern. Loki quickly understands what is happening. These arrows are not normal attacks. They are markers that show exactly where the next strikes will land. Once someone is marked, the attacks are guaranteed to hit and cannot be avoided. Gunko coldly explains that these arrows reveal the path of her future attacks, making them unstoppable. She says there is only one way to stop them, and that is if she herself chooses to stop. Gunko launches attack after attack without slowing down. The strikes keep coming one after another, and Loki takes every hit head-on. Deep in the underworld, Loki's monster companions rush in to save him, but Gunko shows no mercy. One by one, the creatures are brutally killed by her power. Filled with anger and frustration, Loki shouts that they will pay for this. After enduring even more punishment, he finally yells at Gunko to stop. Gunko pauses and asks him a question. Will he join them and accept divinity? Loki screams in pain and refusal. His roar echoes through the underworld. He refuses completely and without hesitation. The attacks were so intense that even Gunko is exhausted. She starts breathing heavily, shocked that Loki is still resisting after taking so much damage. Nearby, her partner sits calmly on the body of a dead giant wolf and tells her that it's enough. Gunko asks Loki one last time if he will join the God's Knights. Loki answers immediately. He refuses again. Suddenly, multiple arrow markers appear across Loki's body. One by one, those marked spots are struck with crushing force. Even though Loki can predict where the attacks will land, he is completely unable to stop them. The assault is non-stop and merciless, with no break between the blows. Gunko then gathers a massive number of arrows or bandages around her arms. They twist and form into the shape of a giant fist. With overwhelming power, she drives the massive fist straight into Loki. Even knowing the attack is coming, Loki cannot defend against it. The beating continues, brutal and relentless. At last, the legendary prince's body slumps forward, hanging from his chains. Even someone as powerful as Loki has a limit. He finally loses consciousness, broken by the sheer force of the assault. The interrogation is over for now. The hooded man reaches up and pulls back his hood, revealing his face at last. He looks almost identical to Shanks. But it isn't Shanks. He has both hands. The figure is finally revealed. Figurland Shamrock, son of Figurland Garling, the supreme commander of the Holy Knights. He holds the rank of commander of the Knights of God. The revelation is staggering. This isn't Shanks, but clearly someone connected to him by blood. While Shanks became a pirate and emperor, Shamrock serves the world government as one of its most powerful enforcers. Shamrock realizes that Loki will never become a weapon of the world government, even if it means death. Loki's resolve cannot be broken. Accepting this, Shamrock makes his stance clear. Not every piece needs to be useful. He says that he knows Elbaf once used to rule the new world with its power. But now the world government will bring Elbaf to heel no matter the cost. With King Harald dead and Elbaf's warrior spirit weakened by years of forced peace, the island is more vulnerable than it has been in centuries. Recruitment is no longer an option. Shamrock turns to Gunko and orders her to contact Mary Jawaz. The plan changes. The world government's most powerful knights are already here, and their presence means Elbaf will be controlled by force. Deep in the underworld of Elbaf, Loki, the chained prince of Elbaf, awakens from unconsciousness. His voice carries curiosity and suspicion as he addresses the mysterious figure before him. Loki demands to know Figurland Shamrock's relationship with Shanks, noting they look exactly the same. Gunko immediately tells Loki that it has nothing to do with him, but Loki presses on. He points out that pirates and world nobles are polar opposites, making their identical appearance bound to make anyone curious. Then comes one of the biggest revelations in One Piece history. With calculated coldness, Shamrock reveals the truth that will change everything. Shanks is his younger twin brother. He explains that though Shanks once returned to the Holy Land, he ultimately preferred living in what Shamrock considers the filthy lower world. Shanks, the beloved mentor figure who saved Luffy's life, is actually born into the most despised bloodline in the world, the Celestial Dragons. But unlike his elder twin brother who embraces his world noble heritage, Shanks chose to reject his birthright and live among the people he was supposed to rule over. Loki's reaction is immediate and fierce, declaring that both brothers have earned his ire. Once he gets these chains off, he'll make them pay for attacking him while defenseless and for taking down his animal friends. This immediately enrages Shamrock, who takes it as a threat, but Shamrock has no intention of engaging in honorable combat. Instead, something truly terrifying happens. Shamrock draws his sword and the blade undergoes a horrifying transformation, morphing into the legendary three-headed hellhound Cerberus. This sword has consumed a mythical zone devil fruit, specifically the Cerberus model. The aura radiating from Cerberus is dark, violent, and overwhelming. Loki feels its presence instantly, even with his eyes still covered. For the first time, real fear grips him. Even Loki, who claims he has the power to destroy the world itself, understands that this creature is something entirely different. Nearby, Gunko uses her devil fruit ability to form the body of a massive bird. She tells her captain that it is time to leave. Shamrock activates Cerberus, and the enormous beast separates itself from his blade, taking physical form. With cold, aristocratic confidence, Shamrock addresses Loki. He tells him that if he somehow survives what comes next, he will be waiting for him. Loki can feel it clearly now. This is not something he can survive. As the mythical beast prepares to strike, Shamrock and Gunko make their move. Using her arrow abilities, Gunko creates a giant bird large enough to carry them both. The creature lifts into the sky, taking them away from the battlefield. As they depart, Loki's voice trembles. He admits out loud that he cannot survive an attack from something like this. Cerberus launches forward, rushing straight at Loki with terrifying speed. Loki shouts one last time, his words filled with rage and hatred toward the world nobles. Then the attack lands. 3 massive blades tear into Loki's giant body with crushing force. The impact is devastating. His fate is left unknown. The scene shifts upward into the sky, where Gunko and Shamrock watch from above. Shamrock's mind is already moving ahead. He calmly begins planning the next phase, deciding to use the giant children as leverage against Elbaf and calling for another knight to join them. Meanwhile, at Arrest Castle, the Straw Hat Pirates deal with their own shocking revelations. When the giant guards explain who attacked them, Luffy's reaction is immediate and absolute. He refuses to believe it was Shanks. Despite the physical similarities and the fact that Shanks has visited Elbaf many times before, Luffy remains unshakable in his faith. The giant guards begin piecing together the puzzle. Could the attacker have been Shanks' brother? Luffy admits he never heard Shanks talk about his family before, always assuming he thought of the Roger Pirates as his family. Well, except for Buggy, this reveals so much about Shanks' character. He never spoke of his noble birth, never revealed the burden of his bloodline to the young boy who idolized him. Elsewhere, Frankie explores the treasure tree Atom alongside Ripley. He learns that all Atom wood originates from this single tree, and that its rarity comes from the danger of harvesting it unnoticed. Frankie then discovers an ancient mural carved into the tree. Though long dismissed as children's drawings, Ripley believes the mural dates back to the Void Century. The imagery depicts multiple races, including giants, minks, Lunarians, samurai, fishmen, and others fighting together. Frankie says that this kind of cooperation is something he has never seen before. So many different races working together like this is not something he has ever heard of or experienced. Ripley then shares her own thoughts. She says this is exactly why she believes this place feels less like reality and more like a child's dream. To her, it feels like the kind of world a kid would imagine, where everyone works together without fear or division. Meanwhile, in Elbaf's Owl Library, Saul presents Robin with a sacred text known as the Harley. This text forms the foundation of Elbaf's myths and explains why figures like the Sun God appear differently across cultures. The Harley is divided into 3 chapters, each describing a different world. Saul explains that legends of Nika consistently depict him laughing to a rhythmic beat, matching the heartbeat Luffy produces in Gear 5. Robin begins to read. The first chapter describes a unified land where mankind touched a forbidden sun. This act triggered a catastrophic reshaping of the world. In religious language, the land was shattered by an earth god and a great serpent wrapped around the globe. Interpreted symbolically, this aligns with the breaking of the original continent and the creation of the red line permanently separating the world. The second chapter describes an era of dreams, war, and expansion. Different peoples dreamed, conflict spread, and mankind killed the sun and declared itself God. This corresponds to the Void Century when the ancient kingdom powered by a limitless energy source was destroyed. The seas rose, flooding the land and dividing the world into islands. Rather than literal gods, these events are framed through religious symbolism. The sun here refers not to Nika himself, but to a powerful energy source, the same ancient power later associated with Mother Flame and the ancient weapons. The third chapter describes the present age, a broken world remembering a promised day. It foretells the return of the sun, the end of separation, and the reunion of what was divided. Unlike the previous worlds, this one ends with hope, stating that they will surely meet. The mural Frankie discovered visually reflects this history. On one side, an alliance of races fights together. On the other, Noah carries life through catastrophe while a sky-born weapon resembling Uranus brings destruction. Energy flows throughout the mural in a continuous cycle. This energy aligns with what Vegapunk described on Egghead, an ancient, limitless power that once fueled civilization, ancient weapons, and prosperity. The Harley suggests this power was tied to dreams themselves, made usable through the sun. When that sun was lost at the end of the Second World, both the energy source and the birth of new devil fruits ceased. The Harley reframes the world's history as the story of a world broken twice. First by the splitting of the land, and second by the flooding of the seas. The third world is the chance to undo both, destroying the red line, reversing the flood, and restoring the world as one piece. Nika's role is not that of a traditional god, but the embodiment of liberation born from dreams. Luffy's presence signals the return of the sun, not merely as a figure, but as the power needed to create a world without scarcity, oppression, or division. Meanwhile, Luffy, Zoro, and Nami make their way through Elbaf's massive castle corridors with their giant guide road. The towering architecture surrounds them as they head toward the throne room where the key to Loki's chains awaits. Suddenly, before them appears a glowing magic circle, ancient runes pulsing with ethereal energy, suggesting this is no ordinary magical construct. Then, a voice echoes through the chamber, seeming to come from everywhere at once. Rhodes suddenly believes they're encountering something supernatural and cries out about a ghost in alarm. His fear is so overwhelming that he loses his grip, causing everyone to tumble to the ground in a heap. This is no ghost. From the shadows steps Skapar Gaban, known across the world as the Mountaineer, the former left-hand man of Goldie Roger himself. Rhodes immediately asks why Gaban is here. Gaban answers that he felt a strange surge of haki coming from the castle. He admits that he arrived too late to see what caused it, but says he is glad he ran into the Straw Hats instead. He adds that he already knows quite a lot about them and even mentions hearing the news about Luffy defeating Kaido. Gaban clearly knows who the Straw Hats are, but the Straw Hats have no idea who this old man really is. Luffy, confused, asks why Rhodes called him Sir Ya. Rhodes explains that Gaban is actually Ripley's partner and Colon's father. He adds that Elbaf calls him Ya-san. Luffy understands, this old man is the father of that big pipsqueak. Gaban laughs at the comment and does not take offense at all. He realizes the group has already met Colon and Ripley. Gaban says that Colon has giant blood in him and was always too big for him to hold properly. He also casually mentions that Colon is 20 years old, while Ripley is 80, making her even older than him. He jokes that marrying a giant makes no sense when he is the only one getting older. Still, he says that love has no boundaries. Mixed races have existed throughout history. Long necks, long legs, buccaneers, and other hybrids. They are rare, but it happens. He adds that some people are simply more flexible than others. Zoro interrupts. He looks at Gaban and says he seems like an expert and asks who he really is. Gaban proudly declares that he is the missionary of love. Luffy immediately wonders out loud if Sanji is going to turn out like this when he gets old. Then, without thinking, Luffy casually asks Gaban about the key needed to free Prince Loki. Rhodes instantly panics and tells Luffy not to talk about things like that so openly. He asks why Gaban would even know about a key like that. Gaban reacts calmly and says, "You mean Loki?" "Oh, right." Luffy quickly backtracks and tells him to forget what he just said. Zoro immediately tells this 30 IQ monkey that it's too late now. Gaban laughs and says that he likes troublemakers. Nami, clearly annoyed, tells him not to share any information. But Gaban instead asks what he believes is the most important question. What if freeing Loki goes wrong? What if Loki becomes a threat to the entire world? Luffy answers instantly, without hesitation. They will beat him up and chain him again. At that, Gaban's expression finally turns serious. He delivers information that should give anyone pause. The only person who has ever managed to capture and bind Loki was Shanks. No one else was able to do it. The implication hangs heavy in the air. If it took someone of Shanks' incredible caliber to subdue Loki, what does that say about the giant prince's true power? As Gaban continues warning them about how dangerous Loki really is, Luffy does not slow down. He simply starts walking forward with Zoro, already focused on finding the key to free him, completely ignoring the warning. As Gaban watches Luffy's unwavering determination, he's reminded of countless moments when he tried to warn his captain about dangerous courses of action, only to be met with that same fearless determination. Gaban makes his decision just as he once tested and challenged Roger's seemingly reckless decisions. He will do the same for this young man who carries so much of his former captain's spirit. Gaban turns to Rhodes and gives a clear command. Push the giant throne of the castle. Meanwhile, at the village, the giants share the incredible story behind Gaban's nickname. Years ago, during his time with the Roger Pirates, Gaban found himself protecting an injured Roger from hundreds of enemies. He fought with such incredible ferocity that when the dust settled, every tree on the mountain had been obliterated. From that day forward, he was known as the Mountain Eater, the man who could level mountains in his fury. Back at the castle, a hidden room is revealed behind the throne. As soon as Nami realizes it is a secret chamber, her eyes light up with excitement. She immediately assumes it is a hidden treasure room and thanks Gaban for bringing them here. However, the moment they step inside, her excitement collapses. Several treasure chests are scattered around the room, but every single one of them is empty. Not a single piece of treasure remains. Nami's mood flips instantly. She angrily calls Gaban a liar and says the only reason she came to the castle was for treasure. Gaban calmly explains that thieves had already taken everything. But there is one thing they clearly did not take. In the very center of the room, a key rests in plain sight. The moment Luffy sees the key, his face lights up with excitement. Gaban adds that even the thieves did not want Loki to be freed, which is why they left it behind. Still, Luffy's resolve does not change. He makes it clear that he wants to free Loki no matter what. Suddenly, Gaban jumps forward and grabs their key. He lands firmly and turns to face them. With casual confidence, Gaban presents them with a challenge. He holds the key, but he won't simply hand it over. If they truly wish to free Prince Loki, they must first prove their worth to him. Standing before them, Gaban's presence radiates the kind of power that can only come from years of sailing with the most legendary crew in pirate history. Luffy looks directly at Gaban with confusion and frustration, asking why he needs to fight for the key instead of just getting it. With a taunting edge, Gaban asks, "What's wrong? Can't he do it?" Just like that, Luffy's competitive spirit is ignited. Without hesitation, he leaps off Rhodes' massive hands. Meanwhile, Zoro remembers something Cologne told them earlier. Cologne had said that his father is a pirate who fears no one, not even the giants of Elbaf. Putting the pieces together, Zoro realizes that this old man standing in front of them is anything but ordinary. Luffy reaches out, stretching his arm to grab the key, but Gaban proves he's no ordinary opponent. With movements speaking of decades of combat experience, he dodges Luffy's attempts multiple times with fluid. Luffy's voice rises as he declares he just wants to free Loki so he can get back to the feast. Gaban's response is deceptively casual, telling him to take it. But as Luffy moves in for what should be a simple grab, Gaban leaps high into the air and suddenly the key in his hand becomes coated with dense, powerful armament and supreme King Haki. With devastating force, Gaban brings the Haki-coated key down on Luffy. The impact is tremendous and creating a cloud of dust and debris. When the dust settles, Luffy emerges, but his usual carefree expression has been replaced by genuine anger. Gaban notices something that catches his experienced eye. Luffy's straw hat. As he tells Luffy the hat looks much better on him than that helmet. This hat is a treasure he's holding onto for Shanks. But Gaban's reaction is unexpected and brutal. He scoffs dismissively, calling Shanks a cheapskate for not truly giving Luffy the hat. The words hit Luffy like a physical blow. Luffy's voice explodes with outrage, telling Gaban not to talk bad about Shanks when he doesn't even know him. Gaban's response is swift and shocking. He grabs the key and shoves it directly into Luffy's mouth, then sends him crashing into a nearby wall with tremendous force. The he draws his twin axes with the fluid motion of a master warrior. Gaban prepares for his next move. The weapons gleam as he calls out his attack. Yasotakeru. What follows is a display of pure skill and power. Gaban unleashes a devastating flurry of axe strikes, each one precise and deadly. The air itself seems to tear under the assault, and the castle's foundations begin to crumble. But Luffy doesn't face this alone. Sensing immediate danger to his captain, Roronoa Zoro springs into action without a hesitation. His three swords flash as he intercepts Gaban's assault. The clash of steel ringing through the air and sending shockwaves that damage part of the castle. Gaban pauses, and for the first time there's approval in his eyes as he looks at Zoro. His voice carries respect as he acknowledges that Luffy has found himself a good crew. Now, both Luffy and Zoro are ready for war. Luffy's body begins to change as he activates Gear 5th, and Zoro's blades surge with Supreme King Haki. Both warriors position themselves prepared to face this mysterious opponent with everything they have. They launch themselves together, ready to strike Gaban. But then, in the most unexpected turn, he raises his hands and declares he yields. The sudden surrender causes both Luffy and Zoro to lose momentum and crash to the ground in confusion. Their voices ring out in unison, filled with frustrated anger, telling him to take the fight seriously. But Gaban, with infuriating calm, simply points to the ground near them. The key now lies within their reach. He states matter-of-factly that the key is now in their possession. Road tries to tell Luffy who Gaban really is, but Gaban gently cuts him off, asking him not to be too hasty. As Gaban begins to walk away, he offers what sounds like both advice and a challenge. If Elbaf is still intact by the time they leave, they should visit him. The implication is clear. He expects trouble to come to this peaceful giant island. The Haki surge he felt in the castle was a sign of danger in the country of Elbaf. But Luffy and Zoro, still frustrated by the abrupt end to their fight, respond with characteristic stubbornness, refusing his invitation. As Gaban continues walking away, his thoughts drift to a memory from the past. We see a glimpse of a conversation he once had with red-haired Shanks. In this flashback, Shanks had spoken about Luffy, trying to convince Gaban of something. Gaban's skeptical voice from the past echoes. Why should he trust him? It was clear that Shanks was vouching for Luffy's character. Shanks, with his characteristic laid-back attitude, had responded by telling Gaban to do as he pleased. At the Walrus School, some of the giant children noticed something unusual in the sky. A strange-looking bird perched in the flying past above them. What the children actually saw was a construct created by Gunko designed to help her and Figureland Shamrock land silently on the tree branches overlooking the school in the realm of Sun. Once positioned, Gunko begins working her mysterious abilities. She creates the magic circle of the abyss, a supernatural gateway glowing with otherworldly energy. Her intention was to summon a single reinforcement, but something goes wrong, or perhaps right. Instead of summoning one god's knight, the magic circle flares with extra power and brings forth 2 elite world government agents. The first to emerge is Saint Shepherd Summers of the Shepherd family. His arrival is less than dignified. He's still in his underwear, clearly having been summoned in the middle of something, complaining about food shortages. The second arrival is Saint Akilingam of the Limosive family. He's in an entirely different state of urgency, clearly having been summoned while rushing to an important appointment, stressed about being late for something crucial. Both men take a moment to process their surroundings, confusion evident as they realize they've been summoned to Elbaf. While Summers hurriedly gets dressed, he realizes something crucial. The Abyss Star also brought his couch with him, proof that even objects can travel through the abyss itself. Shamrock addresses the obvious question with barely contained impatience. Why were 2 summoned when he only asked for 1? Killingam provides the answer. It's because Shamrock is being summoned back to the Holy Land, as everything has been falling apart since the Leveille. The implications are enormous. The recent World Government Assembly has created chaos that requires Shamrock's immediate attention. Summers asks the natural questions about what Shamrock is doing in a non-world government-affiliated country, and whether he is paying a visit to Harold's grave. There's history here, references to past events and relationships among the world government's elite agents. Shamrock quickly explains the real situation to both newly arrived allies. Summers immediately points out a practical problem. They won't be able to stuff kids into bags. His matter-of-fact tone makes the horrifying nature of their mission even more chilling. Killingam adds another complication. Those without the mark cannot travel through the abyss, so they'll need to move the children by ship. But Shamrock has a different approach in mind, his voice taking on cruel anticipation. Figureland Shamrock is no ordinary god's knight. He is the supreme commander of the Holy Knights. This entire mission is being carried out under his sole authority, and his presence signals something far bigger. Shamrock is poised to play a critical role in the final saga. While his father ascended to become one of the 5 elders, Shamrock rose to supreme command, proving that the Figureland bloodline stands at the very center of the coming conflict. Meanwhile, Luffy's group is leaving Arust Castle. Nami is complaining loudly that she couldn't find any treasure in the abandoned castle, which was the entire reason she joined them in the first place. Road is walking alongside her, trying desperately to get her to stop talking about this. He's nervous because he's trying to convince the injured guards they're carrying that nothing significant happened at the castle. The guards are still unconscious from their earlier ordeal. Meanwhile, elsewhere on Elbaf, Frankie continues his guided tour of the legendary treasure tree, Adam, with Ripley. She's explaining to him how the giants actually live on the tree's enormous branches. As they walk, they come across something unusual, a severed branch clearly cut intentionally. Ripley begins to explain the story behind this damaged section. There was once a village called Hogan on that particular branch. The village was completely destroyed when a bolt of lightning struck the branch and set it on fire. Because the wood was so old, the fire simply would not stop burning. To prevent the flames from spreading to the rest of the tree, the giants had no choice but to cut down the entire branch, destroying the village in the process, adding that fire and lightning are actually Elbaf's main weaknesses. The scene shifts back to the ongoing feast in the village. Usopp, now clearly drunk and befuddled, notices Nami has returned. He asks her where she's been, and more importantly, where Luffy and Zoro have gone off to now. Nami gives him a simple, casual answer. They're just exploring the area. Usopp, in his intoxicated state, decides to introduce Nami to Jarl, the ancient giant warrior. Jarl looks at Nami and calls her a beauty. This prompts Usopp in his drunken curiosity to ask Jarl what his type of woman is. Jarl responds honestly, saying he likes older women. This answer makes Usopp react dramatically. He actually hits the sword that stuck in Jarl's head, claiming that such a woman doesn't exist because Jarl himself is the oldest giant in the entire world. How could any woman be older than him? Dory immediately scolds Usopp for hitting Jarl like that. Concerned about the sword, but Usopp, emboldened by alcohol, drunkenly claims he's brave enough to remove the sword entirely. Brogy quickly warns him that if he actually does that, Jarl will most likely die from blood loss. The sword has been there so long, it's essentially part of him now. Nami watches this exchange and comments on just how drunk Usopp has become. She explains that he'd been wanting to visit Elbaf for such a long time, and now that he's finally accomplished this dream, he's partying harder than she's ever seen him party before. Sanji, who's also at the feast, suddenly notices that Gerd is absent. The scene shifts to show why. Road has brought the injured guards from the castle to Gerd for medical treatment. Gerd asks Road directly to explain what happened to these guards. How did they get injured? Road nervously gives her a fabricated story. He claims he simply went to Arust Castle to get some inspiration for his block sets when he discovered the damage and found the guards already injured. He's trying to distance himself from any involvement. Gerd, being a medical professional, suggests they should wake up the guards so they can find out directly who attacked them. Road becomes even more nervous at this suggestion and quickly asks her to just let them rest instead. They need their rest to recover. Gerd then says they should at least consult with Jarul about this situation. Road immediately says that would be a bad idea. His reasoning is that bringing up unconfirmed fears during a feast would completely ruin the celebratory mood everyone is enjoying. The real reason why Road is so worried about Gerd finding out the truth. He doesn't want to be treated as an accomplice to Luffy setting Loki free. Deep down, though, Road actually wishes Loki would just leave Elbaf and never return. The knowledge about the Shanks lookalike they encountered does concern him. But before he can think too much about it, Gerd attacks him physically, demanding he tell her the whole truth right now. She knows he's hiding something. The scene shifts to the dark underworld beneath Elbaf. Luffy and Zoro have made their way down here and they see the beaten-up animals scattered around, and there's Loki still chained up. But surprisingly, Loki is badly hurt. Someone must have attacked him while they were gone. Both of them look concerned at what they're seeing. Luffy approaches Loki and asks him to explain what happened to him as he starts trying to unlock the chains. His reasoning is that with Loki so badly hurt, he wouldn't be able to cause any damage even if he wanted to. However, the moment Luffy touches the chains, he quickly realizes they're made of sea stone. His strength immediately drains away and he has to let go. Zoro tells Luffy they shouldn't set Loki free just yet. He's still suspicious of the giant based on all the bad rumors they've heard about him. If Loki starts rampaging after being freed, it will spell serious trouble for all of Elbaf. The country could be destroyed. But Luffy is focused on something else. He wants to get Loki treated for his wounds. The giant is clearly suffering. Zoro decides to test something. He walks up and proceeds to kick Loki directly in his wounds. Loki screams in pain. This confirms to Zoro that Loki isn't putting on an act. He's genuinely injured and unconscious. Loki is understandably annoyed at being kicked while down. After this confirmation, Zoro agrees to help unlock the chains, but he makes a suggestion. They should leave one shackle attached to Loki so he can't use his devil fruit powers when he wakes up. That way, if he regains consciousness, they can get answers from him without putting everyone in immediate danger. Luffy agrees this makes sense, but says he needs to go get Chopper to treat Loki's injuries properly. Zoro points out that Chopper would be too far away right now. Their best option would be to have Gerd treat Loki instead, since she's the giant's doctor. However, this creates another problem. If the giants find out that Luffy and Zoro set Loki free, even partially, they might get banished from the country entirely. This is a serious consequence. But Luffy doesn't hesitate. He says he'll accept that fate as long as Loki is okay. He's willing to face banishment. Luffy then says he should at least get Loki some meat so the giant can regain his strength. But Zoro, ever practical, points at all the injured animals lying around them. He suggests they could just eat those animals for the meat they need. Luffy becomes genuinely angry at this suggestion. He tells Zoro firmly that these animals are his friends, and Loki's as well, and that he absolutely will not eat them. Instead, he'll hunt for meat somewhere else in the mountains. Just as Luffy turns to run off and get a doctor, he suddenly sees something falling from above. It's all of the new giant warrior pirates, with Sanji accompanying them, plummeting down from the sky. They're falling to their deaths. What happened is that Gerd managed to get the truth out of Road and immediately informed Hadrudin about what Luffy was planning. The warriors rushed to stop him. But there's a major problem. The Svar they're using to descend can't function properly because the underworld has a completely different climate than the surface. The device fails and everyone starts falling at deadly speed. Luffy reacts instantly. He uses Gomu Gomu no Fusen, inflating himself like a giant balloon to catch everyone. He manages to save them all from certain death, though they still get hurt pretty badly when they're launched off his inflated body after impact. Nobody dies. Hadrudin immediately begins begging Luffy not to free Loki. He's desperate in his plea. He calls Loki an untrustworthy and cruel man who tricks others by playing the sympathy card. He's a manipulator who's betrayed everyone who's ever trusted him. Hadrudin explains that ever since they were children, Loki has never been honest in his entire life. But Hadrudin's warning comes too late. The chains have already been removed by Zoro, and despite his severe injuries, despite appearing to be completely unconscious just moments ago, Loki suddenly and surprisingly stands up. His massive form towers over everyone. Hadrudin's voice becomes desperate as he tells Loki to let go of his weapon. The weapon is called Ragnar, and Loki has grabbed it with a firm grip. The accursed prince is finally released from his chains. At the Walrus School on Elbaf, chaos erupts as children scream for help. A giant serpent named Jormungandr suddenly appears, tearing apart the school grounds. The monstrous snake, massive and terrifying, destroys everything in its path. Inside the faculty room, Blade, the math teacher, bursts in, shouting that a giant snake from the underworld has somehow appeared in the Sun world, something that should be impossible. The teachers are stunned. Principal Kiba immediately orders that the chiefs be alerted. But Ange, another teacher, points out the obvious. Who will protect the children until help arrives? Kiba doesn't hesitate. He grabs his hammer and rushes outside. His hidden past as a former warrior is instantly proven true as he strikes the serpent head-on. At the same time, Saul appears above the beast, leaping from a massive tree branch and delivering a powerful finishing blow. Together, Kiba and Saul bring Jormungandr down. The children trembling and amazed watch in awe. Some can't believe their principal was once a warrior, while others are astonished by Saul's immense strength. Robin and Chopper, who had accompanied Saul, are equally shocked to see such a massive serpent. Then, a cry for help pierces the air. The gym teacher, Wolf, has been seriously injured. The teachers and Saul rush to his side. Wolf, bleeding and in pain, still worries more about the children's safety than himself. Another teacher delivers grim news. Several children are missing. Saul immediately dashes off to find them, but Wolf yells after him, "Don't touch the children." It's a strange warning. They discover the children are all heading toward the harbor, moving in eerie unison. They're sleepwalking, following one of Gunko's arrows. She's controlling them remotely through her arrow powers. The teachers panic and discuss their next step. They realize they must blow the horn, the emergency signal that warns all of Elbaf of danger. But then Kiba shows him something horrifying: enormous monsters lurking in the forest. Realizing the threat, Saul agrees. The great horn of Elbaf is blown, echoing across the island. Moments later, the children are collapsing one by one. They're losing consciousness while still walking. Chopper immediately starts examining them to find out what's happening. Meanwhile, deep beneath Elbaf in the underworld, Loki stands nearly free of his chains. Only a single sea stone shackle remains on his feet. Facing the Straw Hats, he warns them not to be fooled. He still has power even with the restraint left. To prove it, Loki raises his weapon Ragnar and strikes the treasure tree at him. Instantly, a colossal lightning bolt crashes down from the sky, lightening the southern part of the island. Flames rise high as Elbaf begins to burn. Above ground, the giants' grand feast comes to an abrupt end as they hear blare of a horn and lighting. The warriors rush to the site of the fire. They quickly works on putting out the fire. Fire is Elbaf's greatest weakness. Back at Walrus School, Ange tells Saul the truth behind the monsters. Earlier that day, she gave the children an assignment. Draw what you fear the most. It was meant to help them confront their fears. The results now make horrifying sense. The monsters appearing across the island are the exact things the children drew. Some drew Loki, fearing he would destroy the world. Others drew Nika for the same reason, that his power might bring chaos. Some drew Fenrir, the wolf of legend. Others drew storms, ghosts, and yes, Jormungandr, the giant serpent they just fought. Ange recalls one girl, Yelova, who had said the assignment gave her nightmares. At the time, A thought it was just fear from imagination. Now she realizes the truth. The children's drawings have somehow come to life. Their fears have taken physical form, attacking them in the real world. High above the treasure tree, Adam, the Knights of Gods watch everything unfold. All of them are present except Shamrock, who's missing. One of the knights, Killingam, admits he's behind the creation of these fear beasts. He mentions a time limit. The monsters will only exist until the children reach the ship. With a smug tone, he wonders aloud if anyone will uncover the truth before then. Another night, Summers speaks cryptically. To know love is to wound someone else. He then turns to Gunko and asks what she fears most. Without hesitation, Gunko answers. Nika, the legendary sun god, terrifies her above all. Meanwhile, Saul begins running over to the sleepwalking children. He's trying desperately to wake them up. Robin calls out to him, warning him to be careful. She reminds him that Wolf specifically warned him not to touch the children. There must be a reason for that warning, but Saul doesn't see anything visibly wrong with them. They just look like sleeping children walking in a trance. He decides to try anyway and reaches out to grab one of the young girls. The moment he reaches for her, something invisible stabs him. Invisible thorns surrounding her pierce through his hand, causing him immediate pain. He recoils, now understanding Wolf's warning. Ange quickly contacts the giants who are still at the party. She informs them about the bizarre situation that's unfolding. The sleepwalking children are following Branch Route 8, and that's exactly where the fire Loki started is currently burning. The children are walking directly into danger, but the giants are too drunk partying and can't seem to act properly in this crucial moment. The firefighting crew immediately mobilizes. They take to the air on their flying spar ship, heading straight for the fire to put it out before the children reach it. But as they fly through the air, they suddenly get attacked by one of the nightmare creatures. The beast strikes them hard, knocking the entire firefighting crew out of the sky. Everyone watching is shocked. The scene shifts to high above the chaos. The Knights of God are sitting together enjoying a meal while watching all the destruction unfold below them like it's entertainment. They're completely relaxed and casual about the suffering they're causing. Summers starts laughing. He finds it hilarious how shocked the giants were when they got stabbed by the invisible thorns he created. He explains that he's eaten the throne no me, a devil fruit which gives him the power to generate thorny vines. He can make them completely invisible, which makes them perfect for trapping people. Summers describes his ability as a representation of the phrase, "Even love has its thorns." He's quite proud of this metaphor. Gunko, sitting nearby, reacts with complete indifference. She doesn't seem impressed or interested in his philosophical musings. Summers continues explaining to Gunko. He says that love is what will draw in the people who care about someone despite the thorns surrounding them. Parents will try to reach their children no matter what, and that's what makes this game so enjoyable for him. Gunko, however, still shows absolutely no interest in Summer's twisted fantasies. Killingam then asks Gunko which route she picked for the children to follow. Gunko explains that she deliberately chose the route that would lead the children straight to the ocean sea clouds. Summers adds that it stands out well enough that the giants can clearly see what's happening, which makes their futility in trying to stop the knights even more obvious and demoralizing. Killingam then casually mentions he needs more salt for his meal. This causes Summers to start imagining salt appearing on the table. But then something strange happens. Killingam suddenly makes Summers to sleep right at the table with their powers. While Summers is sleeping, Killingam reaches into his dream and extracts actual physical salt from it. The salt from Summers' imagination becomes real. This reveals Killingam's devil fruit power. He's eaten the Ryu no Mi model Kirin, a mythical Zoan fruit. This power allows him to transform into a Kirin, the mythical creature, but more than that, it gives him the ability to manifest people's dreams into reality. Summers wakes up from being put to sleep and immediately asks if Killingam used this same power on the kids. Killingam explains casually that he can do both at the same time. He can put people to sleep and manifest their dreams simultaneously. It's all part of his devil fruit's abilities. Gunko then says that all they need to do now is take one of the giants' boats back to the Holy Land and their mission will be complete. They'll have the children and Elbaf will be in chaos. Summers complains about how easy this game has been. He was hoping for more of a challenge. Gunko tells him that trouble will definitely brew eventually since the Straw Hats are in Elbaf too. They might interfere with the plan. The three knights then notice that the children are heading directly toward the fire that's spreading through the tree. They discuss this briefly and decide that if the children burn to death, they can just find more children to kidnap. The lives of these specific children mean nothing to them. Back down in the underworld, Loki is still standing with Ragnar in hand. He tells Hadruin that he cannot possibly stop him since Hadrudin isn't even strong enough to lift Ragnar himself. Loki once again orders that the last sea stone cuff be removed immediately, threatening to kill all of the weaklings in the Sun World if they don't comply. Hadrudin reluctantly agrees to stand down, but Zoro warns him not to give in to Loki's threats. At the same time, Luffy prepares to attack. He launches an assault on Loki, but the attack is rather weak because of Loki's already severe injuries. Despite the weak blow, it's enough. Loki collapses to the ground from the combination of his existing wounds and Luffy's hit. After Loki falls, Luffy and Zoro climb up onto his massive body to check on him. Zoro figures it out. Loki was bluffing the entire time. He was putting on a show of strength, but he was actually just trying to find somewhere he could collapse safely without losing face. He was already at his limit. Luffy, seeing Loki unconscious and badly hurt, begs Hadrudin not to let Loki die regardless of whatever crimes he's committed in the past. Luffy believes everyone deserves to be saved. Gerd, the giant doctor, begins treating Loki's wounds. She examines him carefully and delivers her medical assessment. She says it will take a few months until Loki is fully healed. His injuries are that severe. She knows that if he's going to make a full recovery, he cannot stay here in the underworld. Underworld isn't suitable for healing, but she also knows the harsh reality. The people of the Sun World will kill Loki on sight. If he's taken there, he's universally hated for what he's believed to have done. As Gerd works, Luffy notices something. He's surprised to see that the horns on Loki's head are actually real, not decorative or fake. The giants explain that these horns are a remnant of Loki's ancient giant blood, which he inherited from their father, Harald. It's a rare trait that shows his lineage. Hearing Harald's name makes Heartwarming think back to his childhood. He remembers how Harald called both him and Loki his sons. Harald told them he hoped they would work together to support Elbaf after he died. It was supposed to be a partnership between brothers, ruling the kingdom together in harmony, but the reality was very different. Loki looked down on Heartwarming for being physically weak despite being the older brother. Loki insulted him constantly. He also mocked Heartwarming's mixed heritage, treating him as inferior because of his bloodline. These memories fill Heartwarming with rage. He draws his axe intending to kill Loki himself right here and now. He wants to avenge his parents and all the disrespect he's endured. But before Heartwarming can strike, Loki speaks up. Despite being barely conscious, he tells Heartwarming to either get over his personal grudges or stop his personal drama and actually see the situation for what it really is. There's more going on here than Heartwarming realizes. At that point, Loki asks Heartwarming a direct question. He asks if Heartwarming truly believes that he, Loki, killed their father, Harald, purposefully in cold blood like everyone says he did. Was it really premeditated murder? Does Heartwarming genuinely believe that's what happened? The question hangs in the air, suggesting that the truth about Harald's death might be very different from what everyone in Elbaf believes. Meanwhile, Ripley brings Frankie to an ancient scientific facility. The building is covered in vines and trees, clearly very old. Frankie finds this structure rather out of place in a country that's filled with warriors. It doesn't fit Elbaf's culture at all. As they approach, Lilith and Bonnie greet Frankie from within the facility. They explain they had found this place first, though the truth is they actually got lost and stumbled upon it by accident. Ripley warns the two that she heard alarms in the distance, and now she can properly warn them about the potential dangers nearby that are developing across Elbaf. Lilith tells Frankie something remarkable. By her estimate, this facility has been in Elbaf for 3 millennia. That's 3,000 years old. Frankie finds this hard to believe, but Ripley supports Lilith's assessment, explaining that the giants have absolutely no record of this building in any of their historical archives. Their documented history, regardless of its mysterious origins. Lilith decides right then to make this facility her new base of operations. She's already planning how to use it. But just as Frankie asks if he can look inside the facility himself, Bonnie suddenly warns both of them that something is behind them. That something turns out to be one of Killingam's MMAs, which are the manifested nightmares. This particular one has taken the form of a lightning cloud with a face on it. It's hovering menacingly near them. At first, Frankie thinks it might just be something natural to Elbaf, maybe part of the strange environment. But Ripley quickly clarifies that the opposite is true. This creature is completely unnatural and doesn't belong here at all. The scene shifts to the western village where the feast was taking place. A large skeletal MMA called Draugr begins its assault on the village. The massive undead creature is attacking buildings and threatening everyone. This forces the warriors who were drinking and celebrating to suddenly sober up and fight back against this threat. Unfortunately, both Dory and Brogy are absent at this crucial moment. They can't give the giants proper commands and battle strategy. The reason? Apparently they drank way too much alcohol and had to run to the bathroom. The timing couldn't be worse. The giants, seeing the Straw Hats present, prepare to move them away from the fight to keep them safe. But Usopp tells the giants that they actually wanted to help fight. He says this very quietly, though, clearly nervous about the situation, but trying to be brave. There's also Kolon, a young giant. He's forbidden from fighting despite his claim that he is a warrior and the son of Skapar Gaban. The adult giants tell him to take shelter with the rest of the children instead. He's too young to be in this battle. Nami approaches Jarul and tells him about their earlier expedition to Orist Castle. Jarul learns from the injured guards about 2 important things. First, there was a Shanks look-alike spotted at the castle. Second, another intruder was using a strange power of some kind. The guards describe what they experienced. Jinbei, listening to this report, surmises that it was the work of a devil fruit user. He connects the dots and suggests that it's possible these large monsters currently attacking are also the work of these unknown intruders. Everything happening might be connected to whoever was at that castle. Jarul immediately orders that everyone in the country be informed about these intruders. He wants to be notified the moment they're found. Nami becomes furious hearing all of this. She's outraged that these people would abduct children in broad daylight. It's a despicable act. Usopp, on the other hand, fears what the attackers will demand from the country once the children are their hostages. What kind of ransom or demands will they make? Jinbei offers to help stop the intruders himself, but Jarul refuses the offer. He cites that the Straw Hats are their guests, and guests should hide somewhere safe instead of fighting. It's a matter of giant hospitality and pride. After the giants leave to organize the defense, Jinbei makes a practical observation. If the intruders are human-sized like them, the Straw Hats would actually have a much easier time dealing with them compared to the giants. Usopp adds that the giants can handle the large monsters better with their size and strength. So it makes sense to divide the labor this way. Of course, there's a problem. The country is far too big for them to cover on foot. They need transportation. That's when Nami sees Cologne dragging a bag of weapons, clearly planning to sneak off and fight despite being told not to. The four Straw Hats approach Cologne. Once Cologne realizes they don't plan on stopping him or telling on him, he agrees to let them ride on his spar ship. However, he has one condition. They have to make him the captain of this expedition. It's his price for the ride. Back with the Knights of God, high above everything, the three of them hear the announcement echoing across Elbaf that humans, aside from the Straw Hats, have been spotted on the island. The giants are now searching for intruders, but the knights largely ignore this warning. They don't seem concerned at all about being discovered. Summers notices Gunko listening to music through some device. He comments that it's her post-meal ritual, something she does after eating. But Gunko denies this characterization. She clarifies it's not a ritual. It's just something she enjoys doing. There's no ceremony to it. Summer shares his own preferences. He says he prefers attending a live musical performance where he can shoot the person who flubs a note first. He asks Gunko what song she's currently listening to. Surprisingly, Gunko tells him she's listening to New World. This is actually one of Brook's songs that he performed. The Straw Hats musician's work has reached even the Knights of God. Summer starts laughing at this revelation. He asks Gunko if she's dissatisfied with the current world, mocking her music choice. But before the conversation can continue, Killingem chastises Summers for making fun of other people's interests. Summers quickly apologizes for being rude. Killingem then shifts the conversation to comment on the adults' desperate attempts to save the children below. They're watching it all like it's entertainment. Back with Saul and the children, he's come up with a new strategy. He equips himself with 2 large shields to protect himself from the invisible thorns that Summers created. He figures if he can't touch the children directly, maybe he can block the thorns with shields. He manages to stop one of the children using this method. But then another sleepwalking child bumps into the one he stopped. When they collide, the thorns surrounding both children activate, hurting both of them. Saul watches in horror as the children get injured despite his best efforts. Robin is disgusted by how cruel this trap is. It's designed to hurt the children no matter what anyone tries to do. Robin tells Saul they should search for the source of these powers. If they can find and stop the devil fruit users, they can end this. But Saul warns that if they leave to search and don't do anything to slow down the children, they'll walk straight into the fire that's spreading through the tree. The children will burn to death. Saul comes up with another idea. He grabs some rope and lassos one of the children from behind, catching them like a cowboy roping cattle. This way, he's not directly touching them. But just as he does this, one of the MMAs appears. It's a Fenrir, a giant wolf from the children's nightmares. The creature prepares to attack Saul. This makes Saul realize something important. The monsters aren't just randomly attacking. They're specifically trying to keep anyone from interfering with the children's march toward the ship. They're acting as guards for the Knights of God's plan. Back in the western village, the Draugr, the large skeletal monster, is finally brought down by the combined efforts of the giant warriors. But the victory came at a cost. Several warriors were injured in the process of defeating it. However, there are more monsters. Two other MMAs appear, a Nidhogg and a ghost. These two creatures prove to be too much for the warriors to handle. The Nidhogg is overwhelming their defenses, and the ghost is terrifying and difficult to hit. The situation becomes desperate, forcing everyone to start fleeing for their lives. Suddenly, two familiar voices ring out. Dory and Brogy appear finally back from the bathroom. They're ready to fight. The two legendary giants use a simultaneous Hakoku attack, their signature technique, where they swing their weapons together. The massive shockwave destroys both the Nidhogg and the ghost instantly. The attack is so powerful, it also destroys another MMA that was approaching. The two giants apologize to everyone for being late to the fight. They explain they were throwing up all the alcohol. They drank to sober themselves up quickly, but now they're genuinely mad that they wasted such good drink. That expensive, delicious alcohol had to be sacrificed. And now they want payback against whoever made them waste it. In addition to Dory and Brogy's return, there's another major development. Skopper Gabbon is present with the giant warrior pirates. He's arrived to join the battle. Seeing these legendary figures arriving to fight gives all the villagers hope. They now believe they can win this battle. Meanwhile, Goldberg, Zoro, and Sanji goes hunting for food in the underworld. They need meat to help Loki recover his strength. As they search, they cross paths with a huge dinosaur called Grogosaurus. The beast is massive and aggressive, immediately attacking them. Goldberg uses his sentient shield named Nash to block the dinosaur's bite. The shield comes alive and defends against the creature's powerful jaws. While the beast is distracted, Sanji launches Zoro high into the air. From his elevated position, Zoro comes down with his swords and decapitates the Grogosaurus in one clean strike. The dinosaur falls dead. After they kill it, Goldberg tells the two that Grogosaurus meat is actually delicious, especially when it's stewed in alcohol. The meat becomes incredibly tender and flavorful when prepared this way. Sanji points out that he didn't bring any alcohol with him for cooking, but Goldberg explains there's a hunting cabin nearby that's filled with useful cooking tools and supplies. On their way back to the group, they can also look for herbs to season the meat properly. Zoro, curious about what he just saw, asks Goldberg why his shield is alive. He wonders if it's because of a devil fruit power. Goldberg reveals the truth. Nash came to life after his father went on an expedition to kill Big Mom. His father encountered her during that journey, and Nash was given life by Big Mom's Soru Soru Nomi power. In short, Nash is a homie just like Zeus. Goldberg mentions he was surprised to find out that a homie of Nash's caliber was now subservient to Nami working with the Straw Hats. Back with the main group, Loki tells the new giant warrior pirates and Luffy something important. He was attacked by the Knights of God. This information surprises everyone listening. The Knights of God are legendary figures that most people never encounter. Hadrudin starts pondering whether this attack was retribution for Loki's past rampages out at sea. Maybe Loki had caused enough trouble that the Knights came after him specifically. But Loki refutes this theory immediately. He claims that if he had gotten far enough out to sea to actually run into the Knights of God, he would already be king of the world by now. He never made it that far from Elbaf. Still, dude has like 2.6 billion berry bounty. At this moment, Goldberg, Zoro, and Sanji return with their kill. The other giants are ready with a fire pit, and they begin cooking the Grogosaurus meat. The smell of cooking meat fills the air as everyone waits for it to be ready. Once the meat is cooked, Luffy, eager to help Loki recover, tries shoving it directly into Loki's mouth without letting it cool off first. The scalding hot meat burns Loki's mouth and throat. Loki reacts in pain and asks if Luffy is actually trying to kill him by reopening his wounds. This is the opposite of helping. Even though Loki got burned, he does eat the meat because he needs the nutrition. However, he has serious trouble eating while laying on his back. The position makes it difficult to swallow properly, and he starts to choke on the meat. He's coughing and struggling to breathe. Seeing this emergency, Luffy quickly grabs a cup of soup to help wash down the meat. But the soup is still boiling hot, fresh from the fire. As Luffy rushes over, he accidentally spills the scalding soup all over Loki, burning him even more. Loki is now burned in multiple places. Loki demands loudly that Luffy be kept as far away from him as possible. Every time Luffy tries to help, he makes things worse. But interestingly, Gerd watches all of this and gives Luffy a thumbs up for what he did. It seems she approves of Loki getting burned a bit, perhaps as karmic justice for his past actions. Zoro, watching Loki carefully, begins to think that Loki might be lying about the promise he made to Luffy earlier. Something doesn't add up about his story. Loki clarifies that he's not lying about his promise, but he still refuses to say anything more detailed about himself or his past. The reason? They haven't removed the last of his sea stone shackles yet. Until he's completely free, he won't fully open up. Still, despite his reluctance, Loki admits something personal. He says he understands Luffy's feelings of wanting to reunite with his idol. Luffy clearly admires Shanks deeply and wants to see him again. Loki felt the same way when he was younger, though he regrets that he was only just a boy at that time. If he had been older or stronger, things might have been different. The scene shifts to a flashback. A young Loki, still a child, wanted desperately to join the crew of the Rock's pirates. He idolized Rock's Zebeck, the legendary pirate captain who commanded the most feared crew of his era. Loki saw Rox as the ultimate warrior and wanted to sail under his flag, but Rox refused to let the young giant join his crew. Loki was just a child, and Rox wouldn't take him along on his dangerous voyages. Loki, stubborn and determined to prove himself, even challenged Rox to a fight. He thought if he could show his strength, Rox would accept him. Instead, Loki got beaten badly. Rox defeated him easily, showing the vast gap in their power. The young Loki stood no chance against the legendary pirate. Back in the present, Loki laments that he was born in the wrong era. If he had been born earlier, or if Rox had lived longer, maybe he could have achieved his dream of sailing with his idol. The timing of fate worked against him. The scene shifts to the sun world above. Dory and Brogy are doing their best to fend off the attacking Draugr and Ghost MMAs that are swarming the area. The nightmare creatures keep coming, forcing the legendary warriors to fight continuously. Gaban attacks one of the MMAs that resembles Loki and easily defeats it with a single strike. After destroying it, he comments that he's glad these creatures are just children's nightmares manifested into reality. He thinks that if the kids actually met the real Loki, the nightmares might actually be stronger than these fake versions. Gaban then uses his observation haki and senses the presence of the Knights of God somewhere on the island. His expression becomes serious. He says that if even Elbaf is no longer safe from the world government's reach, then the world is truly coming to an end. Elbaf has always been a sanctuary, a place beyond the world government's control. But now even this stronghold is under attack. As for the firefighting team, the Giants are working desperately to put out the wildfire that Loki started, but they're unable to extinguish it because of how absolutely huge the blaze has become. The flames are spreading faster than they can control, consuming the ancient wood of the treasure tree Adam. Saul, who had just defeated the Fenrir MMA that was attacking him, calls out to the firefighters. He asks them to pick up the pace because the sleepwalking children are almost at the flames. If the fire isn't put out soon, the children will walk directly into it and burn alive. High above, Gunko and Summers watch the scene unfolding below them like it's a show. Summers asks Gunko a disturbing question. He wants to know if the children will wake up when they start burning. Will the pain break through the sleep spell? Gunko responds casually. She says the children will wake up when the fire touches them. They'll cry out for their parents as they burn to ash. Her tone is completely emotionless, like she's describing the weather. Hearing this answer, Summers begins to laugh. He finds the mental image of children burning and crying for help to be amusing. It's entertainment to him. Ultimately, the firefighters are unable to extinguish the flames in time. The children, still sleepwalking in their trance, start walking directly into the fire. The heat is intense, and they're about to be consumed by the blaze. All of a sudden, a massive amount of water crashes down onto the fire from above. Jinbei, positioned somewhere nearby, uses a fishman jujutsu technique called Umigumo Ipponseoi. He hurls a huge amount of sea clouds at the fire with incredible force. The sea clouds contain enough moisture to successfully extinguish the entire wildfire. The flames are put out completely, saving the children at the last possible moment. Though the children are safe from the fire for now, they're still in danger. They continue walking in their trance, following Gunko's arrow that's controlling their movements. They're still heading toward the knight's ship and their unknown fate. The giant warrior pirates, seeing the fire go out, praise the firefighter squad for their excellent work in putting out the blaze so quickly. But the firefighters know the truth. They weren't the ones who extinguished it. Someone else saved the day, but they don't know who. Robin, who's watching everything carefully, suspects that Jinbei is close by. She knows his techniques and recognizes his style of attack. On the ship, Cologne opens up to the Straw Hats emotionally. He tells them that everyone at Walrus School dislikes him. He's not popular with the other children, possibly because of his eagerness to prove himself or his connection to Gabon. But despite being disliked, that doesn't mean he won't help the other children when they're in need. He's still going to do the right thing, even for people who don't like him. It's a moment of genuine heroism from the young giant. Just then, the mood shifts dramatically. Gunko suddenly appears on the bow of Cologne's ship, standing there menacingly. She's been watching them this whole time and has now decided to reveal herself. She speaks, musing out loud about something. She comments that the school is not the place to find a child as perky and energetic as Cologne. She's targeting him specifically. Jinbei, analyzing the situation, surmises that Gunko must be one of the human intruders that injured the castle guards at Arost Castle. However, Gunko takes immediate offense to being called a human. She declares herself a god instead. This statement confuses everyone on the ship. They don't understand what she means by calling herself a god. Nami and Cologne, angry about what's happening, demand that Gunko tell them what she's planning to do with the children. They tell her to give the children back at once, but Gunko sharply tells Cologne to shut it while she explains her plans. She says that because the giant children are so physically large, they needed to put them to sleep and control them this way. Otherwise, transporting them would be impossible. She reveals that they're going to take the children to the Holy Land of the World Government. Jinbei asks directly if Gunko is a world noble, a celestial dragon. Usopp points out that she looks completely different from the world nobles he's seen before. They usually wear bubble helmets and look pompous. But then Brook surprisingly deduces something important. He realizes she must be a member of the Knights of God. This shocks everyone listening, and Gunko confirms that Brook is correct. She is indeed one of the Knights of God. Usopp asks if she's kidnapping the kids to make them slaves. As he speaks, Gunko uses her arrow powers and to make one of her arrows chase after him. The arrow pursues Usopp across the deck. Nami refuses to let Gunko take the children. She summons Zeus, her cloud companion, and commands him to transform. Zeus turns into a shark shape, and Nami sends him flying straight at Gunko to attack her. Unfortunately, Gunko demonstrates her power by redirecting Zeus back at Nami. The attack reverses direction mid-flight. As Gunko redirects the attack, she starts explaining something ominous. She says that originally the world as they know it was supposed to vanish without anyone realizing it. Everything would have ended quietly. Zeus appears to strike Nami directly, but when the cloud clears, it's revealed that Brook shielded her at the last second. He took the hit meant for Nami, protecting her from Zeus's attack. Gunko continues her explanation without pause. She says that a few people figured out the truth about what was supposed to happen and warned the world about it. As she's talking, Usopp blasts her with his pop greens. The plants explode with tremendous force. To even Usopp's surprise, it looks as though he completely obliterated Gunko's upper half. Her entire torso appears destroyed by the attack. But to everyone's absolute horror, Gunko regenerates right before their eyes. Her body reforms as if nothing happened. She possesses regeneration abilities similar to the 5 elders. As she regenerates, Gunko declares that nothing can stop the countdown. Whatever is coming cannot be prevented. She then aims one of her arrows directly at Usopp, marking him as her next target. Usopp realizes that the arrow signifies who she's going to attack. Jinbei, Nami, and Brook all try desperately to redirect the arrow away from Usopp. They're working together to protect him. While they struggle, Gunko makes a major declaration. She announces that a vast war that will consume the entire world is about to begin. It's inevitable, and whichever side the giants of Elbaf take will greatly affect the war's outcome. The giants are powerful enough to tip the balance. This is why the world government wants to force Elbaf to join them. They need the giant strength for the coming conflict. Nami refuses to believe such a terrible thing could happen. The thought of a world-consuming war is too horrible to accept. Jinbei calls Gunko and the world government cowards for trying to kidnap children to force a nation's hand. It's a despicable tactic. Gunko simply states that she's just following orders. She's a soldier doing what she's told. But with that said, she reveals something even more disturbing. She states bluntly that she could not care less about the lives of the children. To her, they're just trash. They're tools to be used and discarded. The children mean absolutely nothing to her as individuals. The Straw Hats all call her crazy. She's a monster who sees children as disposable objects. Cologne, enraged by her words, steps forward to fight Gunko himself. He's not going to let her take the children or hurt his friends. But Gunko moves faster. She wraps one of her arrows around Cologne's neck like a lasso or whip. The arrow tightens around his throat and she starts carrying him away, lifting him off the deck. Both Jinbei and Brook immediately try to attack Gunko to free Cologne, but Gunko uses a technique called aloe. Somehow, her power makes their attacks hit each other instead of hitting her. Jinbei and Brook strikes collide, and the force knocks both of them overboard into the sea clouds below. With Jinbei and Brook eliminated from the fight, Gunko then kicks Nami with tremendous force, sending her flying off the ship as well. Finally, she lands a devastating blow on Usopp. The sniper takes a direct hit and goes down hard. In moments, Gunko has defeated all 4 Straw Hats on the ship and captured Cologne as her hostage. Meanwhile, in another part of Elbaf, Summers communicates with Keelingam through a Den Mushi. Keelingam has just arrived at Walrus School and has defeated both Kiba, the principal, and Ange, one of the teachers. Ange's body has been completely immobilized by one of Keelingam's special abilities called Mina. She can't move at all. Summers tells Keelingam that Elbaf's methods of communication are inadequate for their needs. They're too primitive. Keelingam agrees with this assessment, but he points out that every village and every important facility in the country has its own communication tool. The giants have spread them throughout the land. Keelingam approaches a special device called a Dango Mushi. The giants of Elbaf use a giant version of the snail known as a Dango Mushi. This species is much larger than the regular Den Mushi, about as tall as a regular human. Its shell is segmented. He tells Summers to talk into the regular Den Mushi, which should transmit his voice to the Dango Mushi. This will broadcast Summers' message all over Elbaf. Everyone in the country will hear what he has to say. Summers says he'll get to making the announcement once he finishes up his current fight. He's currently battling Saul, and he mentions he's surprised to learn that Saul actually survived Ohara's destruction. He thought Saul died in that fire years ago. Saul, badly injured and barely standing, tells Robin and Chopper something urgent. They've been hiding in his hair this whole time to stay safe. He begs them to remain hiding there and not come out no matter what happens. He also begs them to save the children. Those are his final words before he collapses from his injuries. Summers has defeated him. With Saul down, Summers begins to speak. He voices his refusal to accept that the giants are a peaceful race. Now, according to Summers, the giants should be using their incredible power to serve the world government as mercenaries and warriors. They should be soldiers for the government. Their strength is being wasted on peace. But apparently, King Harold changed all of that. He transformed Elbaf from a warrior nation into a land of pacifists. Summers heavily resents Harold for this decision. He sees it as a betrayal of what the giants should be. The idea of peaceful giants disgusts him. The story picks up with a flashback. Before Saul confronted Summers, he had pulled Robin and Chopper aside and told them to stay hidden. Saul explained that he had encountered Summers in the past and knew exactly who he was. Summers is part of the Knights of God, and according to Saul, they are all immortal. That's why Saul wanted Robin and Chopper to wait for the right moment to rescue the children rather than rushing in. Back in the present, Saul has collapsed on the ground. Summer stands over him and chides the Marines for their sloppiness and how they destroyed O'Hara all those years ago. Gunko arrives at the scene and meets up with Summers. She's brought several of the Straw Hats with her, captured and restrained using her arrow powers. The captured crew members are bound by her abilities. Summers asks Gunko if they're planning to take these pirates back as prisoners. But before she can answer, Keelingam, who has been listening nearby, scolds Summers. He warns that taking them prisoner will only invoke Luffy's wrath. They should just finish their mission and leave, nothing more. Among the captured Straw Hats, Nami immediately blames Jinbei for letting this situation happen. Jinbei is trying to figure out a way to beat the Knights despite being restrained. Brook is looking at Gunko, pondering where he has seen her before. There's something familiar about her. Gunko suddenly points a sword made of her arrows directly at Brook. She demands that he become her slave and write music for her forever. Everyone is surprised to learn that Gunko is actually a fan of Brook's music, but Brook refuses without hesitation. He tells her that he has already sworn his loyalty to Luffy and cannot break that oath. Gunko threatens to kill him if he doesn't rescind his loyalty to his captain. Brook proudly states that he will accept death rather than betray Luffy. Gunko starts beating Brook up for his refusal. Strangely, during this, she seems to grip her heart for some reason, as if something about the situation affects her emotionally. Summers watches this and tells Gunko that he doesn't want to fight Luffy either. He turns to Killingam and asks if everything is set up. Killingam confirms that it is. Summers begins addressing all of Elbaf through the stolen Den Den Mushi communication system. His voice echoes across the entire island. He announces that the strange occurrences happening across Elbaf are their work. He reveals that he comes from Mary Juaz as one of the Knights of God. Summers declares that they have taken 10 of Elbaf's children as hostages. He also informs them that Saul has been badly injured for trying to stop them. Killingam asks Ange for the names of all the kidnapped children. He wants their parents to know exactly who has been taken. As he speaks, he uses his power to wake the children up from their dream-induced sleep. The children begin to wake up confused and disoriented. They figure out that they're on branch 8 of the World Tree, but they quickly realize something is terribly wrong. They can't stop walking. They can't stop following the glowing arrow path that guides them forward. Their bodies won't respond to their commands. Kalan, who was added to the group of kidnapped children, informs everyone that they've all been kidnapped. This revelation causes all the children to start crying. They want their parents. They're scared and confused. Kolon, despite being just as frightened as the others, tries to be brave. He tells everyone that he's here and he'll protect them all. But even as he says this, he's terrified. The massive MMAs created by Keelingam's Kirin Devil fruit power loom over them, watching their every move. On the Great Eric, the ship of the giant warrior pirates, they try to turn around to rescue the children, but their ship suddenly has a hole torn in it by one of the MMAs. This particular MMA looks like a woman and actually resembles one of the giant's wives. As the giants look around in confusion and growing fear, they realize something horrifying. Some of the MMAs actually do resemble their wives. The children's worst nightmares have been manifested by Keelingam's power. And if these creatures represent what the children fear most, then it's possible the children are afraid of their mothers when they're angry. The island clouds that were supporting the Great Eric are torn away by the angry mother MMAs. The ship loses its support and ultimately crashes. In the distance, Summers sees the crash and knows the giant warrior pirates have been neutralized. Summers now addresses Jarul directly. He calls him the boss of the giants since Elbaf has no king. Summers informs Jarul of their true goal. They want the giants to become their slaves in battle. They want to use the might of Elbaf's warriors for the world government. He explains that they're currently taking the children down to Branch 8. Ange begins announcing the names of each kidnapped child over the broadcast. The list includes Yolva and Olaf, who is revealed to be Oimo's grandson. Summers then reveals one more detail. One child, Colon, tried to be a hero and ended up getting added to the group of kidnapped children. Ripley, hearing this broadcast, reacts in horror. Her child tried to save others and is now in even greater danger. Summers lays out his demands clearly. The Giants must destroy their schools. They must destroy their libraries and burn all the books within. And they must swear loyalty to the Knights of God and the world government. Ange immediately retorts, her voice filled with emotion. She explains that their school represents Elbaf's current state of peace. It's a symbol of how far they've come as a society. The library, meanwhile, contains Elbaf's ancient history, the accumulated knowledge of their entire civilization. But it contains more than that. It also houses the knowledge of the world that was saved by the people of O'Hara, the scholars who gave their lives to preserve history. To the Giants, both the school and the library are sacred treasures. Summers, unmoved by her passionate speech, simply tells Ange to calm down. He shows no regard for what these institutions mean to them. Hearing all of this, Skapar Gaban prepares to head out. His son, Cologne, is among the kidnapped children, and he won't stand by while his child is in danger. At the same time, Robin makes her decision. She's unwilling to let the Knights of God destroy the efforts of her people. One of the kidnapped children, a girl named Ronya, being separated from the group, she begins walking on an arrow path created by Gunkos, but this arrow leads off the edge of the branch. At first, Ronya tries not to make a big deal out of it. She keeps her composure, but then she looks down and sees just how far the fall would be. She stops moving, frozen in fear. Gunko is moved to the children's location. She reports to Summers that the first child they will kill to force the Giants to fall in line is ready. Summers tells Gunko to make it so all of Elbaf can hear Ronya's voice through the Denden Mushi system. He then adds a time limit. Should the Giants not make a decision within the next 30 seconds, Ronya will fall into the underworld to her death. Once again, Summers demands that Jarul orders the school and library to be destroyed. The other Giants surrounding Jarul start voicing their opinions. Some tell him that he cannot destroy the school. They argue that the library contains words from people spanning 1,000 years of history. It's irreplaceable knowledge. However, others argue back that the children's lives are more important than any building or any book. The debate continues as some Giants point out that the biggest problem isn't just about the school and library. It's about whether or not they will comply with the Knights of God's demands and become servants of the world government. Are they willing to give up their freedom? As the arguments escalate, the Giants all start begging for someone out to help them. There seems to be no good answer. Robin hears all of this and makes her decision. She decides to confront Summers directly, even though she knows she cannot do any lasting damage to him because of his immortality. But she finds herself unable to contain her emotions. She has to try. Nami, still restrained by Gunko's powers, is outraged. Ripley, Dory, and Brogy decide on a plan. They split their forces into two groups. Half of the giant warrior pirates along with Frankie will rush off to rescue the children. The other half will stay behind to fight off and take down the remaining MMAs that are still attacking them. Meanwhile, Summers continues his broadcast. He explains that when they burn the library, they are to leave all the books inside it as well. They want to destroy the Giants' history and culture completely, leaving nothing behind. Robin emerges and immediately attacks Summers with her devil fruit powers. She uses Cienfleur Crespedia. The attack draws blood from Summers. She then restrains him with 4 arms, attempting to break his back by snapping his spine. The captured Straw Hats cheer at first, hopeful that Robin has defeated him, but Summers simply fixes himself. His body regenerates thanks to his immortality. While healing, he calmly tells all of Elbaf that they now have 20 seconds left. Robin doesn't give up. She jumps directly onto Summers and throws both of them off the branch, plummeting toward the underworld below. As they fall, Robin tells him that while she is aware he is immortal and possesses devil fruit powers, she figures if she gets him far away enough from the children, they will no longer be surrounded by his invisible thorns from his devil fruit ability. Summers commends Robin for her clever thinking. He stabs her with his thorns in response, but then he discovers something. It's a copy. He's been deceived. The real Robin went to work on a different task. She's trying to cut Gunko's arrows to free the captured Straw Hats. She uses a knife and tries to slice through the arrow restraints, but the knife cannot cut through them. The arrows are too strong. Robin realizes they need to take Gunko down directly to break free from her powers. On top of that, Summer saves himself from the fall using his thorn powers. He climbs back up and announces there are only 10 seconds left. Gunko, standing near Ronya at the edge of the branch, demands that Ronya say something. She wants the child to beg for her life. Ronya begins to speak. Her voice carries across all of Elbaf. She tells Jarul that she loves school. She loves it because that's where her friends are. She also loves the library and everything of it represents, saying that one thing she has learned from school, not cause trouble for other people. Therefore, if they have to burn the school and library just to keep her from falling, she would rather fall. She tells Jarul that she will be okay. She says she's a lucky girl. Jarul makes his decision. With a heavy heart, he orders Anj to burn down the school and library. Anj tears in her eyes, regretfully agrees to carry out the order. There's no other choice if they want to save the children. Robin is brought to tears. Just then, Summers returns to the branch. Having climbed back up, he uses his powers to restrain Robin with his thorns. She's caught. He recognizes her as Nico Robin, the archaeologist from O'Hara. He prepares to finish her off, raising his thorns to deliver a killing blow. But suddenly, his right arm gets cut off clean. The limb falls away from his body. Summers looks at his severed arm in shock. To his complete surprise, it does not regenerate. His immortality isn't working. The culprit is revealed. It's Skapar Gaban. Summers recognizes him immediately, and there's fear in his eyes. This is someone from the Roger Pirates. Gaban's face is twisted with pure fury. His son, Cologne, is among the kidnapped children, and he's not holding back. He delivers a devastating slash directly across Summers' chest. The blow is powerful and brutal. Summers is hit with the full force of Gaban's rage. The chapter ends here with Gaban having wounded Summers in a way that his immortality cannot immediately heal, setting up an intense confrontation. The restrained Straw Hat pirates watch in complete amazement as Skapar Gaban actually manages to injure Shepherd Summers. Summers screams out in pain, an unusual sight for someone with immortality. Gaban, assessing his own performance, notes that he has gotten rusty over the years. Without wasting time, Gaban turns around and charges directly at Summers. In response, Summers quickly uses his powers, creating a barrier of thorns to block Gaban's incoming attack as he backs away. Summers, clearly curious about this unexpected encounter, asks Gaban why he is even in Elbaf. But Skapar Gaban dismisses the question, saying he does not want to bore him with the answer. As the intense battle continues, Nami fills in the rest of the crew about who this mysterious fighter is. She explains that she met Gaban at the castle earlier, and even Luffy and Zoro were completely overwhelmed by his sheer power. She also reveals an important detail. Gaban is Cologne's father. Robin, with her vast knowledge, immediately identifies him as Skapar Gaban. Jinbei confirms this, adding that Gaban is considered Roger's left-hand man, paralleling his role as the right hand. Meanwhile, Chopper watches with intense curiosity. He's fascinated by the fact that Gaban managed to deal actual damage to someone who's supposed to be immortal. Robin, despite being unable to move herself, offers to help using her Hana Hana no Mi devil fruit powers. However, Jinbei immediately warns her not to intervene. He explains that Summers can use thorns made of iron, which would make for an extremely bad matchup against Robin's abilities. Summers then escalates the battle. He creates an entire field of thorns covering the area, leaving absolutely no safe spot to stand, but Gaban moves with incredible speed and precision. In one swift motion, he cuts Summers completely in half before immediately running off to rescue his son. Summers is left impaled on his own thorns. Still alive due to his immortality, but unable to regenerate from this particular injury. Chopper, unable to contain his curiosity any longer, he immediately starts chasing after Gaban, desperate to figure out how the legendary pirate was able to hurt someone with immortality. Back at the Walrus School, Ange stands with tears in her eyes. She has reluctantly set the school on fire, clearly pained by what she has been forced to do. At the same time, Killingham takes it upon himself to set fire to the Owl Library. The destruction of these important buildings fills everyone watching with deep sorrow. The giants, seeing Jarul's anguish, try to comfort him. They tell him not to blame himself for the decision he had to make to save Ronya. When Gunko receives confirmation that both buildings are now burning, she coldly instructs Rona to step backwards on her arrow platform. Ronya, overwhelmed with guilt, starts blaming herself. She says that the school and library are burning because she is still alive. The other kidnapped children and the giants immediately try to reassure her. Gaban arrives at Gunko's position, his face filled with anger. He confronts her directly, telling her that she has no right whatsoever to take away anyone's culture, their history, or especially their children. Gunko notices his arrival and calmly states that his defiance will only mean she will kill the children. Despite the dire threat, all the kidnapped children begin cheering for Gaban, hoping he can save them from this nightmare. In his mind, Gaban desperately begs Cologne not to say anything about their relationship. He knows that revealing this connection could be used against them, but his hopes are shattered when Cologne, unable to contain himself, calls out to him as his father. Gunko overhears this crucial information. Moving with lightning speed, Gunko dodges Gaban's incoming attack. She immediately positions her arrow sword at Colin's neck, threatening to kill him right then and there. Gaban quickly calculates his options. He figures if he can attack fast enough, he might be able to put out the fires at both buildings. Save all the children and rescue all of Elbaf in one swift action. With determination in his voice, Gaban yells to Cologne to hang on. He tells his son to give him just 1 second to end it all, calling him a big and strong boy. Cologne, trusting his father completely, agrees to hold on. In this brief moment, Gaban's mind flashes back to the day Cologne was born. He remembers looking at his newborn son and calling him the greatest gift he could ever receive. But reality crashes back in. Gunko begins driving the tip of her arrow sword into Cologne's neck. Gaban, using his advanced observation haki, looks into the immediate future. What he sees devastates him. He will not be able to save Cologne in time. No matter how fast he moves, his son will die. Faced with this impossible choice, Gaban makes his decision. He drops both of his axes and surrenders completely. Gunko, calling him weak for giving up, immediately riddles his body with multiple arrows from her arrow powers. As Gaban falls off the massive branch, plummeting toward the underworld below, he apologizes to both his son and to all of Elbaf for failing them. Cologne cries out tearfully, watching his father fall. Without hesitation, Chopper makes a split-second decision. He dives off the branch himself, going after Gaban in a desperate attempt to help him. As a result of Cologne's emotional cries for his father, something unexpected happens to Gunko. She begins to recall a memory from her own past. This memory involves Brook back when he was still alive before he became the skeleton musician of the Straw Hat crew. The memory leaves Gunko visibly shaken. Meanwhile, Brook has his own moment of realization. He finds himself musing over how similar Gunko looks to someone from his past. The other Straw Hats try to snap him out of his thoughts, telling him to focus on the immediate problem of escaping their restraints. Gunko suddenly makes a connection. She realizes that the Soul King, the famous musician, is actually Brook. This revelation hits her heart. Immediately, she starts running toward Brook's position, clearly needing to confront him about their shared past. But before Gunko can reach Brook, she is stopped by an overwhelming force. Emu, the mysterious supreme leader of the world government, makes contact. Emu communicates telepathically with all 3 Knights of God simultaneously: Gunko, Summers, and Killingham. Emu's voice is filled with fury. They demand to know why the Knights are taking so long to recruit the giants. The urgency in their communication is palpable. Emu reveals critical information. Mary Juaz, the Holy Land itself, is currently burning. The world government needs the military strength of the giants immediately to deal with this crisis. Having lost all patience with the situation, Emu takes direct action. They remotely possess Gunko's body from afar. As the possession takes hold, Gunko's eyes transform, taking on the same distinctive appearance as Imu's own eyes. Speaking through Gunko's body, Imu makes a chilling declaration to everyone on Elbaf. They announce that they will personally demonstrate the true power of a god. The parents of the kidnapped children finally arrive at their location. The children immediately start calling out to them for help. Colon, still shaken from the previous events, tells the approaching parents that Gaban fell down into the underworld. He warns them desperately to watch out for Gunko, knowing the danger she represents. One of the giant parents gets close enough to try and help the children, but before they can reach them, Summer strikes. Using his thorn power, stabs the approaching giant parents, preventing any rescue attempt. Imu, now possessing Gunko's body, hears all the noise the children and parents are making. The commotion irritates them. Without warning, Imu unleashes a massive blast of Supreme King Shaki. The sheer force of it is overwhelming. The blast instantly knocks all the children unconscious. Several of the giants are also taken down by this display of power, though not all of them fall. Then something truly terrifying happens. Imu's possessed body begins to transform. Devil-looking wings sprout from their back. A demonic tail emerges. They manifest a trident in their hand. With these demonic features now visible, Imu draws a magic circle in the air. From this circle, they summon cannons. The cannons immediately blast the remaining conscious giants, sending them flying away. Imu turns their attention to Kilingam. They ask if this is the limit of what his MMAs can do. Kilingam quickly responds, assuring Imu that this is far from their limit. He explains that the nightmare hole he spawned the MMAs from is still open. This means more MMAs will continue to manifest from every nightmare on the island. He adds another disturbing detail. Since the MMAs have no concept of death whatsoever, he can command them to be revived whenever he wants. There's no way to permanently stop them. Imu then contacts Summers telepathically. Despite still being in pain from being cut in half by Gaban, Summers has managed to put himself back together. Imu gives him a direct order. Oversee the kidnapped children and make sure none of them escape. Jinbei, watching Gunko's possessed body carefully, notices something is different about her. She's not acting like the same person from before. Her entire demeanor has changed. Robin, concerned about their situation, asks where Luffy is. The response she gets is troubling. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and all of the new giant warrior pirates are down in the underworld. They have absolutely no idea what is happening up here on the surface. This realization hits Robin hard. She understands they can't rely on their strongest fighters right now. She decides to take action herself. Using her devil fruit powers, Robin starts attempting to free herself from her restraints. She knows that trying to escape now is a much better alternative than getting captured and losing all hope at the end. Imu begins contemplating their next move. They consider the problem at hand. How to best utilize the kidnapped children when Elbaf currently has no king. The country lacks centralized leadership, which complicates their plans. Then Imu comes to a decision. They will make Dory and Brogy the new kings of Elbaf. These legendary warriors will serve as puppet rulers under Imu's control. At that moment, Dory and Brogy arrive at the scene. Brogy, filled with rage at seeing what's happening to their homeland, angrily grabs Gunko's possessed body. The other giants charge forward as well, but Imu remains completely unfazed by their attack. They speak calmly to Brogy, telling him exactly what will happen. Brogy will kill Jarul. Brogy will then announce to everyone on the island that he and Dory are the new kings of Elbaf. As Imu speaks, they summon a grimoire, a book of dark magic. From this grimoire, they conjure forth a massive shotgun. Without hesitation, Imu uses the shotgun to blow off Brogy's hand completely. This frees Imu from Brogy's grip. Strangely, when Brogy's hand is blown off, no blood comes out of the wound. This unnatural detail shows that something is very wrong. Imu addresses Brogy directly. They tell him they will bestow onto him the power of evil. Imu creates a magic circle underneath Brogy's feet. The circle glows with dark energy. Imu explains the terms of the contract they're forcing upon him. In exchange for some of his lifespan, Brogy will receive immortality and phenomenal strength. But there's a terrible price. By being bound to Emu through this demonic pact, Brogy will lose all sense of reason and logic. He will obey only Emu's commands, nothing else. Emu adds one more chilling statement. According to them, only demons are the proper form for life to take. In an instant, the transformation begins. Brogy starts sinking into the ground where the magic circle was drawn. Emu lifts the circle off the ground and Brogy comes out from the other end. But he's no longer the same. Brogy has become a ferocious demon. His new form is larger than any of the giants, towering over everyone. He now has devil wings, just like Emu's possessed form. Most disturbingly, despite his wrist being completely gone, he's still able to use his severed hand somehow. The giants watching this are horrified. They demand their captain back. They shout for Brogy to return to normal, but the demonic Brogy doesn't respond to their pleas. Instead, he swats them away with tremendous force, treating his own crewmates as enemies. Dory is transformed next. The same demonic process happens to him. Now both legendary captains of the giant warrior pirates have become demons under Emu's control. The demonic Dory and Brogy order their men to help them kill Jarul, but the loyal giant warriors resist. Despite the overwhelming power of their transformed captains, they refuse to betray their country and their principles. Unfortunately, the nightmare doesn't end there. Several other giants are swallowed up by Emu's magic circles. One by one, they're transformed into demons as well. The giants who remain normal have no choice. They're forced to flee from their own transformed comrades. The scene becomes chaotic as demon giants pursue their former friends. With several demonic giants now under their control and killings MMAs surrounding the area, Emu surveys their work. They muse that the power of Elbaf is quite promising indeed. The strength of the giants will serve their purposes well. However, Emu makes an announcement. They will not destroy Elbaf completely. The country still has value to them. But from now on, Elbaf will be ruled by Emu. The giants' independence is over. Emu adds that they would like to see just how useful the giants will be in war. This reveals their ultimate plan to use Elbaf's warriors as a military force for the world government's purposes. The other giants, seeing the demonic Dory and Brogy approaching, tell Jarul to flee. They beg their elder to run and save himself. There's no shame in retreating from this impossible situation. But Jarul refuses their pleas. With unwavering conviction, he states that a warrior never runs from a fight. Even facing certain death, even against impossible odds, Jarul will stand his ground. The chaos on Elbaf's surface continues to intensify. Kashi, one of the giants who had been with the Straw Hats in Enni's lobby, desperately begs the transformed captains. He pleads with them not to kill Jarul. He emphasizes that Jarul is the world's oldest living giant and a hero of legend. Surely they must recognize his importance to their history and culture. But the demonic Brogy responds with cold, twisted logic. He says that it is precisely because Jarul has become so old now that they must kill him. The reasoning is cruel and backwards from everything the giants once stood for. Dory, also in his demon form, makes a chilling announcement. Once they kill Jarul, both he and Brogy will take their places as Elbaf's new kings. They declare they will bring about an era of war and ruthlessness. The peaceful culture of the giants will be replaced with endless conflict and cruelty. The remaining normal giants try desperately to contain the two transformed captains. They attempt to hold them back to stop them from reaching Jarul, but their efforts backfire tragically. Some of the giants get too close and between Dory and Brogy during the struggle. The demonic transformation spreads to them as well, turning more warriors into demons simply from proximity. The transformation and spreading of the Domi Reversi works just like the board game Reversi. Seeing this horrifying chain reaction, the rest of the giants are forced to retreat. They realize that even attempting to stop the transformed captains puts them at risk of becoming demons themselves. Ripley, Cologne's mother, overhears devastating news. Someone mentions that Gaban had been taken down by the enemy. Her heart sinks. She immediately starts rushing toward her son's side, desperate to protect Cologne now that his father has fallen. Meanwhile, the situation with the captive children worsens. The children have fallen asleep once again from Emu's earlier Supreme King Hockey Blast. This gives Keelingam the perfect opportunity. He appears now in his hybrid form, a terrifying combination of human and beast. His human face has spiked teeth, and the lower half of his body is that of a horse. In this form, he can manifest even more MMAs, the nightmare creatures from his devil fruit power. Keelingam doesn't stop there. He also starts reviving the MMAs that were defeated previously. He announces that now that Emu has taken the stage personally, he has absolutely no need to hold back anymore. The captive Straw Hats can only watch as the country descends into complete chaos around them. They're still restrained by Gunko's arrows and unable to help. The giants continue trying desperately to save the children. Some of the children's mothers step in as well, risking their own lives to protect their young ones. The scene is heartbreaking as families are torn apart by the invasion. Summers, who has recovered from being cut in half, asks Emu a question. He wants to know how long this carnage will last. Emu's response is ruthless. They declare they will continue until the country's spirit breaks completely. They won't stop until Elbaf's proud warrior culture is utterly destroyed. Then Emu adds something revealing about the past. They mention that if Harold, the former king, had not messed up years ago, they would have conquered this country long before now. This suggests Harold somehow interfered with or resisted an earlier attempt by the world government to control Elbaf. The narrative jumps back in time a few minutes to show what happened after Gaban fell from the branch. Chopper, having leaped after him, immediately curses himself. He realizes he jumped off without any kind of plan to actually save Gaban. The fall into the underworld is incredibly long and dangerous, but Chopper's quick thinking saves them both. He manages to get ahead of Gaban during the fall. At the last moment, he uses his guard point transformation, becoming a massive ball of fur that cushions their landing. Both Chopper and Gaban survive the fall thanks to this. Elsewhere in the underworld, Loki continues his conversation with Hadruddin. Loki tells Hadruin to beg him for answers about their father. The brothers clearly have a complicated and tense relationship, but Hadruddin refuses to beg. His pride won't allow it. At that moment, Luffy suddenly senses something. He announces that Chopper has landed somewhere nearby. Even Luffy himself doesn't know how he could tell it was specifically Chopper. It's an instinctive use of his observation haki, picking up on his crewmate's presence. Loki also senses the new arrivals. Sanji says something bad must have happened that made them fall from the realm of Sun. Zoro tells the group to find them right away because group decides they need to go out and find Chopper and whoever is with him. However, Gerd and Goldberg will stay behind to continue watching over the chained Loki. They can't risk leaving him unguarded. Loki tries to use this opportunity to his advantage. He attempts to convince Gerd and Goldberg to unlock his chains. He likely argues that the situation is dire and they need his help, but both of them refuse his request. They won't release him no matter what he says. Just then, Loki receives a transponder snail call. It's from Mosa, the person Loki had been speaking with through the giant earlier. Mosa tells Loki that they will not be able to call him for a while. Their conversations will have to stop temporarily, but Mosa wants Loki to know that their talks always helped them. The conversations provided comfort and support. Mosa wanted to thank Loki for being there. Mosa's words immediately make Loki suspicious. The way they're talking sounds like someone preparing for something dangerous. Loki thinks Mosa must be in danger and asks about her directly, but Mosa denies being in any danger. Before Loki can press further, Mosa hangs up the transponder snail. This leaves Loki deeply worried about what might be happening to his friend. Gerd, who heard the entire conversation, speaks up. She tells Loki that she's happy he found a friend. Keep him company while stuck down here in the underworld. It must have been lonely being chained up alone all this time, but Loki snaps at her defensively. He tells Gerd not to say a word about it. He doesn't want anyone to know that he was talking to someone and his friendship with Mosa. Hadruddin and Luffy's group return with Chopper and the injured Gaban. Hadruddin immediately tells Gerd to get her medical supplies ready. They need to treat Gaban's injuries from Gunko's arrows as quickly as possible. Luffy, seeing that both survived the fall, tells Gaban that he is very fortunate Chopper was the one to save him. Chopper is the best doctor they could ask for. Then the moment of revelation comes. Luffy is finally told Gabon's true identity. He learns that Gabon was a member of the legendary Roger Pirates. This information leaves Luffy completely stunned. His eyes widen in disbelief. The Giants provide more context about just how significant Gabon was. They explain that Gabon and Rayleigh were considered Roger's wings, while Rayleigh was the right hand. Gabon was the left hand of the Pirate King. The Giants add that Gabon was the third strongest member of the Roger Pirates, right after Roger and Silver's Rayleigh, and this explanation helps Zoro understand something that had been bothering him. He finally comprehends how Gabon was so incredibly strong when they fought him earlier at the castle. That overwhelming power makes sense now. Luffy also connects another piece of the puzzle. He figures out that Gabon must definitely know Shanks. Since both were connected to Roger, their paths surely crossed. At this point, Gabon wakes up from his unconscious state. The first thing he does is retort to what was just said. He insists he considers himself the second strongest of the Roger Pirates, not third. Even injured and having just woken up. Gabon's pride won't let that comment slide. Chopper then informs everyone about what is currently happening in the Sun world above them. He explains the full scope of the crisis. Imu has possessed Gunko's body. The Knights of God are rampaging. Dory and Brogy have been turned into demons. The children are captive. The school and library are burning. The entire nation of Elbaf is under attack and in grave danger. As Chopper finishes his explanation, something happens that everyone can feel. The entire group senses an immense burst of Haki from above. It's Imu's Supreme King Haki reaching all the way down into the underworld. The pressure is overwhelming, even from this distance. The sheer magnitude of this Haki is unlike anything most of them have felt before. Gabon's face shows deep worry. He understands what this level of power means. The situation on the surface must be even worse than they thought. Hadruddin immediately takes charge. He orders his crew, the new giant warrior pirates, to get back on the lift. They need to return to the Sun world as fast as possible. Their homeland needs them. There's no time to waste. Meanwhile, Loki starts laughing. It's not a cheerful laugh, but rather one of grim understanding. He tells them that the immense Haki they just felt changes everything. That level of power means they're going to have to set him free. After all, without his help, Loki implies they won't be able to handle what's waiting for them on the surface. Whether they trust him or not, the situation has become desperate enough that they'll need to take that risk. The new giant warrior pirates, with the exception of Hadruddin and Gerd, begin preparing a lift to take everyone up to the Sun world. The situation above demands immediate action, and the crew moves quickly to get everything ready. Chopper speaks up, asking if he can stay behind. He wants to treat Gabon's wounds properly before joining the others. Luffy accepts this request without hesitation. Having their doctor care for someone as important as Gabon makes sense. Gabon then shares important information with Luffy. He explains that the Knights of God are not actually immortal despite how they appear. The trick to defeating them lies in how Luffy uses his Supreme King Haki. This revelation is crucial for the upcoming battle. Gabon wants Luffy to pay attention to how he employs his Haki to learn from his technique. Luffy thanks Gabon for this valuable information. He promises to save Gabon's son Cologne and everyone else in danger. His determination is clear in his voice. Loki, who has been listening to this entire conversation, also thanks Gabon for the explanation. He notes that this knowledge allows him to better understand how to utilize his own power. This hints that Loki also possesses Supreme King Haki. Once again, Loki asks Hadruddin to take off his Sea Prism stone cuffs, but Hadruddin refuses the request once more. The tension between the brothers remains unresolved. Gabon then drops another piece of important information. He tells Luffy that there is someone else in his crew who can use Supreme King Haki. Sanji immediately assumes Gabon is talking about him. He probably starts moving forward, ready to receive praise for his hidden potential. But Gabon was actually referring to Zoro. The green-haired swordsman is completely surprised by this revelation. Zoro had absolutely no idea he could use Supreme King Haki. He didn't consciously know about this ability within himself. Luffy, on the other hand, reveals he knew all along. He's been able to sense the Supreme King Haki coming off of Zoro this whole time. He's just surprised that Zoro himself didn't realize it. Gaban chides Zoro for his obliviousness. He tells the swordsman that he needs to be able to control his Haki consciously if he wants to continue supporting an emperor like Luffy properly. This is an important skill for someone in Zoro's position. Zoro sheepishly apologizes for not being aware of his own power. Sanji, clearly disappointed that it wasn't him, asks Gaban if he also has Supreme King Haki. The implication is that Sanji doesn't possess it, adding to his frustration at being overshadowed by Zoro. Once again, Loki expresses his outrage at the current situation. He can't believe that Hadruddin would rather have outsiders save Elbaf instead of accepting his help. The insult to his pride is clear, but Hadruddin stands firm in his position. He tells Loki that he doesn't believe Loki wouldn't betray them to join the world government. And after all, Loki already betrayed the country once in the past, or so everyone believes. Luffy, trying to end this quarrel between the brothers, comes up with an unexpected solution. He invites Loki to join his crew. His reasoning is simple. If Loki becomes part of the Straw Hat Pirates, then Hadruddin would have no choice but to accept him, since Hadruddin himself is a member of Luffy's Grand Fleet. Zoro and Sanji immediately reject this idea in unison. They point out the obvious problems. Loki is way too big to fit on the Thousand Sunny. He would take up massive amounts of space. Plus, he probably eats even more than Luffy does, which is saying something considering Luffy's enormous appetite. But Luffy remains optimistic. He figures it would all work out somehow. His reasoning is that Elbaf already doesn't want Loki anyway, and he seems like a fun person to have around. To Luffy, those are good enough reasons. However, Loki is also against this idea. He refuses to become someone else's subordinate. Hadruddin takes note of Luffy's instincts to trust Loki. Luffy's judgment of people is usually spot on, but ultimately Hadruddin still refuses to let Loki join Luffy's crew. Loki is already condemned to death for his crimes. Releasing him and letting him join the Straw Hats would be going too far. Before Hadruddin and Luffy can head to the lift, Gaban speaks up with authority. He orders Hadruin to set Loki free. This command surprises everyone present. Hadruddin asks why he should do this, citing all of Loki's crimes from the past. The evidence against Loki seems overwhelming, but Gaban reveals new information that changes everything. He explains that on that fateful day 14 years ago, he and Shanks were actually in Elbaf when Harold was killed. Both of them sensed an abnormal Haki at the time. It was a presence that felt wrong, dangerous, and out of place. However, they didn't see everything that happened. They only sensed the strange Haki from a distance. This revelation makes Hadruddin reconsider. He orders his crew to go on ahead without him. He needs to hear this story. Luffy also tells Zoro and Sanji to head up first. He wants to stay behind and hear more about Shanks. Anything involving his idol is worth listening to. After the others leave on the lift, Gaban tells Loki to explain the whole story. Everything that happened that day needs to come out. Hadruddin gives Loki exactly 3 minutes to tell him the absolute truth. No lies, no exaggerations, just the facts. Loki ultimately agrees to tell his story, but he warns them first it was a horrible day. The memory clearly still haunts him. The scene shifts to 14 years in the past. Loki and Jarul were summoned to Arust Castle by King Harold. As they walk toward the throne room, Loki ponders what his father could possibly want from them now. Loki expresses his frustration openly. He says he has no interest in listening to someone who serves the world government. His voice is filled with contempt. He adds that the world government were the ones who killed Rox, revealing his knowledge of that ancient history. This shows that Loki viewed the world government as enemies, not allies. Gerald, walking beside him, warns Loki to keep his voice down. They're in the castle where anyone could overhear such dangerous talk, but Loki doesn't care about being careful. He continues his rant, stating that Jarul's laid-back attitude is exactly why Elbaf has become filled with children who prefer peace over fighting. The warrior culture that once defined the giants has been weakening. Jarul responds calmly to this criticism. He says he has no issues with the age they live in now. As long as his children are okay and safe, he's content with a more peaceful Elbaf. The two clearly have very different views on what's best for their nation. As the two approach the throne room, they suddenly hear a noise coming from inside. It's not a normal sound. Something is clearly wrong. Loki doesn't hesitate. He kicks the door down forcefully, needing to see what's happening to his father. What they see horrifies both of them completely. Harold, the king of Elbaf, is being stabbed by his own men. The royal guards, who should be protecting him, have turned on their king. They're murdering Harold. Right there in the throne room, it's a scene of complete betrayal. Elsewhere in Elbaf, at the same time, at Gaban's house, a completely different scene is unfolding. Gaban and Shanks are relaxing together in a bath. Ripley had prepared this bath for them, knowing both men could use the relaxation. The two friends reminisce about how much time has passed since they last spent time together like this. Shanks mentions that even though he wanted to form a pirate crew with Buggy and live a laid-back life, he finds that Elbaf still has much more to teach him. There's wisdom here he hasn't yet absorbed. Gaban, however, has a different perspective on Shanks's path. He calls Shanks a child of fate. He tells him not to sweat over small details like what he originally planned. Destiny has other plans for him, plans that go beyond a simple peaceful life with Buggy. After the two finish their bath and get dressed, Gaban asks Shanks if he knows anything about Harold. Shanks reveals that he actually met Harold in the Holy Land of the World Government. The two got along well during their meeting. However, Shanks figured there was something the two of them couldn't talk about there. Some topics were too sensitive to discuss in that location. He had hoped to have that conversation here in Elbaf before it became too late. During this scene, something significant is revealed. Shanks used to have a tattoo on his left arm. This is the same arm that would later be bitten off by the Lord of the Coast. Back at Orust Castle, as the massacre of Harold continues, a mysterious figure moves through the chaos. This person comes across something incredibly important. Elbaf's forbidden devil fruit. The fruit that the giants have kept locked away. The one that grants immense power. The identity of this figure isn't revealed, but their discovery of the fruit will have massive consequences. Another flashback begins. This one going even further back in time for the present day. This flashback exists to explain how Harold eventually became so beloved by his people, because he certainly didn't start that way. Back in those days, the giant warrior pirates were considered the most fearsome pirate crew in existence. Their reputation for destruction and violence preceded them everywhere. The chapter begins by going back in time to Harold's past. We see young Harold as a child. He grew up with Dory and Brogy, who are also young. Harold was born as a prince of Elbaf. He came from the bloodline of the ancient giants, which made him much stronger than other giants. Because of his royal blood and incredible strength, Harold became spoiled and arrogant. The story moves to 109 years before the present time. Harold is now grown up and is the king of Elbaf. One day, he travels to a human kingdom in the New World. There, he sees something that makes him very angry. A female giant is being used as an attraction in a circus. Her name is Ida. She is from Semuanai Island in the South Blue. The circus ringmaster calls her the 10-meter woman. Harold thinks the humans are keeping her prisoner and forcing her to perform. Harold gets furious. He cannot stand seeing a giant being treated this way. Without thinking, he destroys the entire town to rescue Ida. After destroying everything, he expects Ida to thank him. He told her there was no need for thanks, stating that he was the king of Elbaf after all and could not let them make fun of his homeland. What happens next shocks Harold completely. Ida walks up to him and slaps him hard across the face. Harold's expression is one of complete shock. His face looks funny from the impact of the slap. Ida is very angry with him. She explained that she had not been held prisoner at all, and that the people of that town had saved her life when she was shipwrecked. She had washed up on their shore and they had taken care of her. She was working at the circus by her own choice to repay their kindness. Ida scolded Harold harshly, telling him that he thought he was better than everyone else just because he was born bigger. She stated that this kind of arrogance was exactly what gave giants a bad reputation. Ida's words hit Harold deeply. He realizes she is right. He was only born big by chance. That does not make him better than anyone else. Harold is humbled by Ida's lesson. Harold immediately turns around and goes back to help the people of the town. He and his crew work hard to rebuild everything he destroyed. While helping repair the town, Harold learns many new things from the humans. He starts to enjoy spending time with them and learning about their culture. During this time, Harold also learns that Ida was not born in Elbaf. He asks if she crossed the serpent blood to get here. She says yes, she has crossed the red line, which is why she can't go back home. She comes from a different island. Harold realizes he has fallen in love with Ida. He invites her to come back to Elbaf with him. Ida also has feelings for him, and she agrees to go with him. Harold's crew is astonished to see their king in love. Harold brings Ida home to Elbaf. This marks the beginning of big changes for the giant kingdom. Harold starts working to modernize Elbaf. He wants to improve diplomacy between Elbaf and the rest of the world. He begins traveling to different countries and making alliances. He helps maintain trade between nations. Harold announces his plan to journey around the entire world. He wants to atone for his past mistakes by creating connections with other countries. Harold knows that Dory and Brogy are still out there causing trouble in the world, but he believes they will not hurt humans because of their warrior honor. Years pass, and Ida gives birth to a son. They name him Hadruddin. Harold is very happy and wants to marry Ida officially. He wants to make her his queen. However, the elders of Elbaf refuse to allow this marriage. They say Ida cannot become queen because she was not born on Elbaf. Her blood is not considered pure Elbaf blood. Even though Harold is the king, he cannot go against the decision of the elders. Ida accepts this situation. She is not upset about it. She is happy just being able to live near Harold. She agrees to live in a nearby village with Hadruddin. The elders of Elbaf arrange a different marriage for Harold. They choose a woman named Estrid for him. Estrid is from the alcohol village in the northern lands of Elbaf. She comes from a high-ranking family and has pure Elbaf blood. Estrid is described as a very beautiful woman. She dresses in dancer-style clothes. She is obsessed with something called Di Feng, which is like the one-piece version of feng shui. It is a belief system about arranging things to bring good fortune. Estrid believes in omens and signs very strongly. She thinks she is destined to be loved by Harold, requesting that he forget about the girl from the east and the child. Harold responded awkwardly that he could not really do that. Despite Harold's feelings, the marriage goes forward. Estrid gives Harold a special gift, an 8-legged horse named Asla. She calls it the Horse of Fortune and says it will bring good luck. However, the royal guards quietly notice something. They suspect Estrid is not really interested in helping Harold. They think she just wants to live a life of luxury as the queen. Estrid demands that all jewelry be brought to her room. She insists that meals be served on silver platters. She claims this is to help focus their energies. Some time passes, and Estrid becomes pregnant. She gives birth to a son. However, something is wrong. When Estrid sees the baby for the first time, she is horrified. The baby has horns like his father Harold, but he also has strange, intense eyes. His eyes are slit-like, similar to serpent or demon eyes. They look unusual and frightening. This is the first time in the manga that we see what Loki's eyes look like. Estrid is terrified of her own baby. She believes the baby's appearance is a bad omen. She thinks he looks demonic and evil. In her fear and superstition, Estrid makes a terrible decision. She decides to get rid of the baby. Estrid throws the newborn Loki into the underworld. The underworld is the dark place beneath Elbaf, filled with dangerous creatures. She orders her servants to tell everyone that the baby was stillborn, which means born dead. She wants everyone to believe Loki never survived birth. Even the servants are shocked and terrified by her decision. The chapter then shows what happens to baby Loki in the underworld. The scene is dark and terrifying. Baby Loki is surrounded by darkness. Around him are the bodies of fallen beasts. Despite being a newborn in this terrifying underworld, he doesn't die, showing just how incredibly powerful he is. Even adults can't survive this place or such a fall. Loki is wounded and crying. But despite being just a newborn, he has an instinct to survive. He begins crawling through the darkness. He is trying to find his way back up. He is attempting to climb the treasure tree Adam. He knows somehow that the castle is his home. He wants to go back. As the chapter shows these different scenes, a narrator speaks about what happens next. The narration jumps between different moments in time. The narrator states that Queen Estrad began falling into sickness. We see Estrad in the castle, looking ill. She told her servants to remove that child from this world, insisting that it had been foretold even before his birth that King Harold would one day be killed by his own son. A soldier responded to her, expressing disbelief and saying that she was bringing up that nonsense again. The narrator then spoke of Harold being troubled by the wall that existed between countries. We see Harold traveling on the sea, looking frustrated, and he exclaimed that the world government was getting in his way again and wondered why the countries could not act freely. This showed that Harold's efforts to create alliances were being blocked by the world government. The narrator then showed Ida and Hajruddin in their village. Ida was talking to Hajruddin. She asked cheerfully if the baby was his little brother and if it wouldn't be wonderful to meet him. Hajruddin responded angrily that the baby was not his brother and it was not his mother's kid. Ida just smiled and said that everything he said was cute. The narrator made a final statement that ended the chapter, declaring that every disaster that befell Elbaf from those moments onward was now credited as part of Loki's curse. This means that from the moment Loki was born, every bad thing that happened to Elbaf was blamed on him. The story continues with a brief reminder of the Big Mom incident from the past. When Charlotte Lin was a child, she experienced her first hunger pang attack. This happened during the Winter Solstice Festival, which is a celebration marking the death and rebirth of the sun. Young Lin went on a rampage looking for semla, a special food eaten during the fasting period before this festival. This terrible incident caused destruction and death in Elbaf many years ago. The timing is significant because Loki was also born during the winter solstice, a time associated with death and rebirth. After Loki's birth, Elbaf is hit by many terrible disasters. A massive snowstorm sweeps across the giant kingdom, making it impossible for the giants to harvest their crops. The storm is so severe that the giants cannot go fishing or hunting either. This leads to a severe famine throughout Elbaf. Food becomes scarce, and the giants begin to starve. The situation grows more desperate with each passing day. Fires break out in some villages. More storms continue to batter the kingdom. Estrad tells the servants that all of this is caused by Loki, that all the problems of Elbaf are the result of Loki's curse, and that they should have killed him when he told her to. While the servants don't believe this and think it's just a mere coincidence, Estrad continues to protest. Suddenly, Loki arrives at the castle. Despite being thrown into the underworld as a newborn, baby Loki manages to survive and crawl his way back up to the castle. He climbs the massive treasure tree Adam, wounded and crying, determined to return to his mother. When Loki finally reaches the castle, he tries to enter Queen Estrad's room. The baby breaks down the door in his desperation to see his mother. Loki wants nothing more than to be held and loved by Estrad. However, Estrad is filled with complete hatred and fear. She looks at her baby with horror and disgust. She refuses to touch him or hold him. Estrad rejects Loki completely, turning away from her own child. Baby Loki cries desperately as the soldiers arrive and forcibly remove him from Estrad's room. The infant is carried away, still crying for his mother who will never embrace him. As the famine worsens, the internal conflicts in Elbaf become more violent. The giants, desperate and starving, begin to blame each other for their misfortunes. Many of them believe that baby Loki is cursed because of his demonic eyes. They think he is the reason for all the disasters happening to Elbaf. Some giants direct their anger toward Hajruddin and his mother Ida. They blame Hajruddin because he is Loki's half-brother. One desperate giant even tries to kill Hajruddin. When Ida steps in to protect her son, the attacking giants turn on her as well. The situation becomes extremely dangerous as the starving and frightened giants lose control. King Harold returns to Elbaf just in time to save Ida and Hajruddin. He arrives at the critical moment and stops the giants from killing them. He lands a satisfying blow on those losers. Meanwhile, Hadrudin and Ida immediately hug Harold and start crying. They almost got cooked. Harold has been away on his diplomatic missions, traveling around the world and forming alliances with various human kingdoms. Harold announces that his efforts have been successful and that he has secured aid from all the countries he befriended during his travels. Ships begin arriving at Elbaf, loaded with massive amounts of food. The bags of food are so large and numerous that they nearly cover entire ships. The ships bring enough supplies to feed all the giants and end the famine. Harold's diplomatic work saves Elbaf from complete destruction. The aid from the human kingdoms restores hope and stability to the giant kingdom. However, this victory comes with tragedy. Despite Harold's successful return with aid, he arrives too late to save his wife. Queen Estrid dies from illness before the ships arrive. The disease takes her life during a time when Elbaf was suffering the most. Estrid dies without ever showing love to her son Loki, maintaining her hatred and fear of him until the very end. Although Harold is heartbroken and crying, he quickly gathers himself and forces a cheerful expression. He picks up Loki and shows him love, not caring about what Estrid said about the child. He feels only sorrow that such a young kid has already lost his mother. Harold notices the bandages and clothes covering Loki's eyes. These were applied because of Estrid. The bitch claimed Loki had demonic eyes and ordered them to be covered. However, the servants explain that Loki was actually born with an affliction of the eyes. He can still see through them, clearly trying to make excuses for what was done to him. Harold feels deeply sad that Loki has this affliction and is forced to keep his eyes covered. Despite Harold's attempts to cheer him up, Loki shows no emotion on his face. Harold assumes it's because the boy has just lost his mother. But the narrator explains that in just a few months, Loki has already abandoned hope for love. He has given up on love after being thrown into the underworld by his own mother and hated by the very person who should have protected him. Harold also notices that Loki is bruised in multiple places. Meanwhile, the story moves to Ida and Hadrudin. After these tragic events, Ida makes an important decision. She moves to the underworld beneath Elbaf and opens a bar there. The bar is located along the coastline of the underworld, which helps keep the dangerous underworld beasts away from them. This bar becomes significant in the story's present timeline, as it is the same establishment that was shown in Chapter 1076, where Shanks, Ben Beckman, and the other members of the Red Hair Pirates met up. The bar serves as a neutral meeting place in the dangerous underworld of Elbaf. The story jumps to 56 years before the present. King Harold travels to the Levely, the great assembly where world leaders gather, hoping to gain help and official recognition for Elbaf from the world government. However, the world government completely ignores Harold's requests, rejecting all his attempts at diplomacy. Elbaf is not invited to participate in the Levely at all, and Harold's efforts to establish formal relations are dismissed outright. The world government wants nothing to do with the giant kingdom, likely because they still view giants as dangerous barbarians. This hostility seems deeply rooted in the past, especially when considering the fate of the legendary Galila Band, a group of ancient giant and non-ancient giant shipbuilders believed to have been captured by the world government long ago. These giants are widely theorized to be the frozen corpses found on Punk Hazard. Their disappearance hints at an ancient conflict between Elbaf and the world government, possibly tied to the Void Century and even the massive straw hat kept by Emu, suggesting that Harold is up against an enemy far older and more dangerous than he initially realized. While Harold is busy trying to rebuild Elbaf and maintain diplomatic relations, someone else takes charge of raising young Loki. Estrid's brother becomes Loki's caretaker after her death. However, this loser does not treat Loki with any kindness. He blames Loki for Estrid's death and abuses and mistreats the young prince. Loki grows up without love or proper care. He is fed rotten scraps and leftovers, and every tragedy is blamed on him, just as Estrid once did. Meanwhile, Harold is too focused on his diplomatic missions and rebuilding the kingdom to notice what is happening to his son. No one tells Harold about Loki's suffering, but this silence only harms Loki further. 8 years pass, and Elbaf becomes prosperous under Harold's diplomatic rule. The kingdom recovers from the disasters and famine. Trade and alliances with other nations bring wealth and stability to the giant kingdom. Harold's hard work appears to be paying off. However, this prosperity is built on a foundation of tragedy and neglect. While the kingdom thrives, Loki suffers in isolation and rejection. Young Loki takes drastic action. While Harald is away from the kingdom, Loki begins clinging to the old, brutal traditions of Elbaf. He believes the land should belong only to warriors, and that the weak do not deserve to live there. Whenever Harald leaves Elbaf, Loki releases terrifying beasts from the underworld into the villages. These creatures rampage through the settlements. Villagers barricade their homes, bolt their doors, and desperately hide their children, specifically to protect them from Loki. During one such incident, Loki confronts Hadrudin. The two openly despise each other. Loki mocks Hadrudin as a bastard child, insisting he is not a legitimate son of the king and repeatedly emphasizing that only he is the true prince of Elbaf. Hadrudin tries to stop Loki, begging him not to destroy the peaceful world their father has worked so hard to build. Hadrudin believes in Harald's dream of a gentler Elbaf, where giants do not live only as warriors. Loki completely rejects this vision. He snaps back that Harald is not Hadrudin's father, he is Loki's father, and ridicules Harald for trying to befriend tiny humans, something Loki finds pathetic and disgraceful. Hadrudin argues that strength and size do not make someone special, and that Loki must learn to see everyone at the same eye level. This enrages Loki. He charges at Hadrudin with his weapon, overwhelming him with sheer strength. Hadrudin stands no chance. Loki declares that he is special because he is the prince and orders Hadrudin never to talk back to him again, mocking him as shrimp. However, something happens during this rampage that deeply affects Loki. He watches as the Hadrudin's friend, Gerd and Goldberg, rush to help Hadrudin. They come to his defense and support him against Loki. Even though Loki is supposed to be superior and more deserving of respect, everyone sides with Hadrudin instead. Loki realizes the painful truth in this moment. He is completely alone in Elbaf. Nobody loves him. Nobody supports him. Nobody wants him around. All of his attempts to feel important and valued have failed. The very actions he took to try to fill the void of love in his life have only made people hate him more. One scene shows a mother glancing at Loki with pure hatred after he injures her child. This look of hatred from the mother reminds Loki of his own mother, Estrid's hatred for him. The rejection cuts deep into Loki's heart. Unable to bear the pain and isolation anymore, Loki makes a desperate decision. He climbs to Heaven Realm, which is the highest peak in all of Elbaf. From this enormous height, Loki throws himself off the edge, just as Kaito would one day leap from a sky island. The fall is catastrophic, something no one should survive. However, even this does not kill him. Loki's body is incredibly strong, even stronger than he realizes. Despite the enormous fall and his injuries, he survives. Loki lies in the underworld, crying alone in the darkness. He feels worthless and broken. He cannot even succeed at taking his own life. As Loki cries alone in the underworld, something extraordinary happens. A nearby mountain is suddenly sliced clean in half. The cut is perfect, as if done by an invisible blade. This impossible feat shows that someone incredibly powerful has arrived. The Rock's pirates appear in the underworld of Elbaf. The group consists of 4 people at this time. They are the core members of what will later become one of the most dangerous pirate crews in history. The first member shown is a younger Edward Newgate, who will later be known as Whitebeard. He looks at Loki's enormous size with amazement and surprise. Despite being just a child, Loki is already massive. The second member is Shaki, who comments that Loki looks like a demon because of his unusual eyes. However, Whitebeard shows unexpected kindness. He approaches Loki and asks him why he is crying. The third member shown is Stussy, who is also part of this early crew. She observes the situation carefully. The fourth and most important member is the captain himself, Rox D. Zebeck, future captain of the Rock's pirates, and the father of the future Emperor Blackbeard. This is the first time his face is shown fully and clearly in the manga. Rox has sharp features and intense eyes that look very similar to Blackbeard's eyes. Rox is a large man, similar in build to Blackbeard but somewhat thinner. Upon seeing the size of the crying child, Rox immediately understands where they are. He realizes they must be in Elbaf because only giant children could be this large. Rox approaches Loki and asks him 2 important questions. stating that he is seeking specific answers and needs him to say yes to both questions. Rox asks his first question, whether this place is the nation of giants called Elbaf. Rox asks his second question, whether Harold is currently present on the island or not. This question suggests that Rox is looking for King Harold specifically. Loki answers yes to the first question, confirming that this is Elbaf. However, he tells Rox that Harold is not on the island at the moment, as the king is away on one of his diplomatic missions to other countries. After learning that Harold is not present, Rox asks Loki what his name is. Once Loki introduces himself, Rox comes up with a plan. He tells Loki that he needs to go home and have someone contact Harold immediately. Loki should tell them that he has been badly hurt and that his father needs to return home at once. However, Loki refuses this request. He rages at Rox and says, why should Loki follow orders of puny humans, plus it's not like his father would care about his injuries and would come back just for him. Frustrated by the answer, Rox takes out his sword. The narrator provides important information about Rox's fighting style. Rox is a unique and exceptional swordsman. His sword technique is unusual because when he strikes with his blade, the impact causes the surrounding area to explode. The destruction looks as if the surroundings were hit by a massive hammer or a cannonball rather than a sword. This explosive power makes his swordsmanship extremely dangerous and devastating. Taking out the sword, Rox strikes Loki with a powerful blow that sends the young prince crashing down. Rox stands over the injured Loki and laughs, declaring that there it is. Loki is finally hurt. The narrator then reveals that this madman has crossed paths with Harold before. The chapter then shifts to a major flashback set 56 years before the present timeline. This takes place 8 years before Rox arrived at Elbaf to meet Loki. The setting is Merry Jawaz during a reverie, the grand assembly where world leaders gather. Soldiers at Pangaea Castle are in a panic. They report that 5 kings who are attending the reverie have been kidnapped by a mysterious man dressed in black. The kidnapper managed to abduct 5 monarchs from the heavily guarded Holy Land. This creates chaos throughout Merry Jawaz as guards and officials scramble to find the missing kings. The scene moves to the Room of Flowers, the most secret and sacred chamber in all of Merry Jawaz, where Imu, the true ruler of the world, resides. Rox D. Zebeck has made it all the way to this forbidden place. This dude has kidnapped 5 kings and made it all the way in the flower room in front of Imu without any injuries. Inside the Room of Flowers, Imu sits in the chamber. Next to Imu is a woman wearing a mask over her mouth and dressed in clothing similar to that of a nun, who appears to be Saint Manmeyer Gunko, serving as a personal attendant to Imu. Rox D. Zebeck is sitting down near Imu, with a gun in the hand with no fear whatsoever, speaking directly to the mysterious ruler. Imu states that the lives of mere kings and sovereigns cannot be used as leverage against someone referred to as Mu, and that the kidnapped rulers mean nothing to Imu, with their lives considered trivial and worthless in the grand scheme of things. Rox acknowledges that he expected this response, admitting that he thought Imu would not care about the kings. Nevertheless, Rox declares that he has successfully turned the Holy Land into a complete mess, having created chaos and panic throughout Merry Jawaz, and that accomplishment satisfies him. Rox also makes a peculiar statement about himself, declaring that he is a worshipper of Davy Jones, the legendary pirate figure from folklore. This statement about Davy Jones is significant because it reveals Rox's admiration for pirate legends and his connection to pirate traditions. He didn't do anything to Imu at the time because he knew he couldn't. But before leaving the Room of Flowers, Rox makes a bold declaration, promising Imu that he will return to this very room one day and vowing that when he comes back, things will be different. After leaving the Room of Flowers, Rox makes his escape from Merry Jawaz. At the same time, King Harold is also trying to escape their Holy Land, having snuck into the reverie without proper authorization, hoping to plead Elbaf's case to the world government. However, when Rox caused his massive incident by kidnapping the kings, Harold was blamed for the chaos. The world government accused Harold of being responsible for Rox's actions. Guards and soldiers begin pursuing the giant king through the Holy Land, believing he was involved in the kidnapping plot. Harold is furious because Rox's actions have made him a target and ruined his diplomatic efforts. As both Rox and Harold flee through Merry Jawaz, They encounter each other in the streets. Harold recognizes that this man is the one who caused all the trouble. He is angry that Rox made him take the fall for crimes he did not commit, and he attacks Rox out of anger and frustration. Rox, on his part, needs to get past Harold to complete his escape and cannot afford to be delayed or captured. So the two powerful warriors clash with their weapons. What happens next is extraordinary. Both Rox and King Harold unleash their conqueror's haki during their clash. Lightning crackles through the air as their blades meet. The sound of thunder, described as bari bari, fills the area. Their weapons do not even touch each other because the force of their haki keeps them separated. The clash between these two titans is so powerful that it affects everything around them. The narrator describes what happens next using the term keishisata, which literally means erased, wiped out, or evaporated. This clash of conquerors' haki completely eradicates every person within a 5-kilometer radius. Soldiers and celestial dragons who were in the area simply vanish, completely erased from existence by the sheer force of the haki clash. With no bodies left behind, the area around Rox and Harold becomes completely empty, with nothing but air where there were once countless people. The power of this clash is so intense that it even extinguishes the flames on Harold's body. This moment is presented as possibly the strongest clash ever shown in One Piece. After their initial clash, Rox and Harold both realize they are dealing with someone extraordinarily powerful. They introduce themselves to each other properly, with Rox telling Harold his name, and Harold doing the same in return. Despite being enemies in this moment, Rox gives Harold some advice, warning the Giant King that if he aims his next attack at the town, he should be careful. He advises that if Harold is captured by the world government, he will be enslaved, as the world government will not show mercy to someone they believe caused such chaos at the reverie. This warning creates an unexpected alliance between the two warriors. Both Rox and Harold realize they need to escape Mary rather than continuing to fight each other. They decide to work together temporarily to flee Mary Jouas. The two powerful fighters help one another escape. Harold asks Rox for the direction to Elbaf, and Rox points him toward the new world. He says that if they both survive, they will meet again. Harold refuses, though he admits he would have liked to be friends. He declares that he will never consort with villains like Rox. With that, Harold suddenly jumps off the red line. This dude literally just jumped off red line. Even Rox is left in shock. After escaping Mary Jouas, Rox receives a massive bounty from the world government for killing a Marine admiral during his escape. The chapter reveals that Rox defeated and killed one of the highest-ranking officers in the Navy during his assault on the Reverie. The defeat of an admiral demonstrates Rox's incredible strength, establishing Rox as one of the most dangerous men alive at this point in history. After receiving his bounty, Rox continues his rampage against the world government. He attacks a ship that is carrying the heavenly tribute to Mary Jouas. The heavenly tribute is the money and treasure that countries pay to the celestial dragons and the world government. Rox successfully pillages this ship, stealing all the treasure meant for the celestial dragons. But he does not stop there. During this attack, Rox also destroys one of the Gates of Justice, enormous, heavily fortified structures that control access to important locations in the world. They were said to be unbreakable. Even Whitebeard couldn't even scratch them while he was at Marineford. The fact that Rox can destroy such a massive and important structure shows his power and his determination to strike at the world government. The chapter then shows how Rox built his crew. As someone who worshipped Davy Jones, Rox participated in many Davy backfights, same fights as Luffy and Foxy once did, which I am sure many of you have skipped. These are special pirate competitions where crews compete in games and challenges, and the winning crew can take crew members from the losing crew. The chapter shows several scenes of Rox participating in these competitions, including a boxing match, which is one of the combat events in a Davy backfight, and references the final combat game between Luffy and Foxy. Through these competitions, Rox recruited powerful pirates to join his crew. Rox was very strategic in how he built his crew, making sure to recruit pirates who were not only powerful, but also knowledgeable in various illegal and underground activities, wanting a well-rounded crew that could handle any situation. This method of recruitment through Davy backfights explains why his crew became so powerful, as Rox only took the best fighters from other crews, gradually building an unstoppable force. The story returns to the main timeline. 48 years before the present day. Rox and his crew have arrived at Elbaf. At this point, his crew has grown significantly since the small group that first encountered Loki in the underworld. When Rox and his crew arrive in Elbaf, they find young Loki. The boy is shocked to discover that his father Harold actually did return to Elbaf for him. Despite Loki's belief that his father did not care, though he thinks that this can't be true, it has to be a coincidence. But in truth, Harold came back when he learned his son was injured. He tells Loki that he is a strong child, but he shouldn't linger in their dangerous underworld. Harold meets with Rox and his crew. Inside the castle, Rox keeps trying to recruit King Harold. He wants the Giant King to join him. Rox is clearly impressed by Harold's strength, especially after seeing it during their clash at Marie-Jouaz. To Rox, Harold isn't just a king, he's a living weapon. He truly believes that if they fought together, no one in the world could stop them. Rox tells Harold that the world government will never accept him. They already rejected Elbaf, ignored his peaceful attempts at diplomacy. According to Rox, the world government is the real enemy. If Harold joins him, they could destroy Marie-Jouaz, crush the world government, and rule the entire world side by side. But Harold refuses every offer. He explains that he is a king first. His responsibility is to his people. He wants Elbaf to move away from endless war and violence and become a peaceful nation. Rox laughs at this and says it doesn't matter. If they rule the world, Harold could have everything anyway. Even so, Harold does not change his mind. He will not join Rox. Rox mocks Harold's beliefs and says that the desire to fight is still in his blood, whether he admits it or not. Harold then turns to Rox's crew and warns them not to follow someone like Rox. The crew responds honestly. They say they are not following Rox because they believe in him. They are together for their own goals. Being united helps them survive and achieve what they want. This way of thinking is similar to how Blackbeard operates in the future, when he invites Aokiji to join him, and unlike Harold, Aokiji accepts. The crew then talks about their next target, an island known as Pirate Island, also called Hachinosu. Governments send their worst criminals there, people they cannot control or punish. The island was meant to be a place where prisoners would slowly die, but instead, they survived and built a settlement. Later, a massive gold deposit was discovered beneath the island. Once the criminal underworld learned about it, people rushed there to mine it, and the prisoners became incredibly rich. Pirates, smugglers, thieves, and every kind of outlaw rushed in to mine the gold. The former prisoners became insanely rich, and the island turned into a lawless fortress packed with dangerous people. Anyone who got close was immediately robbed or killed. The world government panicked. At one point, they even considered hiring Rox to deal with the problem. The idea was to pay him to wipe out the pirates and restore order. Rox finds this hilarious. He laughs and says, "Take all the gold and split the reward." Then he drops the real answer. He has no intention of giving the island back, no intention of returning the gold, and definitely no intention of handing over the prisoners. Rox declares that Pirate Island will be his now. He plans to turn Hachinosu into a full-blown pirate paradise, a place where the world government has zero control. He even jokes about how furious the Navy and the Celestial Dragons are going to be when they find out. Those fools will be outsmarted. And then he makes it clear this isn't just about money or end of his goals. This is just the starting point. With Pirate Island as his base, Rox says he'll tear the Navy apart, drag the Holy Land down to the ground, and eventually rule the entire world himself. Nearby, young Loki has been listening to everything in secret. As he hears Rox talk about breaking the world and ruling it, something changes inside him. The narrator explains that in this moment, Loki feels saved. For the first time in his life, Loki hears someone speak about dreams bigger than Elbaf. Someone who refuses to accept the world as it is and wants to change everything. Rox's confidence and ambition fill the emptiness in Loki's heart. The boy who was hated and rejected finally finds something to believe in. In that moment, Rox becomes Loki's idol, just like how Luffy will once look up to Shanks. Harold shuts down Rox's dream again. He says he doesn't care about ruling the world. He is the king of Elbaf, and protecting his people is all that matters to him. Rox continues to push his vision of conquest. Quietly, without realizing it, Loki whispers a single word. World. The narrator explains that from this moment on, Loki's way of seeing life completely changes. The story then jumps forward in time. 4 years later, after Harold ignores Rox again and again, Rox finally acts. A terrifying group gathers under his banner. Ships arrive at Hachinosu, Pirate Island. For the first time, the flag of the Rox Pirates is raised. This marks the true beginning of the Rox Pirates, as a crew with their own base. The story shifts to introducing a special pirate crew from 4 decades ago. During this era, the Kuja Pirates were considered the idols of the sea. The Kuja Pirates came from Amazon Lily, the woman-dominated island in the Calm Belt. Their crew was composed entirely of women warriors who were not only incredibly strong, but also stunningly beautiful. This combination of strength and beauty made them unlike any other pirate crew in the world. Male civilians and even marine soldiers had extreme difficulty dealing with the Kuja Pirates. The men were so captivated by the beauty of these women warriors that they could not fight effectively against them. This gave the Kuja Pirates a significant advantage in every encounter. Total simps. This is literally how you win wars, boys. You don't need strategy, numbers, or ancient weapons. You just throw a woman into the middle of the chaos, step back, and let everything sort itself out. At this time in history, the captain of the Kuja Pirates was Gloriosa. She was the Empress of Amazon Lily and commanded great respect and admiration. Her own crew adored her, and people across the seas knew her reputation. Gloriosa was beautiful, powerful, and charismatic, making her a natural leader. However, there was one person on her crew who outshone even Gloriosa herself. That person was Shakuyaku, and we know about her it's Shaki, who in present works in a bar in the Sabodaya Island. She is the wife of Rayleigh. She served as the first mate of the Kuja Pirates. Shaki's beauty was so extraordinary that it surpassed even the already stunning Gloriosa. Men who saw Shaki were completely mesmerized by her appearance. The narrator explains that all of the empresses of Amazon Lily have names derived from flowers. Gloriosa is named after the Gloriosa flower, also known as the fire lily. Shakuyaku is named after the Shakuyaku flower, which is the peony. This naming tradition connects all the rulers of Amazon Lily to the natural beauty of flowers. One day at sea, the Roger pirates encounter the Kuja pirates. At first, it seems like a normal meeting between two pirate crews. Roger is actually there on a mission. He wants the Kuja pirates to hand over Shaki. Roger openly says he wants her on his crew. This moment makes it clear that the Pirate King people compared to Luffy was not exactly like Luffy at all. Roger is completely distracted. In fact, he's acting like a total simp. Gloriosa immediately reacts. She tells Roger that he already has her affection, asking why he even needs Shaki. It becomes clear that Gloriosa is deeply in love with Roger. Before he can say anything else, Shaki hits Roger on the head, leaving the future Pirate King with a large bump. He's already defeated. Shaki makes her stance clear. She says she will not belong to anyone. She refuses to join any crew and refuses to be owned by anyone. Somehow, this only makes everyone fall for her even more. Roger, the Pirate King, stands absolutely no chance here. It's probably a good thing Luffy doesn't know about this side of Roger, because Luffy is nothing like him in this situation. Gloriosa tries once more. She tells Roger that he doesn't need Shaki because he already has her love and affection. Roger doesn't even look at her. He simply tells Gloriosa to move aside because she's blocking his view of Shaki. It's funny, but also genuinely sad. Among the Roger pirates, only one man remains calm. Silver's Rayleigh. Shaki notices this and says she can understand him. Rayleigh replies that he's surrounded by idiots. But then something unexpected happens. Shaki looks at Rayleigh and winks. Rayleigh is instantly shaken. His calm composure breaks, and his shocked reaction is hilarious. For the first time, even Rayleigh is affected. This moment marks the beginning of their connection. Suddenly, everything changes. A Navy ship appears nearby. The Kuja pirates are warned that they must leave immediately. Gloriosa orders her crew to steal everything from Roger's ship, even the bread. Roger desperately begs them to at least leave some food behind. At the same time, Roger orders his crew to run from the Navy. But the moment he realizes who is approaching, he immediately changes his tone. The man coming is Monkey D. Garp. Roger tells his crew to stop running and prepare to fight. We see Garp in his youth, standing proudly with a cannonball in his hand off course, his signature and only weapon if he uses one. Both Roger and Garp are ready. When they clash, their conqueror's Haki explodes into the air. The atmosphere itself trembles as the two legends charge at each other. Roger wielded his sword, preparing to unleash one of his most powerful techniques. Garp relied on his fists, using his incredible physical strength to match Roger's swordsmanship. Garp launched his attack first, using a technique called Meteor Fist, a powerful strike aimed at Roger's ship, threatening to destroy it completely. The attack carried Garp's overwhelming Haki and physical might, showing just how strong this vice admiral is who doesn't even use a weapon. Roger countered with his own named technique called ultimatum, which translates to savage soul. This technique is derived from Shinto beliefs about the 4 aspects of the soul, with the ultimatum representing the rough, wild, and destructive aspect of the spirit. When these two attacks collided, an enormous wave of Conqueror's Haki erupted from both fighters. This battle showcased why Roger and Garp were considered the most powerful fighters of their generation. The clash between Roger and Garp demonstrates that these two men could make each other lose their sense of reason. When they met, nothing else mattered except their rivalry and mutual respect. Despite Roger's constant dismissal of her feelings, Gloriosa's love for him remained strong and unwavering. She continued to adore him, even though he never returned her affection. This unrequited love became a source of great pain for Gloriosa. Eventually, Gloriosa developed what is known as love sickness, a specific condition that affects the women of Amazon Lily when they fall deeply in love. Same as how in future Boa Hancock falls deeply in love with Luffy. The only cure for love sickness is for the woman to be with the person she loves. But that was impossible for Gloriosa since Roger did not love her back. She could no longer effectively serve as the captain of the Kuja pirates and the Empress of Amazon Lily while suffering from this condition. Gloriosa stepped down from her position as captain, passing the leadership to Shakuyaku. This transition of power made Shaki the new captain of the Kuja pirates and the new Empress of Amazon Lily. Shaki's promotion only increased her already immense popularity. She became even more famous and admired across the seas. However, this also meant that Shaki would eventually face her own love sickness when she fell in love with Rayleigh. While these events were happening across the seas, young Loki was still in Elbaf. He was filled with determination and a burning desire to leave the island. Loki repeatedly tried to set sail and escape to the ocean so he could join the Rock's pirates. However, Loki's attempts to leave Elbaf kept ending in failure. One particularly serious incident occurred when Loki tried to sail away but nearly drowned in the process. The people who witnessed Loki drowning faced a terrible moral dilemma. They knew Loki was in danger and that they should help him. However, Loki had developed such a terrible reputation on Elbaf that many people were unsure if they should save him. This cruel hesitation shows how deeply Loki was hated and feared by his own people. These incidents where Loki nearly died always brought King Harald back to Elbaf. Harald rushed back each time to check on Loki and make sure he was safe. Unlike the other giants who only saw Loki as cursed and dangerous, Ida recognized a suffering child who needed love and acceptance. This compassion led Ida to make Loki an offer. Ida approached young Loki with a genuine invitation. She offered to let him come live with her and Hadrudin in their village. This would give Loki a real home and a family that cared about him. It was an act of incredible kindness. However, Loki and Hadrudin screams and rejects this outright, with Loki disrespecting her, calling her a hag and a gold digger. Despite all of this, Ida is unaverred and called both of her sons sweet. Hearing Loki's disrespectful words, a young child, Matto, starts crying and states that she hates Loki. He disrespects Ida even when she is kind to her. Loki witnesses this and says that he is sick of Elbaf. Everyone has become weak, wimp, and trash. He says he has a different goal for his future. His ambition was to become free just like Rox and join Rox D. Zebeck at sea. Rox had become Loki's idol and the person he most wanted to follow. Living a quiet life in a village, even a loving one, could not compare to the dream of adventure and conquest that rocks represented. Loki planned to join the rocks pirates the next time they visited Elbaf. The scene shifts to Hachinosu, also known as Pirate Island or Full-Elite Island. This dangerous location had become a heaven for criminals and outlaws. A mysterious warrior arrived on Hachinosu during this time. This man attacked random pirates on the island, defeating them easily and making a name for himself. His name was Kyo the Yakuza, also known as Silver Axe, a powerful fighter dressed in traditional Japanese criminal style. Kyo was enormous in size, with a large tattoo covering his chest. At this point in time, Kyo was not yet a member of the Rocks Pirates. Inside the skull of Hachinosu, all the members of the Rocks Pirates gathered together. Rocks D. Zebeck stands before them and reveals the next stage of his plan. He openly declares his true goal, to destroy the Holy Land of Marijuas and bring down the world government. According to Rocks, Elbaf is the key to making that happen. Without the power of the giant kingdom, he believes his dream of ruling the world cannot be achieved. First, he needs 2 legendary devil fruits. One of them is said to exist on Elbaf. Rocks wants King Harold himself to eat that fruit, believing that Harold's already overwhelming strength would reach its true peak and turn him into an unstoppable force. Second, Rocks talks about the Galela Band, the legendary giant shipbuilders made up of ancient giants and regular giants. These giants possess special knowledge and skills and were captured by the world government long ago. Lin Lin speaks up and says that her information network has searched everywhere but found no trace of them. She believes they may already be dead. These giants were later shown frozen on Punk Hazard, making it clear how important they truly are to the story. Whitebeard responds bluntly. He says that even if such giants ever existed, they are probably already dead. And even if Rocks somehow brought them back to life, why would they ever listen to him? Rocks answers immediately. That is exactly why he needs Harold. Kaido then speaks up. He questions why Harold's cooperation matters so much. If Harold's power is needed that badly, Kaido suggests they should simply crush him and force him to obey. The moment Kaido says this, Rocks completely snaps. He kicks Kaido straight in the face, shocking everyone present. Rocks shouts that Kaido should never say such things about Harold again. Harold is his friend. Kaido, who has only just arrived on the island, is furious. A fight nearly breaks out immediately. Rocks warns Kaido that if he ever disrespects Harold like that again, Rocks himself will be the one to finish him. This moment makes one thing very clear. Harold is not just another pawn in Rocks' plan. Rocks genuinely values him. And it also shows how important the Galela Band and Elbaf truly are to his mission. Elbaf's king is the core of everything. Rocks then challenges his crew. He tells them that Elbaf is essential to destroying the Holy Land. If anyone doubts him, they are free to leave right now. But if they stay, they must be ready to follow him when the time comes. Rocks promises that he will show them what lies at the very top of the world. The chapter never clearly names the 2 devil fruits Rocks is searching for. One is located on Elbaf and meant for Harold. The second remains a mystery. Some believe it could be the legendary fruit tied to freedom that Luffy now possesses. Others speculate it could be the darkness fruit. And considering Loki is the future king of Elbaf, this makes one thing very interesting for the future. If Luffy ever wants to challenge the world itself, the power of Elbaf and Loki may be something he cannot afford to ignore. The story highlights just how dangerous the Rocks Pirates have become. Even though they have only been together for about 2 years, they are already considered the most feared pirate crew in the world. The story then shows the Rocks Pirates attacking the International Charity Federation Temple in a place called the Foot Colony. On the surface, the temple is run by monks who claim to collect donations to help children around the world. But this charity is a complete scam. Charlotte Lin Lean exposes the truth. The monks keep all the money for themselves and live in luxury while pretending to be holy men. Even the name Foot Colony is a joke, meaning the money goes straight into their own pockets. The Rocks Pirates show no mercy during the raid. Ochoku coordinates the attack. Ganzui and Barbell haul away bags full of treasure. Don Marlin shoots down the temple guards. Lin Lin, Buckingham Stussy runs through the halls collecting valuables. During the chaos, Kaido, Whitebeard, and Kyo end up trapped inside a deep pit beneath the temple. While they are stuck down there, they call out to Shiki for help, since he has the ability to fly. Instead of helping them, Shiki betrays them. He throws bombs into the pit and tries to seal it off, attempting to bury them alive. This loser will try these things multiple times in the story, suggesting that Shiki's effort will destroy Rock's pirates if these keeps on going. At the same time, the monks running the fake charity realize that the pirates have uncovered their scam. They slam the temple gates shut, trapping Lin and Stussy inside. However, this is not a serious problem for the Rock's pirates. Whitebeard becomes furious. To escape the pit, he unleashes the full power of the Gura Gura no Mi and literally destroys the entire island. Massive earthquakes rip through the ground, and the island begins collapsing into the sea. Big Mom becomes furious at Whitebeard. She becomes furious whenever Whitebeard uses his abilities. She says it affects everybody around him. Kaido watches this in awe and jealousy. He comments on how incredible Whitebeard's devil fruit power is, showing that he clearly wants a powerful devil fruit himself, even though he will later claim that the true era belongs to Haki users. Whitebeard responds by warning Kaido that choosing a devil fruit is not something to take lightly, because once you eat one, you are stuck with that ability for the rest of your life. Meanwhile, Kyo also climbs out of the pit and angrily demands to know who tried to bury him alive. Ochoku, who clearly saw what happened, silently points toward Shiki. Kyo immediately tries to attack him, but Shiki escapes using his devil fruit ability. The narrator then makes something very clear. Despite being the strongest pirate crew in the world, the Rock's pirates, mostly Shiki, constantly betray one another. The rest of the crew is angry at Shiki, but not shocked. This kind of betrayal is normal for them. As the island sinks beneath the ocean, the raid is completely erased. Navy ships appear on the horizon. The Marines have somehow discovered their location and arrived to capture them. The timing is extremely suspicious, and Whitebeard immediately questions how the Navy managed to find them so quickly. Rox wastes no time and orders his crew to attack, sink the Navy ships, and loot them as well. Meanwhile, the narrator mentions several other crimes committed by the Rox pirates during this period. Entire towns have been wiped off the map. They have repeatedly violated international laws without facing any consequences. Rox himself has 25 criminal records that were quietly erased. And although Gold D. Roger was also sailing the seas during this time, these years would later be remembered as the era of Rox. The scene shifts to a country in the New World called Anishi. The name itself means a destined meeting. Anishi is not affiliated with the world government, which means it has no protection from them. Because of this, the country becomes a target. World government ships arrive at Anishi and begin attacking the population. Civilians are captured and taken as slaves, meant to be sold to world nobles or other buyers. Some are even sent to work on massive government projects like the Bridge Kingdoms. The people of Anishi are completely defenseless. At this critical moment, King Harold arrives. He steps directly in the path of the world government forces and protects the country. The world government agents orders Harold to stay away from this. They tells them that if Harold intervenes here, his efforts with connecting with the world government might go in vain. But Harold remembers. Anishi had once helped Elbaf during a time of famine, and Harold has never forgotten that kindness. He attacks the world government ships, drives them away, and successfully saves the people of Anishi from slavery. However, this heroic act comes with serious consequences. The World Economic newspaper reports on the incident, but the truth is completely twisted. The paper spreads propaganda. Harold is labeled a criminal who attacked world government forces without reason. The article ignores the slave raids entirely and paints Harold as a dangerous traitor. This false narrative spreads across the world. Years of work trying to prove that giants can be peaceful and trustworthy are undone overnight. Sometime later, Rox D. Zebeck returns to Elbaf once again. He goes to Ida's bar. Inside, he finds Harold. Rox wastes no time. He points out the propaganda and fake news spread about Harold and tells him, "Look at this. You helped the world government and this is how they repaid you." He urges Harold to join him, saying he can't stand seeing the king of Elbaf bowing his head to the world government anymore. Rox says that if Harold and Elbaf stand with him, they could tear down the system that keeps lying and exploiting the world. Harold responds calmly. He says that Elbaf will become a member nation of the world government sooner or later. Rox mocks him, asking if shaving his head was supposed to show repentance, and what kind of culture taught him that bowing down would earn respect. Harold admits that even Garp once made fun of him for shaving his head. Ox scoffs and says Garp should have been a pirate long ago since he clearly hates the world government. Harold replies that while some people in the world government are corrupt, the Navy as a whole saves lives every single day. He believes the Marines genuinely protect civilians. Harold adds that Elbaf has already begun sending giants to work with the Navy, like John Giant, and believes more will follow and help people in the future. From Harold's point of view, he truly believes he is doing the right thing, but the irony is clear. The world government is the root of many of the world's problems, and working for it only strengthens the system that causes so much suffering. Rox can see this clearly. Harold cannot. Rox pleads with him again, but Harold refuses. Knowing Harold will never accept his offer, Rox jokes with Ida and tells her to talk some sense into him. Ida laughs and says that if Harold were her son, she would tell him to choose better friends. She says this clearly as a joke. Rox replies that it's not funny. Nearby, young Loki is silently listening. This isn't the first time Loki has overheard Rox speaking about the world, power, and freedom. Each time, those words sink deeper into his heart. The scene makes one thing painfully clear. If Harold had accepted Rox's offer, the world might already look very different. But history does not change course. Harold walks the path of peace. Rox walks the path of destruction, and Loki is caught between them, quietly shaping the future. At Marine headquarters, several high-ranking officers gather to discuss the growing threats in the world. Present in the room are Vice Admiral Garp, Sengoku, Tsuru, and Fleet Admiral Kong, the highest-ranking officer in the Navy at the time. Kong begins by informing them of a troubling order from the world government. The government has instructed the Navy not to allow giants to join their ranks. Their reasoning is simple but extreme. They believe giants are too dangerous and could become uncontrollable if they ever turned against the system. Garp immediately reacts. He asks Kong what he personally thinks about the giants of Elbaf. Kong answers honestly. He believes the Navy would greatly benefit from having giants on their side. Their strength would be a massive advantage, especially with the rise of powerful pirates like Rox. Sengoku supports this view. He states that King Harold is an honest man and that he is clearly trying to change Elbaf for the better. Tsuru then adds another concern. She mentions the growing rumors that Rox has been trying to recruit Harold into his crew. Kong acknowledges all of this. He says if Harold were to join Rox, they will be unstoppable. He says he knows Harold is a good man. He understands that giants fighting alongside the Navy would be a huge benefit. However, he explains that his hands are tied. Historically, giants have been viewed as violent and dangerous, and the world government refuses to take that risk. Garp grows angry. He argues that this exact mindset is the problem. Yes, giants were once feared, but that is precisely why the Navy should bring them to their side instead of pushing them away. Garp insists that Elbaf should be allowed to join the world government. Kong shuts this down, not because he disagrees, but because he lacks the authority. He explains that the decision is not his to make. The story then shifts to a shocking piece of news that spreads across the entire world. Shakuyaku has resigned as the captain of the Kuja pirates. The announcement hits hard, not just on Hachinosu, but everywhere. Shaki was an untouchable idol, admired across the seas. Many pirates had set out just to see her, and now they feel betrayed, calling it a scam and falling into despair. No one understands why she would step down. The scene moves to Big Mom and Gloriosa, who are relaxing while reading the news. Gloriosa is confused and frustrated. She wonders what Shaki is thinking. Gloriosa suspects that Shaki might be suffering from lovesickness, just like she once did. Big Mom casually comments on this, and Gloriosa sarcastically questions whether Big Mom even understands love, considering how casually she gives birth to children. Nearby, a young and confident Katakuri stands beside Big Mom, along with Oven, still small and innocent. Gloriosa angrily says she will never forgive Shaki if she has fallen for Roger. What she doesn't know yet is the truth. Shaki has actually fallen for Rayleigh, but no one realizes this at the moment. Not far from them, Whitebeard and Stussy are sitting together. Whitebeard is calm and relaxed, enjoying the moment. Stussy complains that all anyone talks about now is Shaki, this Shaki, that Shaki. She then teasingly asks if Whitebeard has ever fallen for anyone besides her. Whitebeard bluntly replies that he has never fallen for her at all. Stussy grabs his mustache in frustration and proudly declares that she is Miss Buckin' Stussy and could have any man she wants. When Whitebeard asks then what your problem is then, she answers honestly. Her problem is that she wants him. Whitebeard's gentle and carefree and simp-free nature is exactly what made her fall for him. Suddenly, a ship approaches the island. It belongs to the Kuja pirates. Everyone is shocked. The narrator calls it one of the most shocking days in history. The untouchable idol herself, the woman known as the world's desire, has arrived on Pirate Island, the lair of violent and untamed beasts. Shaki steps onto Hachinosu, and chaos immediately follows. Everyone is stunned. Everyone is simping. Shaki calmly announces that she plans to live here for a while and asks if the residents will protect her. The answer is instant and unanimous. Every pirate agrees without hesitation. Her plan is unclear, but no one dares to question her. She comments that the island smells awful, and immediately everyone rushes to clean it up just for her. Not long after, Rox and his crew arrive on the island. They ask what all the noise and excitement is about. Rox looks up and notices a bar. The sign reads, Shaki's Rip-Off Bar. Shaki has somehow opened a bar right in the middle of Pirate Island. Rox is confused and annoyed, wondering what is happening on his island. But the moment he sees Shaki, his anger disappears. Shaki smiles and says she was waiting for him. She calls Rox her first customer and invites him to come in for a drink. Even Rox isn't immune. He immediately falls for her and jokingly says that there is an angel among them. The narrator explains that Pirate Island has unknowingly gained an irreplaceable treasure. From that day on, Shaki becomes known as the Treasure of Hachinosu. The chapter ends with a crucial scene that sets up future events. The location shifts to Mary-Juas, the Holy Land where the world government's highest authorities reside. Inside the Room of Authority, the 5 elders gather to discuss the situation with Elbaf and the Rock's pirates. Saint Marcus Mars, one of the 5 elders, sends a direct message to King Harold of Elbaf. The content of this message is shocking and reveals the world government's true nature. The 5 elders make Harold an offer that they believe he cannot refuse. The offer is simple but terrible. If King Harold kills Rox D. Zebeck, the world government will allow Elbaf to become a member nation, granting Harold everything he has been working toward for years, including recognition, protection, and legitimacy under the world government's authority, finally giving the giant kingdom a seat at the table of world politics. However, the price for this acceptance is that Harold must betray and murder Rox. The world government wants the giant king to become their assassin using Harold's greatest desire, his dream of bringing Elbaf into the international community, as leverage to force him into committing an act that goes against his principles. This offer puts Harold in an extremely difficult position. On one hand, killing Rox would achieve the goal that Harold has been pursuing for years, and Elbaf would finally receive the recognition and respect that Harold believes his people deserve. On the other hand, the offer requires Harold to abandon his principles and commit murder. More importantly, accepting this deal would mean becoming a tool of the world government, proving that they only value Elbaf for the military might that giants represent. We cut to the Oro Jackson sailing across the sea. Something feels off immediately. Roger is unusually quiet, not causing chaos like he normally does. He's just standing there, staring out at the ocean, clearly bothered by something. His crew tells him to go to the pirate island, saying that they know Shaki's location and should head out for her. But Roger means upset. Gaban notices it right away. He leans over to Rayleigh and asks what's going on. He mentions that Roger's been acting strange ever since Rayleigh and Roger talked in private earlier. Gaban asks Rayleigh straight up what that conversation was about. Rayleigh shrugs it off and says, "Nothing really happened," which is a lie. The story then flashes back to that private conversation. Roger and Rayleigh were talking away from the rest of the crew, completely alone. Roger brings up Shaki. He says he always thought Shaki had left the Kuja pirates because she was sick, and he admits he was worried about her too. Rayleigh explains that when Shaki actually left, she was ill at the time, and it felt awkward to bring it up to anyone. He wasn't planning to tell the crew about it at all. Then the real reason comes out. We see the letter. A letter Shaki gave Rayleigh when they met. And it is very clearly a love letter. It basically says, "Come and make me yours." Roger reads it and completely loses patience. He gets frustrated and asks if he's serious. He demands to know whether Rayleigh is even interested in her at all. Rayleigh admits that, yeah, he is interested, but he says he doesn't want anything holding him back. And the expression on Rayleigh's face when he says this is unintentionally hilarious. It's even funnier when you remember what Rayleigh is like in the future. Seeing him act awkward and conflicted about romance makes the whole scene hit even harder. That's the real reason Roger was upset. But it doesn't last long. Back in the present, Roger suddenly snaps out of it. The sadness disappears just as fast as it showed up. He starts laughing again, dancing around the deck like nothing ever happened. He announces to the crew that he's not admitting defeat over something like this. The mood instantly shifts. The crew relaxes. Everyone's relieved to have the old Roger back. Roger grins and reminds them of something important. They're pirates. And pirates don't wait around politely. If you want something, you take it. With that, Roger declares their next destination, Pirate Island, Hachinosu. The crew hesitates for a second. Someone points out that Pirate Island is currently under Rock's control. Roger doesn't care, and just like that, the Oro Jackson changes course. Gold D. Roger sets sail for Pirate Island. Or, as the crew sees it now, Simp D. Roger, going to war for love. The scene shifts to Mary Juaz. This flashback takes place 40 years before the present timeline. Saint Figaland Garling appears before the 5 elders. At this point in history, Garling is not yet a supreme commander of the Holy Knights. He is just a knight of God. Garling has just completed a mission for the world government and reports to the 5 elders about an assignment he was working on, during which he made an extraordinary discovery on a particular island that caught his attention immediately. Garling tells the 5 elders about this discovery with great enthusiasm, explaining that he has found something on an island that will surely delight Imusama beyond measure. Based on this discovery, Garling makes a proposal to the 5 elders, requesting that the next native hunting competition, a cruel sport that the celestial dragons participate, be held on this particular island at the location of his discovery. The island that Garling is referring to is God Valley, located in the West Blue. This proposal will set in motion the events that lead to the God Valley incident, one of the most significant events in the history of the One Piece world. The story returns to Pirate Island, Hachinosu, and the first thing we see is something completely ridiculous. There is a massive line of pirates stretching across the island. These pirates have come from all over the world for one reason only, to drink at Shaki's bar. Pirates from different seas, different crews, and even rival factions are standing patiently like idiots, waiting for their turn. Inside the bar, it becomes even funnier. Shaki openly disrespects the pirates waiting outside. She insults them and treats them like trash, and somehow, this only makes them fall for her even harder. The more she looks down on them, the more devoted they become. This shows just how much power Shaki holds over the pirate world. While this is going on, Shaki notices something strange about Rox. He doesn't feel the same as before. The usual simping is gone. Instead, Rox looks relaxed, cheerful, and oddly fulfilled, like someone who has found happiness. Shaki teases him about it. She jokes that he's acting different and asks if he's fallen for another woman, suggesting that he's clearly moved on from her. Lin immediately agrees, saying that Rox has indeed fallen for another woman. She isn't shown or named, but her existence is real. Rox has started a serious relationship with her. The bigger reveal is that woman is pregnant with Rox's child. That child will one day be born as Marshall D. Teach. Only after all of this does Roger arrive. Roger storms onto Pirate Island full of energy and joy. Loud as ever, He announces himself dramatically and calls out to Shaki, jokingly calling himself her lover boy. Total simp behavior. He tries to enter the bar, but Rox stops him immediately and says this is his island. Roger casually fires back that this is Shaki's place, not Rox, and reminds him that there's no fighting between customers. He tells Rox to stop yapping, calling him a porcupine. Rox asks how Roger even got in when there was such a huge line outside. Roger looks confused and says, "Line? What line?" Then he casually tells his crew to come in and grab a drink. Inside the bar, Whitebeard decides to leave. He doesn't like the noise, the chaos, or the childish energy filling the place. Shaki walks over to Roger, instantly making him simp again, and immediately asks about Rayleigh. Roger explains that he invited Rayleigh, but Rayleigh wasn't feeling well and stayed on the ship. At that moment, Gloriosa jumps in again, openly showing her affection for Roger. She clings to him, clearly still in love. Roger brushes her off and says he doesn't need a woman who throws hearts everywhere. But quietly, he adds that Shaki would be an exception. Gloriosa is left completely frustrated by this logic. Shaki, however, looks genuinely disappointed after hearing that Rayleigh didn't come. She quietly leaves the bar. Roger then asks if Whitebeard is around because he wanted to have a drink with him. Lin tells him Newgate already left. Roger sighs to himself, thinking that Rayleigh really should have come. With that, the pirates relax. The bar fills with laughter, drinking, and singing. Enemies sit together, weapons down, as they all sing Bink's Brew. Suddenly, Shaki collapses and passes out, revealing that this so-called love sickness is actually a real illness that affects the women of Amazon Lily. The narrator explains just how much power Shaki truly holds. Inside her bar, even sworn enemies stop fighting. Rivals respect her rules. Pirate Island, a place of endless violence, becomes peaceful for her. But out at sea, it's a different story. The narrative shifts to focus on King Harold's decision regarding the offer made by the 5 elders in the previous chapter, which promised to allow Elbaf to become a member nation of the world government if Harold killed Rox. Harold makes his choice, accepting the 5 elders' offer. Despite his friendship with Rox and his moral principles, Harold decides to pursue the assassination, agreeing to kill Rox in exchange for his nation's acceptance into the world government. A decision that weighs heavily on him, but which he believes is necessary for the future of his people. Harold travels to confront Rox in the underworld of Elbaf. The battle between Rox and Harold showcases the incredible scale and power of their confrontation in the underworld of Elbaf, with both warriors unleashing their full strength against each other. Loki and Hadradin are hiding nearby, watching the battle unfold, but they quickly realize they made a mistake, as the shockwaves produced by the impacts of Rox and Harold's attacks are so powerful that the young giants cannot withstand them, forcing them to retreat to a safer distance. Rox is extremely angry with Harold, shouting at the giant king and telling him that he cannot believe that Harold has allowed the world government to manipulate him, accusing Harold of being used as a tool by the very organization he has been trying to negotiate with for years. Harold responds with his own frustration and inner conflict, admitting that he has experienced great doubts about this decision and questioning himself about whether achieving his goal is worth killing a friend. He reveals his internal struggle, torn between his duty to his nation and his personal relationship with Rox, showing that this decision has not been easy for him. Rox continues his accusations, telling Harold not to give him meaningless excuses and pointing out that he is doing exactly what the world government wants, regardless of his doubts or justifications. Rox calls Harold a fool, telling that he is being used and manipulated, and trying to make Harold see that the world government will never truly respect Elbaf or treat the giants as equals, only wanting to use Harold's strength as a weapon. Despite the fury of their battle, the narrator reveals an important truth. Neither Rox nor Harold actually wants to kill the other. Both warriors are holding back, using tremendously powerful attacks but not aiming for lethal strikes. This restraint reveals the depth of their complicated relationship. Despite being on opposite sides of this conflict and having philosophical differences, and despite Harold having agreed to assassinate Rox, there is still a bond between them, as they respect each other's strength and understand each other's motivations. After an intense and prolonged battle, the confrontation between Rox and Harold reaches its conclusion with a powerful strike. Rox sends Harold flying with a powerful strike and calls him a soft coward. Rox, genuinely mad at Harold, declares that this marks the end of their friendship, stating that the bond they shared is now broken beyond repair. Rox tells Harold that he will never invite him to join his crew again, recognizing that their paths are too different and that Harold's choice to accept the world government's offer has created an unbridgeable divide between them. Harold responds with his own declaration, reminding Rox that he is a king, and emphasizing that he would never risk the lives of his precious subjects by joining a villain who is destined to fail. Harold believes that Rox's ambitions will ultimately lead to his downfall, and he refuses to drag his people into a doomed rebellion against the world government. The narrator provides crucial context, stating that the bizarre friendship between Rox D. Zebeck and King Harold has ended without a clear winner in combat, but with their relationship now completely fallen apart. The narrator makes an ominous statement about the future. Rox and Harold will not meet again after this battle, going their separate ways, each pursuing their own vision for how to change the world, and will never cross paths again until the day of the God Valley incident, which will occur in the future timeline. After the battle and the breaking of the friendship between Rox and Harold, young Loki takes action based on his misunderstanding of the situation, going to the coast of Elbaf and waiting there for Rox to return, believing that Rox will come back to Elbaf eventually. Ida tries to help Loki understand reality, telling him many times that Rox will not return to Elbaf, and explaining that the friendship between his father Harold and Rox has ended, trying to make him understand that Rox has no reason to come back now that his relationship with Harold is broken. However, Loki refuses to listen to Ida's words. He continues to wait on the coast. Something slowly begins to change. As time passes and Loki keeps waiting, Ida continues to stay by his side. Gradually, the Loki starts to open his heart to her. Ida's constant presence and genuine care begin to affect him, when he eventually accepts her offer to drink some juice. The final scene of the chapter shifts to God Valley in the West Blue, 39 years before the present timeline. 1 year after the events with Roger arriving at the pirate island and the battle between Rox and Harold. The scene takes place in a peaceful village on God Valley, with villagers going about their daily lives in this quiet community. A red-haired woman walks through the village streets, pushing a baby stroller that contains twin babies, appearing to be a resident of God Valley. The villagers immediately notice the twins in the stroller, commenting on how cute the babies are and observing that both babies have inherited their mother's distinctive red hair. One of the villagers asks the woman the names of the twin babies. The woman speaks, revealing the names she has given to her children, Shanks and Shamrock. This revelation confirms that Shanks, who will grow up to become one of the 4 emperors, was born on God Valley. His twin brother Shamrock, who will later be known as Saint Figarland Shamrock and become part of the celestial dragon family, was also born here. The chapter deliberately keeps the identity of the red-haired woman mysterious, never revealing her face. This scene takes place 1 year before the God Valley incident, and the fact that Garling discovered something important on God Valley around this same time period suggests he may have already been visiting the island regularly. The scene shifts to a shocking news that spreads across the entire world. Shakuyaku has been kidnapped from Hachinosu. The announcement causes an uproar everywhere, as Shaki was considered untouchable on Pirate Island. The narrator reveals that Don Marlin, the gangster member of the Rox Pirates who had been assigned to protect Shaki, was killed during the incident. This makes it clear that the kidnappers were extremely powerful and determined. There are strong hints that Ochoku was the traitor who helped facilitate the kidnapping. He is shown calmly counting money while everyone else is panicking. Elsewhere at sea, Roger becomes furious after reading the newspaper. He tears it apart in rage, angry at Rox for failing to protect Shaki. Rayleigh is also genuinely saddened upon hearing the news. Chaos spreads across the seas as pirates everywhere react with outrage and disbelief at what has happened. The timeline shifts to 38 years before present, 1 year after Shaki was kidnapped from Hachinosu. The setting is God Valley, an island in the West Blue. Saint Figarland Garling arrives on God Valley and reunites with his wife. She is overjoyed to see him and says she always knew he would come back. She proudly shows him their children. Garling looks at them in surprise and asks if they are twins, commenting that they are adorable. His wife smiles and says that now they can finally live together on the island as a family. That is when Garling reveals his true nature. He coldly tells her that they will not be living on God Valley. He says the island will soon be erased. Garling explains that he has already arranged a special reward for a woman worthy of him, and all he has to do is win the upcoming competition. His wife is completely shocked and unable to understand what he is saying. Without hesitation, Garling suddenly stabs his own wife with his sword. She screams in pain and collapses as the babies begin crying. Garling shows no emotion. He calmly uses a transponder snail to give orders, instructing the Navy to begin their preparations. Soon after, Marine forces start moving toward the island. The Navy surrounds God Valley and begins landing troops. Civilians are confused and terrified, wondering why the Navy is there. A Navy captain orders his men to use tranquilizers on the civilians and to apprehend anyone who does not resist. Among the Marines is a young Monkey D. Dragon, who is still serving in the Navy at this point in his life. This moment connects directly to what Dragon later says in the future, that he knows the Navy well and never found true justice within it. Dragon questions the Navy captain, asking why civilians are being captured. The captain harshly shuts him down, telling him that this is part of his training and that he has no right to question orders as a rookie. Moments later, the Navy begins firing tranquilizers and rounding up the island's residents. Dragon is ordered to shoot as well, but he cannot bring himself to do it, even knowing the weapons will not kill anyone. He hesitates as civilians are taken away. Tear gas is also deployed across the island, worsening the chaos. Another Navy warship arrives, carrying slaves brought to God Valley for the upcoming hunting game. A Navy officer senses that something is wrong. Among the slaves, we see Ivankov, Ginny, Kuma, and some other slaves who appear completely hopeless. Ivankov and Ginny quietly begin planning an escape. The scene then shifts to Morgan, president of the World Economic Journal. Somehow, he has obtained explosive information. Shakuyaku is alive and being held on God Valley as part of a celestial dragon native hunting competition. Morgan spreads this news to Pirate Island and across the world. Chaos erupts on Hachinosu as pirates realize Shaki has been kidnapped but is still alive. Everyone becomes excited and furious at the same time. Whitebeard comments that he once thought the Celestial Dragon's hunting games were just rumors, but now he knows they are real. Lin notices something important. One of the prizes of the competition is legendary devil fruits. She tells Kaido that this is his chance to obtain a powerful devil fruit, and that she can also secure strong fruits for her children. One crew member suggests that the whole thing might be a trap, but Rox shuts him down. He declares that he is going to God Valley and that anyone who wants to follow him can come, while those who hesitate can stay behind. At sea, the news also reaches the Roger pirates. Roger immediately decides to go to God Valley with his entire crew. Everyone is fired up. When Garp learns that Roger is heading to God Valley, he prepares to go as well. These legendary figures are all moving toward the same place, not to save civilians, but because powerful enemies and massive rewards await. On the open sea, the Rox pirates are suddenly stopped when Harold's ship blocks their path. Harold has been ordered to stop Rox from reaching God Valley. Rox confronts Harold and accuses him of being foolish, saying that working for the world government will never bring him true change. Rox asks whether Harold is really willing to kill his own friend, follow orders, and where his free will has gone. Knowing Harold won't understand in front of others, Rox asks to speak privately. Away from the crew, Rox and Harold shares their drink. Rox reveals something shocking. He tells Harold that Rox D. Zebeck is not his real name. His true name is Davy D. Zebeck, a member of a clan the world government has been trying to erase for generations. The Davy Clan are descendants of the legendary pirate Davy D. Jones, who truly existed in the One Piece world. Many members of this clan are still alive today, hiding. Rox explains that 2 years ago he had a child. Fearing the world government, he sent his wife and child to the homeland of the Davy Clan for protection. However, Garling discovered the truth. Harold realizes that Rox is not going to God Valley for glory or power, but to save his family. This completely changes Harold's view of Rox. The man the Navy calls the worst criminal in history is actually fighting for his loved ones. Rox explains that God Valley is his home. Harold asks why Rox would reveal such a weakness to him instead of telling his crew. Rox answers that Harold deserved to know the truth. Harold asks if the world government is luring Rox to God Valley. Rox replies that it's the opposite. They do not want him there because the celestial dragons will be present. Someone else is pulling the strings. But their biggest mistake was kidnapping Shaki, which has drawn pirates from all over the world to the island. Rox says that as long as his wife and child survive, nothing else matters. He admits that fortune has never favored him. He asks Harold one last time to join him, almost begging. Harold refuses, saying he would rather sink Rox than stand beside him. Enraged, Rox attacks Harold's ship, calls him a soft coward, and sails away. The native hunting competition begins. The residents of the island are captured and prepared as prey. The prizes are announced. Multiple legendary devil fruits, and the most beautiful woman in the world, Shakuyaku of Amazon Lily. The celestial dragons openly desire her. The winner may choose to make her a wife or a slave. Shaki is brought onto the stage in front of everyone. We see the gods' knights, including Garling. Summers declares he will make her his slave. Garling tells him to stop dreaming because Shaki will be his wife. Elsewhere, Dragon enters a house where an injured woman begs him to save her children and not let the world government or the celestial dragons take them. In another location, Rock's wife is shown, her face hidden, telling a frightened young Teach to stay calm and prepare to leave the island. Both of them are currently captured. Finally, the organizer of the God Valley incident announces an additional prize, a buccaneer boy, listed as a super rare rabbit. With that announcement, the long-lost Davy Clan is exposed and the hunt officially begins. The Davy Clan is brought on the stage at God Valley. The celestial dragons immediately react with hatred. Among the captives are young Teach and Rox's wife, along with several other members of the Davy Clan. Some of them are unusually large in size, which only fuels the dragon's rage. The celestial dragons begin throwing weapons, knives, axes, anything they can grab, at the captives. They shout insults, calling the Davy Clan a cursed bloodline that deserves extermination. Teach watches in pure terror, the same helpless fear seen years later in Doflamingo as a child. His mother desperately shields him with her body as weapons rain down. One celestial dragon suddenly shouts a critical question, asking whether the Davy Clan members are also buccaneers. This directly links the Davy Clan to the buccaneer race, the same race as Kuma, humanoids larger and far stronger than normal humans. The scene makes it painfully clear that the world government has hunted both the Davy Clan and buccaneers for generations. Nearby, Garling is shown speaking with Saturn, who is also present on the island. Saturn compliments Garling on successfully uncovering the Davy Clan. Garling responds casually, saying it was simply fate. Elsewhere on the island, Dragon encounters the red-haired woman, the mother of Shanks and Shamrock. She is dying from the wounds Garling inflicted earlier. With her last strength, she begs Dragon to protect her children and secure their future. Dragon is overwhelmed with guilt and pain. He says this is the only thing he can do and promises to save them. The woman most likely dies from her injuries soon after. The announcer then declares the rules of the native hunting competition. He reveals that there are 13 super rare rabbits worth 10,000 points each, along with 150 rare rabbits. With that announcement, all captives are released at once: slaves, prisoners, civilians, children, women, and the elderly. Tears fill their eyes as panic spreads. They are given 1 hour to run and hide, along with a false promise that anyone who survives for 3 weeks will be freed. When the hour ends, the hunt begins. The celestial dragons start killing mercilessly. Men, women, children, families, everyone is slaughtered without hesitation. The dragons kill for points, laughing and enjoying the cruelty. Transponder snails are placed all over the island, broadcasting the massacre live to Mary Jouaz, where other celestial dragons watch and cheer. The Holy Knights also participate. Garling is shown killing dozens of people with a single slash. Gunko uses her arrows to wipe out multiple victims at once, turning the hunt into a twisted competition. It becomes clear that Garling is likely to win and claim Shaki, if the hunt continues. Another holy knight, Summers, notices a small child hiding in a tree. Instead of capturing them, he decides to play with his prey. This sadistic loser is wasting his time having fun. He doesn't care about the prizes at this point. Thorns erupt from the ground beneath the tree, spearing the area below. Smiling, Summers mockingly tells the child to jump, saying there's a soft cushion waiting underneath. To make it worse, he kicks the tree violently. The child loses his grip. As the child falls, his father, who had been hiding nearby, rushes out in desperation, unable to stay hidden any longer. Both of them most probably got cushioned. The scene shifts to Dragon, who witnesses the aftermath of the hunt. He sees bodies everywhere, people murdered for nothing. Guilt and anger consume him. Suddenly, Dragon notices a celestial dragon targeting Kuma, who is worth 10,000 points because of his buccaneer blood. Kuma is with Ginny, Ivankov, and other slaves. Dragon raises his weapon, knowing exactly what will happen next. At the marine ship, a captain asks if everyone has returned. Everyone is present, except Dragon. Dragon makes his decision. He fires a tranquilizer at the celestial dragon, saving Kuma. This is Dragon's complete break from the Marines. Attacking a celestial dragon is the greatest crime imaginable, but Dragon does it anyway. Kuma, the boy he saves here, will later become one of the Revolutionary Army's most important figures. Before the celestial dragons can react, their nightmare arrives. The Rock's pirates descend upon God Valley, along with several other pirate crews. Their arrival is overwhelming. The aura alone terrifies the celestial dragons. Whitebeard, Big Mom, Captain John, Kyo, Gloriosa, Stussy, Kaido, all of them are here, most of them with one goal: save Shaki. Rox orders his crew to split up and grab treasure, devil fruits, and anything valuable. Many of the crew openly simp for Shaki. Whitebeard jokingly says he's only worried about his friend Shaki, but if she falls in love with him, he wouldn't mind. Stussy is visibly shocked by this. Big Mom calls all of them fools, saying Shaki will never care about any of them. Kaido asks Lin Lin if she's serious about getting him a devil fruit. He acts like an impatient child. Lilin is like an older sister to him at this time. The Navy responds by firing cannons, but they do absolutely nothing. The Rock's pirates advance without slowing down. Celestial dragons panic and flee, blaming the Navy for their failure. Emergency alerts spread across the Marine network. Dragon hears the reports as chaos erupts. Using the distraction, Dragon escapes with baby Shanks and baby Shamrock. The twins calmly look at him as he carries them away. It's tragic, knowing they will be separated in the future. Dragon protects Shanks here, just as Shanks will one day protect Luffy. Then another massive presence arrives. The Roger pirates storm into God Valley, full of excitement. They're here for Shaki and treasure. Garling receives reports of their arrival and grows furious. The hunt is ruined. Now he must protect the celestial dragons instead of enjoying the game. The Holy Knights of God regroup to face the pirates. Some are familiar, others are new. The Navy clashes with the pirates, but they are completely outmatched. The Rock's pirates tear through Marine forces with ease. Then salvation arrives for the Navy. A cannonball crashes onto the battlefield with overwhelming force. Standing proudly on a warship is Monkey D. Garp, cannonball in hand, of course. The Marines erupt with joy, believing they are finally saved. Both Roger and Rox react with frustration. They know exactly what Garp is, a monster who will change everything. With Garp's arrival, all the greatest forces of the era stand on one island. And the God Valley incident truly begins. The narration opens by explaining that with so many legendary figures gathering in one place, each driven by their own goals, God Valley turns into a battlefield of inescapable nightmares. Chaos consumes the island as pirates clash with Marines and Garp's overwhelming presence shakes the land. Amid this destruction, civilians and slaves finally see an opening and begin running for their lives. The celestial dragons, however, instead of fleeing, they blame the Navy for allowing pirates onto the island and refuse to abandon the hunt. The Marines desperately try to escort them to evacuation tunnels, but the dragons insist on continuing the game. The motives are now clear. Roger is here for Shaki. Garp is here for Roger. And Rox is here solely for his wife and child. The scene shifts to Dragon, who is running through the chaos carrying Shanks and baby Shamrock. He is injured, exhausted, and desperate to escape, believing this is the only way he can atone for his role in the hunt. As he searches for marine ships to escape on, Dragon realizes too late that he has run in the wrong direction. Pirate ships and crews are approaching fast. As Dragon tries to change direction, a laser beam pierces straight through his chest, blowing him backward. The babies fall from his arms. Dragon collapses. The attacker reveals herself as Saint Maffy, one of the Knights of God from the Satchel family. She contacts someone through a transponder snail, explaining that Maffy saved her from Garling's wrath. Maffy mocks the idea that Garling even has children, then picks up baby Shamrock, assuming Dragon is about to die. Dragon, screaming in pain, still tries to crawl forward to save them. When he sees a baby being taken, he loses hope entirely, believing he deserves to die for failing. But just as Maffy turns away, she is cut clean in half. The battlefield falls silent for a moment as Whitebeard and Big Mom step forward, their presence overwhelming. Big Mom angrily shouts at Whitebeard, accusing him of nearly killing her with that attack. Dragon watches in complete awe as these monsters of the sea stand before him. Moments later, Shaki also storms in, furious at Whitebeard for almost cutting him down as well. Meanwhile, Kaido behaves like an impatient child, repeatedly asking Big Mom whether they will find a devil fruit, showing how young and immature he still is. A group of weak, fame-hungry pirates suddenly rushes in, believing they can defeat the Rock's pirates and become legends. They are instantly wiped out. The difference in power is absolute. Amid the chaos, Maffy is both terrified and confused by what is happening on the island. Even as a Knight of God, she is not prepared for this level of destruction. Although she does not die from the attack, one detail immediately stands out. She is holding only one baby, and that baby is crying. Nearby, baby Shanks lies on the ground, unconscious, a bump visible on his head. Dragon sees this and freezes for a moment. The realization hits him. Shanks is still alive. Shock turns into overwhelming relief. He knows he has lost one child, but he accepts the painful truth. Saving even one life is better than saving none. At the same time, Garp arrives at chaos. He leaps into the battlefield, laughing, calling it a perfect fishing spot, and attacks the Rock's pirates with a fist overflowing with Conqueror's hockey. What happens next is shocking. Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido all retreat from Garp. Big Mom warns Kaido that fighting Garp would take too long and isn't worth it. A single man, unarmed, has forced 3 future emperors to back off. Dragon watches in disbelief, realizing his own father has arrived on the island. As they retreat, Lin Lin launches a massive long-range attack using Zeus and Prometheus, a devastating blast of fire. Kuma, Ivankov, and the other slaves watch in fear, but Garp simply mocks Lin Lin, saying the attack is too weak. Lilin grows furious. During the distraction, another Knight of God executes escaping civilians and slaves from behind, mowing them down as they flee. A Navy officer reports the situation. Roger's crew is approaching from the northwest, while the Rock's pirates are advancing from the southeast. The celestial dragons are trapped in between, unable to escape. Roger charges forward, crushing everything in his path. The scene cuts to Shaki's room where she is being held captive. Summers enters. Summers immediately realizes all the pirates are here to save her, and that Shaki knows this very well. She understands her value. Summers slaps her, saying he prefers naive women. When Shaki tries to fight back, he grabs her leg and impales it with his thorn weapon. She collapses in pain. Summers declares that since Garling will likely win the competition, there's no way Shaki will ever be his. If he can't have her, no one will. He prepares to kill her, savoring the moment. Outside, Roger's crew and Rock's crew collide, fighting each other while racing toward Shaki. Roger realizes he can't reach her in time. Then Roger sends out his strongest weapon, Silver's Rayleigh. A terrifying aura fills the air. Rayleigh appears. With a single overwhelming strike, Rayleigh sends Summers flying, completely crushing him. Rayleigh turns to Shaki and apologizes for arriving too late. He mentions the love letter she once gave him and tells her that he's here to take her away. Shaki breaks down in tears, admitting how terrified she was. Rayleigh cries as well, apologizing for everything she had to endure. Meanwhile, Roger and Gaban shout at them to stop the romance and move already. Roger declares that the main mission is complete. They've rescued Shaki. They'll grab some treasure. And then they're leaving God Valley. But the battle is far from over. The chapter begins with Navy reports confirming that Zebeck and St. Figureland Garling are locked in combat in the northwest of God Valley. Marine Command immediately orders reinforcements to be sent to support Garling and eliminate Rox. The battlefield positions are clearly established. Roger is moving through the center of the island, while Rox and Garling are fighting in the northwest. Nearby them, the main treasure vault is located. Roger's crew escorts Rayleigh as he carries Shaki in his arms, cutting through both pirates and Marines. Several opportunistic pirates attempt to attack Rayleigh in order to steal Shaki, but they are swiftly destroyed, either by the Roger pirates or even by members of the Rox pirates themselves. Shaki, in particular, steps in, openly warning the attackers that if they interfere, Shaki might get hurt. He makes it clear that he genuinely cares about her safety. Shaki, now finally safe, feels relieved and happy that she survived, and that Rayleigh was the one who came for her. Rayleigh tells her that there is something he wants to say. Shaki stops him and replies that he doesn't need to say anything. She already knows. The scene shifts to the primary treasure area, where legendary devil fruits are stored. Inside the room, Ivankov and Kuma are shown holding devil fruits. Kuma has his future Paw fruit, while Ivankov is holding the fish fruit, model Azure Dragon, Kaido's future devil fruit. Before Ivankov can eat it, Big Mom crashes into the room, snatches the devil fruit, and slams Ivankov into the wall. Kuma watches in complete shock. Before Big Mom can take his fruit as well, Kuma makes a split-second decision and eats it. Big Mom immediately turns furious. Pirates fight each other, Marines lose control, and destruction spreads everywhere. The Navy desperately asks Garp for orders. Garp, completely confused by what is unfolding, asks Sengoku if he knew about any of this. Sengoku admits that there was once a man who spoke about similar rumors, but he mysteriously vanished from the Navy soon after. Garp explodes in anger, realizing this is all real. He isn't dreaming. The scene cuts back to the northwest. Rox is fighting Garling, along with another holy knight and monstrous, demon-like creatures, similar to the giants seen in Elbaf when Emu uses domination powers. Rox is carrying his wife Eris and their child Teach on his shoulders. He has finally found them. However, he is forced to keep running. The Knights of God do not die, no matter how many times he strikes them. Rox wonders what kind of power this is, admitting that even he doesn't fully understand Emu's abilities. Garling is furious, but at the same time, he can't help admiring Rox's strength. Rox has damaged him badly, slowing Garling's regeneration. Garling bitterly remarks that even if the game is ruined, killing members of the Davy Clan would still make it worthwhile. Eris tells Rox to put her down. She explains that he cannot fight properly while carrying them. Rox refuses, terrified for his family, saying that if the government captures Eris and Teach, death would be kinder than what awaits them. Eris jumps down anyway. She tells Rox that she understands the fate of the Davy Clan and that she is not a helpless woman. She says that if she were weak, Rox would have never fallen in love with her. Eris assures Rox that if the government captures them, she will kill Teach and herself before allowing that fate. If they survive, she tells Rox to meet her in Leloucha. She leaves with Teach. Garling arrives just as they escape. Seeing Rox alone, Garling smiles, excited that they can finally fight without distractions. Rox, now genuinely enraged, swings his katana and prepares for battle. Teach looks back one last time, terrified by the chaos around him. The scene returns to the treasure vault. Big Mom celebrates, believing she has secured a powerful devil fruit and plans to give it to Katakuri. But suddenly, a shadow appears. Kaido strikes Big Mom with a powerful blow, steals the devil fruit the moment it's within reach, and eats it instantly. He grins as his body begins to transform. Big Mom screams in rage and attacks him. The chapter draws a parallel. Dragon and Eris are both running in different directions, each protecting a child. Teach with Eris, Shanks with Dragon. Both children will one day stand against the world government. At a secondary treasure site, Roger's crew arrives and finds massive amounts of gold and devil fruits. The pirates are thrilled, but soon, rival pirates and the Navy also arrive. The situation spirals further out of control. Slaves beg the Navy for rescue. They are coldly told that God Valley is not affiliated with the world government and no help will be given. Kuma begins rescuing people, teleporting them away one by one. From a high cliff, Saturn calmly observes the chaos. A voice asks him if Rox is dead yet. It is Emu. Saturn replies that the chaos on the island is unexpected, and that such destruction may give birth to something entirely new. As he speaks, a massive silhouette of dragon rising into the sky is shown. Emu responds coldly, "That must not happen." Suddenly, an overwhelming dark conqueror's haki floods the entire island. It is so alien and terrifying that Rox, Roger, and Garp all stop at once. A monstrous figure appears. It is Saturn, but no longer himself. Emu has taken control of his body. Meanwhile, Rox has already defeated 2 Knights of God and the demonic creatures aiding them. Garling lies utterly destroyed, his body shattered. His regeneration has gone really slow. The attacks has slowed down his regeneration. Rox has annihilated the world government's strongest security force. As with Teach, Rox's greatest victories are never fully shown, only the aftermath. All eyes turn toward the new entity. Rox asks Whitebeard if he will help him. Whitebeard replies calmly that he's got his back. They've been drinking together long enough. Kaido, thrilled by his new power, excitedly shows off his dragon form like a child. Whitebeard and Kaido both stand beside Rox, ready to support him. Whitebeard asks the most important question: what is that thing? The answer is, it is Saturn, but also not Saturn. Emu is controlling him. A fusion of ruler and vessel. Pirates and Marines alike flee in terror. Garp stares in disbelief, wondering if this is even real. Roger grins, excited, saying that a truly great adventure has begun. Rox answers quietly. They are fighting the world itself. Emu is the world. This also raises question. When Loki announced that he is the Sun God and he's going to destroy the world, did he meant the world by Emu? The chapter opens with God Valley completely losing control. Emu, now fully possessing Saturn's form, attacks the battlefield without hesitation or discrimination. Marines, pirates, allies, enemies, none of it matters. In Emu's eyes, everyone present is something that needs to be erased. Saturn's body has grown to a massive, unnatural size, towering over the island. His legs begin to twist and split apart, detaching from his body and turning into enormous black claws made of dark matter. These claws move on their own, ripping through the battlefield independently. Marines who were fighting the Rox pirates moments ago are suddenly torn apart by attacks from their own side. Pirate crews are wiped out just as brutally. Entire groups vanish in seconds. It becomes clear very quickly that this thing isn't fighting for anyone. Saturn's eyes are completely empty. There is nothing left of him. His body is being used like a puppet. Through the chaos, Rox pushes forward and stands directly in front of Emu. He looks up at the massive form without hesitation and openly mocks the ruler of the world, calling him nothing more than a king of rats hiding above everyone else. Rox demands to know if Emu came all this way just to kill him. Emu responds by calling Rox by another name, Davy Jones. Emu believes Rox is Davy D. Jones, the legendary figure from 800 years ago who openly opposed the world government. Rox immediately shuts that down. He says he is not Davy Jones, that he never met him, and that Emu is confusing him with someone else. But then Rox says something that makes Emu react instantly. He says that promises are meant to be kept. That single line changes everything. Emu's tone shifts. The calm disappears. Emu declares that this is exactly why Rox, the Davy Clan, and anyone connected to that bloodline must be erased completely. The world Emu is building is not finished yet, and the existence of the Davy bloodline threatens it. Without warning, Emu attacks, using Saturn's massive body to strike at Rox directly. Rox doesn't hesitate. He launches himself forward, his blade tearing straight through the dark matter. Saturn's incoming leg attack is cut cleanly in half. At the same time, Garp arrives at the edge of the battlefield and immediately understands how serious this situation is. Marines rush toward Garp and physically try to restrain him. They grab his arms, shouting that he cannot interfere, reminding him that Saturn is one of 5 elders. To attack him would be treason beyond anything imaginable. Garp just watches. He's watching one of the 5 elders looking like a total monster for the first time. He expected no less from the 5 elders. If this is what the 5 elders are, he isn't going to help him. He never has. Elsewhere on the island, the chaos hasn't stopped. The Roger pirates and the Rox pirates are still clashing when Captain John finally makes his move. With everyone distracted by Emu and Rox, he activates his devil fruit, the magnet fruit, the same power that will later belong to Kid. Metal all across God Valley begins flying toward him. Weapons, treasure, armor, even parts of buildings are ripped from the ground as John pulls everything toward himself using his technique, Big Eater. Gabon immediately warns the Roger pirates about Captain John's devil fruit powers. Even Roger feels the pull, but he ignores it completely and keeps running toward the battle between Rox and Emu. And Zui, one of the Rox pirates, sees exactly what Captain John is doing. Realizing John is betraying the crew, Ganzui attacks him using the bomb fruit, the same devil fruit that will later belong to Mr. 5. Ganzui launches Sky Snake Red Cannon, and the explosion slams directly into Captain John. The magnetic pull collapses instantly, treasure and metal raining down across the battlefield as John is taken out by his own crewmate. During all of this, Dragon is still carrying baby Shanks. When the magnetic force hits, Dragon's weapon is ripped from his hands, throwing him off balance. He crashes to the ground and loses consciousness. Shanks is thrown free and lands nearby. Unhurt, he starts crawling, drawn toward an open treasure chest overflowing with gold and jewels. Without understanding any of it, Shanks crawls inside and hides among the treasure. Back at the main battlefield, Rox is struggling. Even Whitebeard and Kaido can tell something is wrong. Emu is taking hits that shouldn't be survivable. Kaido offers to jump in, but Rox warns him not to get close yet. Big Mom arrives, still furious about Kaido stealing the dragon fruit, mocking him for it even now. But both of them quickly realize that none of that matters. Emu is the real threat. Roger finally reaches the battlefield, weapon ready, and decides right there that Emu is his target. Garp breaks free from the Marines holding him down and makes his choice as well. For the first and only time, 6 monsters stand on the same side. Garp, Roger, Rox, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Lin Lin all attack together. Their strongest techniques collide at once, each one coated in Supreme King Haki. The impact is overwhelming. The island shakes, the air tears apart. Emu's body is ripped to pieces. For a moment, it looks like it worked. Garp proudly claims his punch did the job. Roger fires back that it was clearly his attack, but the moment doesn't last. Emu's body reforms, dark matter pulling itself back together like nothing happened. Emu releases a massive wave of Conqueror's Haki that sweeps across the island, knocking out weaker fighters instantly. Emu speaks while dismembered, calmly pointing out that Rox's wife and son are running through the forest. It's not just information. It's a threat. Rox loses control and attacks even harder. That's when Emu decides to end it. Domi Reversi activates, the same ability used on the giants of Elbaf. Dark energy surrounds Rox as the transformation begins. His body changes against his will. Emu declares that Rox will be the one to erase his own bloodline. The transformation completes. Rox becomes a demon, just like the others created through Domi Reversi. The truth becomes clear. The other Davy Clan member on the island were also turned into monsters using this same power. Emu commands the transformed Rox to hunt down Eris and young Teach. Everyone watching are stunned. Something is happening to Rox, and the fact that even after these many attacks, Emu is still alive. The power Emu possess is crazy. It's like even after all these powerhouses, they aren't afraid of death at all. And more than that, they use a technique which is so powerful and doesn't even have a drawback. It will be fascinating to see how Roger and Garp will kill this monster Rox and how Luffy will defeat Emu. This powers makes it clear there is going to be a massive war. Oda once mentioned that there is going to be incoming war which is going to make Marineford look like nothing. Emu forces the dark arms deeper into Rock's body, accelerating Domi Reversi. From the outside, it looks like the transformation should already be finished. Rock's bones are reshaping, his body is growing larger, his strength is skyrocketing. Everything about it says this should be over. But it isn't. Rox is still conscious. Emu notices too. Rock's will hasn't broken yet. Rox mocks Emu for exactly that. He tells them not to underestimate human will, and then he drops the line that changes the entire meaning of this fight. Rox states that Davy D. Jones was once the king of the world. That one statement flips the entire story on its head. If that's true, then the will of D didn't exist under Emu. It existed before them, which means Emu didn't create the world's order. They replaced it. The world government isn't the original authority. It's a regime built on erasing what came before. Emu snaps back instantly, furious. Davy D. Jones was never a king, not for a moment, and this has nothing to do with Rox. But the reaction gives everything away. Rox presses harder. If Davy Jones meant nothing, then why wipe out the Davy Clan so completely? Why erase anyone connected to the D initial? Why go this far with Rox himself? The answer is obvious. Because Emu is terrified that the Davy Clan might rise again and fulfill their promise, and Teach is still alive. As long as Teach survives, the Davy bloodline isn't gone, which means the promise isn't gone either. In future, Teach will one day follow the same path. History is going to repeat itself. Well, Teach isn't going to be just like Rox. He's going to be a complete trash betraying his own crew, but that's probably irrelevant to the promise of the clan. So Blackbeard is most probably working to be the king of the world following his father's will, which includes defeating the world government. A lot of people think he might team up with Luffy. Personally, that's not possible. Blackbeard was the reason Ace died. Luffy is never going to team up with Blackbeard. Blackbeard also isn't going to team up with him. His current goal is probably to acquire the One Piece, become powerful, and overthrow the world government afterwards. Let's quit the yapping. Back to the story, Rox brings up Joy Boy, directly placing him alongside Davy D. Jones. Two figures erased from history. Two enemies of the world. Two people Emu clearly remembers. This time, Emu's composure breaks. It's obvious now, Emu has existed since their era. Emu confirms that Joy Boy and Davy Jones will never return, that they were handled personally once already, and Emu will make sure that no one like them ever appears again. That confirms something huge. They were probably killed. And Emu is still here. Rox laughs through the pain. Davy D. Zebeck carrying the will of Davy D. Jones, passing it to his son, Teach. Monkey D. Luffy carrying the will of D and Joy Boy. Two separate bloodlines. Two promises still alive. Emu changes tactics. They shift focus to Elbaf. King Harold will be subjugated next. He's easy to control. Giants make perfect soldiers. Massive, long-lived, powerful, and once stripped of free will, unstoppable. That's where Rox snaps. He warns Emu to stay away from Harold. The Giants want peace. Harold wants peace. His methods are flawed, but he isn't a tyrant. The irony is brutal. Rox is defending someone else's people while his own family is being erased. Emu doesn't care. To them, Harold is just another useful puppet. An opportunity that won't come twice. And then Emu says it clearly. Rox is no different. Domi Reversi accelerates. Rox's body expands violently. His frame grows massive. His teeth warp and grows out. His eyes lose focus. The process finishes. Emu gives the command. Erase the Davy Clan. Erase everyone on the island. Rox collapses. Then he stands back up, fully transformed. At this point, a pattern becomes clear. Domi Reversi probably only works on someone in their homeland. The Giants were reversed in Elbaf, the Davy Clan here on God Valley. Even the name fits. Domi Reversi, a Latin word that translates to bring back home, or returns home. God Valley is Zebeck's home, and so does the same for other Davy Clan members who were transformed. Rox now towers over everyone. Immortal. Stronger. Completely out of his own control. He tells his crew to move away. Kaido steps in first, confused and hesitant. Rox doesn't slow down. He grabs Kaido and slams him into the ground like it's nothing. Kaido is instantly out of the fight. Big Mom charges next, demanding to know why Rox is turning on his own people. Rox hits her before she can even react. She's thrown far across the battlefield and removed from the fight entirely. Only Whitebeard remains. Whitebeard doesn't draw his weapon. He plants his feet and blocks Rox head-on with his bare hands. The impact is insane. Half the island tears apart and collapses into the sea. Whitebeard holds his ground. In his prime, he's an absolute monster. Rox ignores him. His target is his wife and child. The island collapses into chaos. Battleships are ordered to keep their distance. Celestial Dragons panics. The Navy rushes them off the island and prepares to abandon God Valley. Roger's crew looks back, worried about him. Dragon, elsewhere, is furious and broken. He believes he failed. Shanks is gone. What Dragon doesn't know is that Shanks crawled into a treasure chest earlier. That chest is now in the Roger pirates' possession, which explains everything later. Kuma keeps rescuing people non-stop, even as Ivankov warns him he's pushing himself too far. Shaki flies off carrying a massive treasure chest, abandoning everyone without hesitation. Rox finally reaches Eris and Teach. Eris understands immediately. Rox has lost because this was too early. He wasn't ready to fight Emu. This was never a fair battle. Rox sacrificed himself so they could live. She grabs Teach and runs. Rox chases them. Navy cannon fire rains down. Cannonballs land directly in front of Eris and Teach. Suddenly, death is seconds away. Rox raises his katana to finish it. Kuma launches himself in. At the last second, Kuma uses his power on Eris and Teach, sending them away from God Valley to a random location. They disappear. The Davy bloodline survives. Kuma is left behind as the cannon fire explodes. Smoke and fire cover everything. We don't see what happens next, but we know Kuma survives. The only explanation is that he used his power on himself to escape. Emu watches from a distance and assumes Eris and Teach are dead. With the mission complete, Emu orders Rox to destroy the island and kill everyone remaining. He asks how many people are still on the island. Roger checks in with his crew and tells them to leave without him if needed. Rox begins slaughtering everything left on God Valley. No one can stop him. Until Roger and Garp step in together. They face Rox head-on. Emu watches from afar. Then something impossible happens. Roger hears a voice. Garp hears it too. It's Rox. Not out loud. Inside their heads. The voice of all things. Rox is still conscious inside the monster. He can't control his body, but his mind is still there. Tears run down his face as he begs them to kill him. He knows he can't stop himself. He knows he'll kill his family if he reaches them again. His body moves on Emu's command. His mind is screaming for it to end. And this is where the God Valley incident truly begins. Back on the battlefield, Garp asks Roger if he's hearing Zebeck's voice too. Roger confirms it. Both of them heard Rock's plea inside their heads. They understand now that the tears on Rock's face don't match the monster he's become. His body is rampaging, but his mind is still trapped inside, suffering. Ending this fight is the only way to stop him. They attack together. Roger swings his sword with full force, the blade coated in both armament and supreme King Haki. Garp charges in at the same time, fists hardened with the same overwhelming power. Demon Rox answers with his own Haki-infused strikes. The clash is brutal, but it becomes clear almost instantly their attacks aren't enough. Rox deflects and nullifies them like it's nothing. Then he counterattacks. One strike. Both Roger and Garp are hit at the same time and launched straight into the mountains. Elsewhere, the island completely falls apart. Chaos everywhere. One of Rock's crewmates, Kyo, shouts for everyone to take Zebeck's ship and get out. Shaki openly betrays the crew, laughing as he declares that this is the end of the Rock's pirates. Other pirates don't even argue. They just run. The Navy and Roger's crew panic, trying to reach Garp and Roger through transponder snails. Both of them respond calmly. They say they'll be back. Right now, running isn't an option. They've got a bigger problem to deal with. Roger and Garp remove their cloaks, and when these two remove the drip, you know the real fight is about to start. Garp admits his original plan was to capture both Roger and Rox. Roger casually admits that he came here to rescue Shaki and grab the legendary devil fruits. Then Roger asks Garp to team up just this once. Garp doesn't like the idea of working with a pirate, but he agrees. He can't let Rox escape like this. Rox charges again. Garp reacts instantly, dodging, slipping behind him, grabbing his legs and hurling him into the mountain with pure brute force. Garp asks Roger if there's any way to break the curse. Roger answers by leaping into the air and bringing down a massive Supreme King Hockey Charge strike, while Rox is still recovering. Roger's crew feels it from miles away. The Hockey alone tells them this isn't a normal fight. Nearby, Gloriosa appears with nowhere left to go. The Rock's pirates abandoned her. She walks up to the biggest simp on Roger's crew, Gaban, and straight up asks if they've got room for one more. Elsewhere, Lin confronts Kaido, telling him he owes her for that devil fruit for the rest of his life. Kaido fires back instantly. Finders keepers. She lost. He declares that he's forming his own crew now, one ruled entirely by violence. Lin laughs it off, saying Kaido thinks he's hot stuff just because he ate a strong fruit. She tells him he can dream all he wants, but he'll never defeat her. Kaido answers with the same energy, saying he'll be waiting for the day he crushes her. Back at the battlefield, Rox blocks Roger's critical strike and grabs him barehanded, throwing him into the ground hard. Meanwhile, as Whitebeard leaves the battlefield, a man stops him and asks if Whitebeard was the one who destroyed that mountain. He introduces himself as Polo Graham, captain of the Polo Pirates, and a huge fan. He offers Whitebeard a place on his ship, saying there's no reason to wander alone. The man looks suspiciously like Marco, heavily implying he's Marco's father. Elsewhere, Stussy is seen running off with Ganzui, arms full of treasure. She asks him what happened to Whitebeard. Ganzui honestly has no idea. On a Navy warship, Dragon snaps. He aims his weapon at a Navy commander. The officer demands to know what Dragon thinks he's doing. Dragon fires back, asking what the Navy thinks it's doing. He orders all innocent civilians to be brought onto the ship immediately. Anyone who tries to stop him will be executed on the spot. Meanwhile, Roger's crew reaches their ship, but Rayleigh and Gaban don't board. They turn around and sprint back toward the island, telling the others to wait. They're not leaving their captain behind. Finally, a world government ship pulls away from God Valley. Imu, still possessing Saturn's body, stands aboard it. With a cold, emotionless command, Imu orders the erasure of God Valley. The island, the event, and everyone connected to it are to be wiped from history completely. Chaos engulfs the island from the battle. The narrator reveals the truth behind the incident. The God Valley incident is classified as an S-level top-secret event. Special hazard pay is issued to Naval Base G11. Cipher Paul No. 6 is ordered to erase all registries related to the human hunting competition. The event location, God Valley Island, is completely wiped from official records. Meanwhile, the battle against Roger and Garp versus Rox is so intense that it alone is about to destroy the whole damn island. But one thing is painfully clear. Unlike Garp and Roger, who are battered, bleeding, and running on fumes, Rox isn't slowing down at all. No injuries, no exhaustion. On top of that, he's immortal and has even more strength than he had before. He was already good, and now he's literally using hacks. Roger asks Garp if he really knew about that black monster, Emu, the one calling themselves the good guys, and the fact that the Navy ultimately works for them. Garp admits he can't believe it either. Roger straight up tells him that this is exactly why Garp should quit the Navy and join him. Garp immediately shuts that down and tells Roger not to be an idiot. He says that if he quits, then who's going to look out for the rank-and-file soldiers? The regular people stuck at the bottom. And honestly, if he actually did, it would have been better for everyone. You don't fix a rotten system from the bottom. That's just not how it works, and the story literally proves it. Garp spends his entire life trying to fix the Navy from inside, and accomplishes nothing when it comes to changing the world government itself. His indirect actions matter, sure. Luffy and Dragon both end up fighting the world government, but even after realizing there's no real justice in the Navy, Garp still forces Luffy to become a Marine, which is honestly insane. Dragon, of all people, ends up being the better father here. Even though he wasn't around, he helped Luffy when it mattered and let him choose his own path. Garp is a good man, but his choices are complicated. He hates the world government, yet keeps working for it. With the power he had, he could have helped far more people than he did. Roger changes the subject and asks Garp if this whole thing comes down to critical mass. Garp asks what he means by that, and Roger explains that between Armament Haki and Supreme King Haki, their attacks should have worked. There's no way they shouldn't have. Garp points out the problem. Rox was using Supreme King Haki too, not just offensively, but defensively. His Haki canceled theirs out. That's a huge reveal. We've never been told before that Supreme King Haki can be used like armor. Turns out only the absolute top tiers can do this, using Conqueror's Haki the same way armament works, except far stronger. Garp says it straight. They can't hurt Rox unless their Supreme King Haki overwhelms his. Roger agrees and adds that if this fight drags on, they'll lose. Rox won't. They realize the only option left is one final attack. A full critical mass release of Supreme King Haki, everything they have, all at once. The drawback is obvious. After this, they won't be able to move. They might even die. Roger says it plainly. If they land this, all three of them go down. If they miss, they die, and Rox stays like this forever. Garp looks at Rox and understands something else. He doesn't know how to save him. He doesn't know how to console him, but he can see it clearly now. Rox is crying. Tears cover his face. He's lost his family, his dream, his promise. He's slaughtered people against his will, defeated by Emu, and still forced to obey. This isn't a monster. This is a broken man. Rox wasn't evil. Roger tells Rox not to cry, because if he does, Roger won't be able to swing. Then they move. Roger raises his sword. Garp clenches his fist. Roger unleashes God of Fire, Ace. Garp follows with Fist Infinitum Expulsion. These aren't normal attacks. They're never seen again in the story for a reason. They burn every last ounce of Supreme King Haki the users have. These techniques exist for one purpose only, to destroy someone trapped in Domi Reversi. Rock's body is completely obliterated. The narrator states that the world government tried to erase everything that happened at God Valley. Records destroyed, names wiped, details buried. But the fall of Rox D. Zebeck and the collapse of his lawless crew sent shockwaves across the world that couldn't be hidden. God Valley is gone. The mountain that remained is gone too. Nothing is left. And the world is never the same again. The devastating clash finally knocks both Roger and Garp completely unconscious. Their bodies crash into the ground, unmoving. Rain begins to fall over God Valley, washing away blood and debris as the battlefield goes quiet for the first time. For a moment, everything feels over. But suddenly, Rox stirs. Against all odds, he wakes up. The demonic curse is gone. The weight crushing his mind is lifted. He's back in his own body, barely alive, barely able to move, but conscious. For a split second, he thinks he might actually leave this island alive. Then he feels it. 3 presences approaching. The Holy Knights finally arrive. Garling, Summers, Maffey. These trash losers can't let this opportunity to go away. Rox understands immediately. There's no escape. He looks at Roger and Garp lying unconscious nearby. Using his inside voice, he tells them to run. He tells them there's no point sticking around him any longer. But Rox doesn't know that they can't move either. Then, before the end, he says one last thing. He thanks them. He tells them he's glad they stopped him. Glad they didn't hesitate. Glad they didn't let him become something worse. Garling doesn't hesitate either. Rox is already injured, already helpless, barely holding on. Garling steps in. He takes advantage of the moment and drives his blade straight into Rox, killing him on the spot. And this is the man history remembers as the champion of God Valley. Supreme commander of the Holy Knights? Yeah, sure. I had high hopes for Garling, the one who earned that title through sheer strength. Someone insane, unstoppable, worthy of the name. Instead, he slaughtered his own wife, killed civilians for points, and finished off an already defeated Rox. That's it. Congratulations, man. You stabbed a wounded opponent who couldn't even fight back. Real legendary stuff. At this point, even Buggy could have done the same thing. Pure loser. Minus 5,000 aura. The scene shifts to Rayleigh and Gavin, who are seen escaping the island, carrying the unconscious bodies of Roger and Garp. As they retreat, Roger weakly asks what happened to Rox. Rayleigh answers simply, "The Holy Knights killed him." But one thing remains unsettling. Rox is never shown dying on screen in a definitive way, and unlike most members of the D Clan, Rox doesn't die smiling. There's no grin, no laughter in the face of death, just exhaustion, relief, and acceptance. As the survivors flee, God Valley begins to collapse. The island sinks, just like Lulucia will years later. A massive void opens where land once stood. Warship cannons fire relentlessly, destroying any remaining fragments of the island to ensure nothing survives. Nothing is left behind. No evidence. No witnesses. A massive lightning bolt splits the sky. This isn't an ending. It's a beginning. The birth of new legends. Everyone who survived God Valley will go on to shape the future. Roger, Garp, Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido, Dragon, Shanks, Kuma, Teach. Every single one of them will play a role in the coming war against the world government. And with that, the God Valley flashback finally comes to an end. The story begins on the Oro Jackson. Roger's crew is crowded around the treasure chests, buzzing with excitement, waiting for Roger to wake up. Both Roger and Garp were rescued from God Valley by the Roger pirates, dragged back half dead, but alive. Roger finally opens his eyes. Gloriosa is now also on the ship, officially tagging along with the crew. The crew immediately tells Roger to check out the treasure the moment he wakes up. Roger snaps at them and asks if they even care whether he's alive, or if the treasure is more important. Typical pirates. Shaki and Rayleigh are shown together, relaxed and smiling. Shaki is now part of the crew, too. Roger finally looks at the treasure, and yeah, it's insane. Enough gold and valuables to make any pirate forget their own name. Roger walks toward it, still half-bandaged, when suddenly he hears a noise. A voice. Coming from one of the chests. Everyone freezes. Roger opens the chest, and inside is a small, cheerful, and cute baby with red hair, smiling like this is completely normal. Baby Shanks. The entire crew is stunned. This is it. Shanks's past finally gets revealed. The scene shifts as news spreads across the world. The headline everywhere says the Rock's pirates have been completely wiped out, and the man responsible is Monkey D. Garp. The story is heavily altered. The papers praise Garp's heroism, claiming he single-handedly defeated Rox D. Zebeck. People cheer. Garp gets crowned with the title Hero of the Marines. Yeah, a fake story, a fully manipulated narrative. Back at Marine HQ in the Grand Line, Garp reads the paper and absolutely loses it. He tears it apart, furious at Morgans for twisting the truth. Sengoku tells him to calm down and says Morgans was obviously paid off by the government. That bribed birdie bastard cares more about money than journalism and has probably been spreading fake news for years. Sengoku explains his perspective. The world government and the Marines are massive organizations. Dozens of member nations. Tens of millions of soldiers worldwide. It's impossible to control every action or motivation. If the top brass ever does something insane, Sengoku says he'll just ignore it and keep doing his job. Garp completely disagrees. It turns into a physical spar between the two, despite them being close friends. Sengoku says change can only happen from the top. Garp snaps back, saying if Sengoku ever becomes corrupt, he'll personally kill him. Sengoku laughs and says that's reassuring, coming from a friend. Sengoku asks if Garp plans to quit the Navy. Garp says no. He says he still has work to do at the bottom of the system. Both of them are good men with completely different ideologies. And honestly, neither of their approaches actually fixes anything about the world government. After all of this, even after witnessing the whole God Valley incident, Garp still let Ace die. Ace was basically his grandson. Roger trusted Garp with his son, and Garp just stood there while Ace was executed right in front of him. That's insane. There's no way around it. The story shifts to Elbaf. Young Loki is alone in the underworld, crying. Beasts surround him, confused but silent. Loki is genuinely broken. The one person who gave him hope, direction, and a reason to live is gone. The man he wanted to set sail with is dead. The one person he admired most is gone forever. Loki remembers Rox. He remembers constantly begging Rox to let him join his crew. Rox always laughed it off, saying he wouldn't take a brat on board. Rox would joke that he wanted Harold, not a snot-nosed kid who wouldn't stop asking questions. We flash back to the past. Rox visiting Elbaf, talking with Loki whenever he came to meet Harold, usually down in the underworld at Ida's bar. Loki tells Rox that he thinks Rox is Nika, a legendary figure in Elbaf. Rox asks what he means. Loki explains that Nika is known as the warrior of liberation, someone who destroys the world while laughing. Rox says he is not trying to destroy the world. He wants to rule it. He wants to become the king of the world. And besides, if anyone has the power to destroy the world, it is Harold. Rox believes that with the legendary devil fruit, Harold will be capable of destroying the world. However, Nika raises a very important point. In Elbaf, the idea of Nika is split. Some believe Nika is a hero who liberates and protects the world. Others believe Nika destroys the current world while laughing. So what if there were more than two Nika? Nika isn't a person. It's a title, a godlike role given to whoever eats the Nika fruit. We know two confirmed users, Joy Boy and Luffy. But what if there were three? What if the first Nika was destructive, the second was Joy Boy, and the third is Luffy? Giants live long lives. They know ancient history. It's completely possible. Back to Rox. He explains his plan to Loki. He wants to rule the world, and for that, he needs Harold, the king of Elbaf. He talks about the Galella, the slumbering, outrageous band of ravagers, ancient shipbuilders made up of giants, both ancient and modern. He says that these bands of giants can only be brought back into play by the king of Elbaf, Loki's father, Harold. These giants have been mentioned multiple times now. They are clearly important. Rox straight up says that to rule the world, you need Elbaf and the Galella, but why? Why shipbuilders? Are they insanely strong? Do they have ancient knowledge? Did they build Pluton? We don't know yet. But one thing is obvious. If you want to challenge the world government or Emu, you need Elbaf and the Galella on your side. The giants once supported Nika. They'll support him again. This time, that's Luffy. Rox tells Loki to imagine it. Harold, Elbaf, the Galella, and Rox himself. Who could possibly stop that? Loki is amazed and says that's insanely cool. Loki asks why Rox and Harold aren't allies already. Rox answers with one word. Love. Harold is deeply in love with Ida and his country. He wants to change Elbaf so he can live with her. He wants peace. He wants Elbaf connected to the world. He'll do anything for that, even if it costs him everything. Rox says it doesn't matter. He'll keep coming back again and again, until Harold eventually accepts. Young Loki remembers his idol and breaks down in tears. All the time he spent with his idol flashes through his mind as he cries out alone in the underworld. The scene shifts to another island. Civilians watch in terror as Harold brutally beats a giant who is stealing from humans. Harold doesn't stop. The beating is horrifying. He vents all his frustration on him, blaming people like him for why Elbaf can't join the rest of the world. Others try to stop Harold, telling him the giant is already unconscious. Harold suddenly breaks down crying. Tears pour down his face as he remembers Rox begging him for help. He remembers refusing him at the most crucial moment. He screams that because he wanted to join the world government, he let his friend die. He says there's no turning back now. He swears he'll never forgive giants who do evil. Harold loses himself completely. The scene shifts to Navy HQ, deep underground. Dragon is imprisoned. Garp visits him. Dragon tells Garp he's quitting the Marines and will never work for them again. Garp casually says, "Okay." Dragon says he hates Garp. Garp casually replies okay again and tosses him the key. Garp knows Dragon is right, but he won't change his own path. He lets Dragon choose his. This is the end of their relationship. They'll never truly work together again. Dragon was likely pushed into the Marines by Garp. Now he sees what they really are. Dogs of the world government, doing anything to protect celestial dragons. Dragon leaves and starts fighting the real problem, the world government itself. That's the birth of the Revolutionary Army. The scene shifts back to Elbaf. Harold returns home and tells Ida and his sons, Loki and Hajruddin, that he doesn't care about appearances anymore. He tells them he loves them both. He tells them to work together while he's gone. Harold leaves Elbaf and goes to Marineford. A Navy officer tells him he's not welcome. Harold doesn't care. He demands the world government hear him out. Then he does something insane. Harold grabs his horns and rips them out of his skull. Blood everywhere. He places them on the ground and apologizes for every crime giants have committed. He says he wants peace. He says he'll do anything, even become a slave. He only wants Elbaf to be connected with other nations. This decision is terrible. The world government will use Elbaf as military muscle. And we know later they try exactly that. But there is something Harold does in the future that stopped Elbaf from being fully controlled. Something we haven't seen yet. The story then shifts to 33 years before the present, 5 years after the God Valley incident. Some civilians are talking to Newsbird Morgans, sharing a terrifying story. One man tells him that he saw pirates approaching the shore, but behind them, emerging from the mist, there was something massive, a huge, shadowy shape moving with them, way too big to be a ship. At the same time, in the underwater prison of Impel Down, one prisoner is telling his story to the others. He's one of the pirates people were talking about. He says their ship was destroyed before they even realized what was happening. Something enormous, human-shaped attacked them. The crew was wiped out completely. Elsewhere, on another island, a fisherman warned someone not to sail into the Florian Triangle. He says there's something there, something dangerous. All fishermen avoid that area. There are rumors of a human-like monster hiding in the fog. Then we see it. Fog-covered seas in the Florian Triangle. A pirate ship sails forward when a massive vessel suddenly appears in front of it. A giant steps out of the mist, sword in hand, and in seconds the pirate ship is destroyed. Clean. Brutal. That monster is Harold. Most of the pirates sailing those seas had never even seen a giant before. Imagine seeing a massive humanoid giant appear out of nowhere and deletes your ship. Of course they're terrified. Anyone would be. The narrator explains that Harold now works for the world government in the shadows, backing up the Navy as part of his atonement for centuries of history. The narrator also mentions that former members of the Rock's pirates begin making names for themselves over the following decades. Kaido, Big Mom, Whitebeard. Others like Shiki and Ochoku simply fight over territories. But among all of them, one crew achieves something long believed impossible. They circumnavigate the entire world. That crew is Gold D. Rogers. We see Roger and his crew laughing, dancing, celebrating, completely free. Soon after, Roger becomes known as the King of the Pirates. His execution was meant to be a warning. A public spectacle to show the power of the world government and what happens when someone challenges them. That plan was unbelievably stupid. Because the Great Pirate Era was planned by Roger himself. He was going to die anyway, so he let himself be executed just to throw his words into the crowd. And he did. He told the world about his treasure. The One Piece. The Great Pirate Era begins. Pirates flood the seas. The power balance collapses. The Navy can't handle it. So they start recruiting giants. Almost 10 giants are brought into the Marines to stabilize the system. During this time, Harold continues working for the Navy exactly as ordered. That same year, when Roger is executed, Harold is granted formal permission to visit the Holy Land. He sits directly beside the 5 elders. He's given a shallow sea contract. A mark is placed on his arm. Harold is now officially working for the world government as God Steel, a subordinate to God's knights like Summers, Shamrock, and Garling. Harold calls it an honor. This mark is the same mark later seen on Shanks' arm when he visits Elbaf, meaning Shanks was also God's Steel at that point. This was before he lost or deliberately sacrificed his arm to the Sea King when he protected Luffy. The 5 elders explain there are 3 levels of contracts: shallow sea, deep sea, and deep, deep sea. Only those fully bound to the true God receive the highest level. Only 13 people have ever received it. Harold immediately asks who this God is. Nesjuro says Harold will learn everything once he becomes a Knight of God. Harold only cares about Elbaf. He asks if becoming a Knight of God will allow Elbaf to join the world government. Saturn replies that of course it will. Once Harold becomes a Knight of God, Elbaf will be welcomed. Harold is grateful. He now aims to become a full Knight of God. Harold arrives at Shangara, the Knight's Temple. Garling is there, now the captain of the God's Knights. He wonders what Emu is thinking, letting a giant of Elbaf into their ranks. Summers wonders the same. A young knight is also present. It's either Shanks or Shamrock. Probably Shamrock, but could be Shanks, because in Chapter 1138, Shamrock confirmed that Shanks returned to the Holy Land at some point. Shamrock stands calmly, listening. Summers asks Harold why he would obey them, confused as to why the king of the giants would follow the world government. Harold assures them that he will obey. He tells Summers to give him an order right now. Garling tells Harold to carry a long-distance transponder snail. He is free to travel the surface world, but he must never speak about this deal. Harold agrees. The story jumps to 20 years before the present. Harold is on Fishman Island, drinking with Neptune. They're laughing, relaxed, genuinely happy. Giants and fishmen share a deep bond. Harold says it has been a long time since he laughed this freely. Neptune agrees. Neptune says his son Loki is not bad at heart. He says he cannot forget the days of Harold's youth, which were much worse than Loki's. Harold laughs and says that when you put it like that, maybe. Neptune tells Harold something important. A fortune teller predicted he'll have a daughter in 4 years. The fortune teller was Madame Charlie, the same prophecy she gave Roger. Neptune jokes that Loki should marry her. Harold's reaction is priceless, completely stunned. Neptune laughs and says, "Don't underestimate her. She'll be born with power no one can handle." Harold laughs and says then it's a perfect match. They toast to troublemaker Loki and Neptune's little Mosa. Yes, Mosa. The same Mosa Loki later talks to on a transponder snail in the underworld, meaning Loki and Shirahoshi already had a connection. Back in Elbaf that same year, Saul arrives. Harold welcomes him warmly and asks him to open a library and a school in Elbaf. Saul agrees. We jump to 15 years before the present. Marijois erupts into chaos. Slaves are being freed. Fisher Tiger is rampaging through the Holy Land. This is the same incident in which slaves were freed from the Holy Land, with Fisher Tiger saving many people. Boa Hancock later shares the story with Luffy, revealing that she was also a slave here. As Fisher Tiger escapes, someone blocks his path. A man with a katana. It's Shanks. Fisher Tiger is shocked. A god's knight stands before him. They might not be able to escape anymore. Shanks charges, wounded. His eye is bandaged, the same scar Shanks has later, meaning he got the scar at this point in time. But Shanks doesn't attack to kill. He breaks Fisher Tiger's chains, tells him the armory is unlocked, gives him directions, and helps him escape. The Holy Land explodes into chaos. We see a young Boa Hancock crying with her sister. We see Koala escaping as well. Fisher Tiger saves countless slaves. This incident would later become well known, when slaves escaped the sacred Holy Land under Fisher Tiger's leadership. However, the major one who helped the slaves escape was none other than Shanks. After this, Fisher Tiger became the captain of the Sun Pirates. Later, the God's Knights discuss this incident. Summer says that someone from the world government must have left the armory open. He says he cannot wait to execute that person who helped free the slaves. They have no idea it was Shanks. Meanwhile, Garling casually introduces Shanks to Harold, saying he's Shamrock's younger brother, separated by circumstances. Yeah, coming from the guy who creates most of them. Garling says Shanks suffered in the surface world and is now where he belongs. Harold says Shanks feels oddly familiar. Shanks shuts him down hard, calls him a commoner giant, says he has the Figurland blood in his veins unlike Harold. He tells Harold not to act so familiar, and declares that he'll become a knight of God before him. Harold apologizes immediately. The red-haired boy is clearly acting, playing the role. The next scene shows the brothers finally reuniting. God's steel devotee Saint Shanks meets his older brother Saint Shamrock, a full knight of God. Shanks immediately starts asking questions. He wants to know more about the Holy Land, how things work here, and then he casually asks if Shamrock has heard anything about the traitor who helped the slaves escape. Shanks even says he wants to be the one to catch that traitor, basically trying to take credit for it. Shamrock tells him to slow down. He says Shanks isn't even fully healed yet, and there's no rush. Then he says something interesting. He says he understands Shanks. He can feel him. He says Shanks wasted 24 years of his life living in the surface world. He also says that Shanks coming back and immediately talking about how disgusting the surface world is proves that the celestial dragons aren't wrong. The lower world really is trash. And that, according to Shamrock, is why the rest of the world is so alien to him. What's important here is that Shamrock genuinely cares about Shanks. And I'll go even further. He still cares about him in the future. When Shamrock talks about Shanks later to Loki, he says his younger brother returned to the Holy Land but became too attached to the filthy lower world. It shows Shamrock doesn't hate Shanks, he hates the surface world, which is completely natural for a celestial dragon. Honestly, it could have gone either way. Shanks could have been the one taken to the Holy Land, or Shamrock could have ended up on the surface. It was just fate. There's also a small but noticeable detail. Look at their clothing. Shanks wears a closed shirt, fully covered. Shamrock wears an open chest shirt, but in the future, it flips. Shanks wears an open chest shirt, and Shamrock wears a closed one. It's like they're subconsciously borrowing each other's style. They don't hate each other, they hate their circumstances. Shanks hates the Holy Land. Shamrock hates the surface world. Shanks keeps pushing the act. He says he hated everything about the surface world. Clearly acting, overdoing it. Harold looks back at Shanks during this and starts catching on. You can almost see it click in his head. He's realizing Shanks might be putting on an act for a reason. That same year in Elbaf, the scene shifts to a fishing village. Ida is shown lying in bed, sick. Matto and another person stand beside her, clearly worried. They suggest using the world government's influence to find a skilled doctor for her. Ida refuses. She says she'll recover, she's fine, and she insists on reopening her bar even while she's sick. They mention that whenever Harold is home, he always goes to the elders to beg for permission to legally marry Ida. So let me get this straight. Harold is the king of Elbaf. He's strong enough to tear his own horns out. He can destroy countries. He can work for the world government as literal God Steel. But suddenly some random crusty elders are like, nah, and that's it? Oh no, the elders. What will we ever do? Ida says that even though Harold knows she has no problem living in a tavern, he still wants to marry her. She says she enjoys talking with sailors from all over the world, and she adds that while it might not be much, it will help Harold. Suddenly Loki shows up asking for Ida. He doesn't come empty-handed. He has a massive dead moose with him like it's nothing. He tells Matto to cook it for Ida, says she needs to eat properly. Then he adds that he loves Ida's tavern and wants her to reopen it soon because it's his hangout spot. At this point, Loki has changed a lot. It's obvious. He clearly cares for Ida, but he never says it out loud. Meanwhile, Hajrudin sails out with his friend to search for a proper doctor for Ida. Ida brushes it off, says everyone is overreacting and that she's fine. Still, you can see it makes her happy. Knowing her sons are worried about her means everything to her. Then the scene shifts to the alcohol village, Loki's village, the same place his biological mother came from. Loki stands there facing Estrid's relatives, and they're disgusting right from the start. They tell him how unbearable it is that a foreign woman like Ida is making her way into the royal family. They say they're Estrid's relatives, and they won't tolerate someone else interfering with their inheritance. Then one old goblin-looking bastard with a jaw shaped like an actual ass proudly says he slipped poison into Ida's food. He says her days are numbered, that she'll definitely die. They say all this to Loki with smiles on their faces, expecting him to agree. So yeah, that's the reason Ida was sick. Cut back to Ida, now visibly much worse. Matto calls Harold immediately to tell him about her condition. Ida, barely holding on, says how much she loves Loki. She says she sees him as her cute little son, her real son, her own. Meanwhile, in the alcoholic village, Loki snaps. He grabs his hammer and brings it down on that loser with a powerful strike. He grabs him by the neck, lifts him up, and demands to know if Ida is really going to die. By now, the entire village is getting obliterated. Houses are burning, everything is collapsing. Loki has destroyed the entire place. He squeezes the man's neck harder and starts yelling. He says he remembers exactly how much his birth mother hated him, how she threw him into the underworld like trash. He says he doesn't care about inheritance. He tells them his whole family is garbage. He asks again if Ida is really going to die. He squeezes harder. That man is dead. No question. Then Loki breaks down completely. He remembers the first time he met Ida. He remembers her asking him if it wouldn't be nice to live together someday. He screams in emotion that Ida is the only mother he has ever had. The only one, ever. This is the first time Loki fully lets it out. He loves her. She is his mother. The story shifts to the news. People all over the world are reading the newspaper, and the headline is about the giant Marines. The giants working in the Navy are suddenly insanely popular. At first, people were terrified of them, but now that they've actually seen them serving in the Navy, opinions have flipped completely. Some civilians even say they want to meet a giant in person. The papers talk about how reliable giants are as Marines. At the same time, among humans, Elbaf's food is blowing up in popularity too. People love it. Giant cuisine is trending everywhere. All of this is because of King Harold's efforts. Slowly but surely, the world is starting to understand the giants instead of fearing them. Back in Elbaf, Harold gives a big speech. He talks about how once Elbaf officially becomes a member nation, they'll build sightseeing ships so giants can visit allied countries. He says giants might be rare in the wider world, but they aren't the only ones. There are many races just like them. He talks about giants finally living peacefully alongside everyone else, sharing knowledge, culture, and history. The citizens cheer. They're excited. But then some giants start saying things like, "Yeah, this is great. We can finally throw away all that warrior stuff." And that's where it gets bad. Being a warrior nation is not a bad thing. It's an honor. Giants have been known as warriors forever, and there's nothing shameful about that. Their warrior code has good parts. Dory and Bragi's duel was legendary, fair, honorable. That's Elbaf's identity. Wanting peace is fine, but throwing away warrior pride completely is just wrong. Harold doesn't see it that way. He's fully focused on peace and change. He doesn't want Elbaf to be known as a warrior nation anymore. He wants giants to be known as peaceful people across the world. A school gets built, the Walrus School. Children are playing together peacefully. Harold watches them and thanks Saul for building it. Saul asks him if he doesn't miss the pride Elbaf had as a warrior nation. Harold says he doesn't believe military power can protect a country anymore. He says everything he believes now came from Ida. He says Ida was the greatest thing that ever happened to his life. Then we see a grave. It says Ida. She's dead. The poison took her life. We get a flashback. Ida is sick, lying in bed, talking to Harold. She says when she first came to Elbaf, the country was full of internal conflict. But Harold changed everything. Elbaf changed completely after he became king. Children can study now, they can laugh, it's a totally different country. Harold says he'll change Elbaf so completely that all the old, backward traditions, including the warrior era, will be thrown away. Ida gently disagrees. She says peace and education are good, but Elbaf's warrior pride isn't bad. It's something beautiful. She tells him to cherish the old parts of the culture too. Harold pushes back. He says the very reason he can't legally marry Ida is because of those traditions. He says he can't accept that culture anymore. Ida smiles and says Harold always wanted her to be his legal wife, and that alone makes her happy. She calls him cute. Harold, looking funny, says that if that happens, Loki will always be Hadruddin's little brother, won't he? Ida says that, in her heart, she always thought of Loki that way. She says feelings like that are what keep her going. She says everything will be okay. Harold is everybody's king. Harold says it won't take long. One day he'll change Elbaf completely, and then they can finally travel the whole world together, just like old times. Ida says that sounds amazing. She's looking forward to it. She grabs Harold's hand. That's the last moment of her life. Harold walks out of the room crying. Everyone rushes in. Hadruddin and his friends arrive. Ida is dead. She died smiling. Everyone is crying. Harold, Hadruddin, they're friends. And Loki. Loki is imprisoned, probably because of what happened in the alcohol village. Everyone shares their pain together. Except Loki. Loki cries alone in his prison cell. No one around him. He suffers completely alone. The story shifts again, years later, 14 years before the present time. Harold is now in the Holy Land. The 5 elders tell him that Shanks has gone missing. If Shanks had completed his last mission, he would have already become a Knight of God. But since Shanks disappeared, that opportunity is gone. And that opportunity now goes to Harold. The 5 elders straight up ask him if he's willing to become a Knight of God. Harold says that if this secures Elbaf's place as a member nation of the world government, then he's ready. The 5 elders accept his answer and bring him deeper into the castle. They tell him that the Great One, Imu, has agreed to this. Harold will become a Knight of God. They start hyping him up hard. They tell him he'll be remembered as the king who brought great change to Elbaf. They act like proud mentors, like benevolent leaders. It's obvious manipulation, but Harold is too deep in this mindset to see it. Harold speaks honestly. He says that once Elbaf becomes a member nation, he would rather step down and let someone younger rule the country. The elders say that decision is not his. That's up to Imu. Harold is then brought into the same room, the same throne room, the same place where Cobra was brought. He looks up and freezes. The throne isn't empty. Imu is sitting there. Harold is visibly shaken. Imu welcomes him and says they have been watching him for a long time. Suddenly, Harold screams in pain. The mark on his arm changes. The shallow sea contract is overwritten by the deep sea contract. The deep sea, Shinkai Keiyaku, or the Depths Covenant. It is the second of 3 stages of the covenant. The first stage was the shallow contract, Senkai Keiyaku. While it does not appear to grant any special abilities, it prevents the holder from disobeying a direct order from Imu when close to them. The second stage, which Harold has now received, is the Deep Sea Covenant. It is granted directly by Imu once someone has officially joined the Knights of God. The bestowal is accompanied by smoke emitted from the pre-existing shallow mark, as well as intense pain for the recipient. This is the first covenant stage that grants abilities. The Abyssal Covenant, Shinkai Keiyaku, meaning deep sea contract, is the final stage of the covenant for subordinates. Its symbol and purpose are still unknown, along with who receives it. According to the 5 elders, both the depth and abyssal covenants are reserved for a total of 13 individuals. The final covenant is the Demon Covenant. Ekuwaru, also known as the Diabolical Covenant, is another form of covenant that Imu specifically invokes in battle against enemies, transforming them into demons. This is enacted through a technique called domi reversi, a Latin word that means return to home. which can be performed in multiple ways. Emu can trap a target in an abyss before flipping their hand and rotating the target into the ground, causing them to emerge with the demon's body. Alternatively, Emu can enact domi reversi by stabbing the victim with 2 black tendrils. Once the transformation is complete, additional targets can be transformed simply by being placed between 2 existing demons, similar to the board game Reversi. Once transformed into a demon, the target gains an immortal body and greatly enhanced strength, which Emu calls the power of God, Kami no Chikara, but this comes at the cost of part of their lifespan. Unlike the other 3 covenants, those under the Demon Covenant are completely stripped of their rational mind and become bloodthirsty, violent monsters whose only purpose is to cause destruction and fight Emu's enemies. While there is no known defense against this technique, sufficient willpower can delay the transformation, even if only briefly. Back to the story. Harold is now officially a Knight of God. He feels power surging through his body. He says it feels chilling. Mars explains that this power is immortality. Harold is now immortal. Warkuri adds that even now it sends chills down his spine. Nasjuro says Harold has been forged into a weapon greater than any wild monster. Emu tells Harold to consider himself a Knight of God, sworn entirely to Emu's loyalty. Harold can't believe it. Immortality sounds unreal to him. It doesn't feel possible. Emu then orders him to draw an abyss pentagram in Elbaf. This mark will connect Emu, Elbaf, and Harold directly. Harold doesn't question it. He's just happy. Happy that Elbaf is finally going to be a member nation. He returns to Elbaf and announces it proudly. Elbaf is now officially part of the world government. His efforts worked. Everything he sacrificed, everything he endured, it finally paid off. At least, that's what he thinks. And that's the scariest part. The scene shifts to Aurust Castle. Harold sits on the throne. The pentagram has already been carved into the castle, exactly as Emu ordered. The moment it's complete, Emu's voice reaches him. Not through a snail. Directly. Telepathically. From the Holy Land, Emu can speak to any Knight of God whenever they want. And this is where Emu finally drops the order. Emu orders Harold to mobilize the entire nation. Every giant. Elbaf is to become a grand army of warriors and work for the world government. Harold freezes. He's in complete shock. Emu calmly explains that from now on, the giants will work alongside the navy. Elbaf will serve the world government directly. Harold immediately tries to stop them. He says this is not what he agreed to. This is the exact opposite of everything he wanted. He wanted Elbaf to be violence-free. He says if someone chooses to join the Marines, that's fine. But turning the entire nation into a war machine? Forcing every giant into battle? That was never the deal. The guards around him look confused. From their perspective, Harold is just talking to himself. Emu cuts him off. They remind Harold that he vowed to atone for Elbaf's history, even if it meant becoming a slave. Harold snaps back that he was meant to bear that burden on his own, not the entire nation. Emu shuts that down instantly. They tell him the burden is too great for one person to carry alone. Then Emu's tone changes, cold, absolute. They tell Harold that he can no longer disobey. Those who enter the deep sea contract gain immortality, yes, but it comes with total obedience. Harold feels it immediately. His body starts moving on its own. Emu is controlling him. Harold begins to lose control of his limbs, his voice, his breath. In panic, with what little control he has left, he shouts for the guards to come at once. It finally hits him. The truth. It was all a lie. Emu never wanted peace. They wanted Elbaf as a weapon, a nation-sized army. The guards rush in and freeze when they see their king. Harold is shaking, barely holding himself together. With his last bit of control, he orders them to summon Jarul and his sons immediately. Then he tells them to chain him to the pillar, right now. No hesitation. The guards are horrified. They tell him Hadruddin is currently out at sea. Loki is imprisoned. They ask what's wrong. They ask why their king is acting like this. Harold snaps. He says none of that matters anymore. He orders them to release Loki immediately. As fast as possible. The guards rush to the prison. Loki is freed. They tell him the king wants him at the castle at once. At the same time, Jarul is also summoned. What happens next will be remembered forever. The massacre of Arust Castle. The day Elbaf's beloved King Harald was killed, the story shifts to Gaben's house. Somewhere in the realm of the sun, Shanks has arrived there. From Gaben, Shanks learns that Roger had a son. Gaben says Garp told him this, which makes sense, because Garp was most likely the one visiting Roger back then. He also tells Shanks that the kid is completely out of the Navy's reach. Shanks gets genuinely happy and says that means he basically has a little brother now. Gaben laughs and says of course Shanks and Buggy were always like sons to them anyway. Shanks then wonders out loud if Ace is going to be the one who becomes the pirate king of the new era. Gaben shuts that idea down immediately. He says titles like that aren't hereditary, and most people who grow up buried under insane expectations usually fail before they even reach the top. Shanks thinks for a moment, then laughs and says that honestly, that just makes things more interesting. Fair enough. Meanwhile, back at Arust Castle, Loki and Jarul arrive. Inside the castle, chaos has already started. Harald has knocked a giant unconscious. The guards are completely confused. These are the same guards Harald himself ordered to chain him. But when one of them tried to restrain him, Harald knocked him out cold. Inside his own head, Harald is panicking. He's asking himself why he did that. He realizes his body is moving on its own, without his will. He wonders if it's really true that someone bound by this contract cannot disobey. He wonders if this will last forever, and then the realization hits him hard. If that's the case, his body isn't just his anymore. He's a walking hazard, a danger to Elbaf itself. In his mind, everything collapses, all his efforts, all the sacrifices, all the pain. 144 years spent trying to turn Elbaf into a peaceful nation. All of it completely wasted. He doesn't hesitate anymore. Harald orders the soldiers to kill him. Immediately. Before it's too late, at that exact moment, Loki arrives. The guards attack Harald all at once. Blades pierce his body from every direction. Loki witnesses the scene in pure shock. But then Harald realizes something terrifying. He doesn't die. He regenerates. He's immortal. Harald picks up his sword and with one overwhelming strike, he sends all the giants around him flying. Jarul and Loki stare in disbelief. The scene cuts back to Shanks and Gaben. Shanks explains that both he and Harald were bound by the shallow pact of the Holy Land, meant to serve someone they call the Great One, also referred to as Mu. He explains that the shallow sea contract is a minor one, but even then, if you're within range of Imu, you cannot defy their orders. You can't even speak freely. A flashback shows Shanks properly meeting Harald after they left the Holy Land. Harald was right. They had met before. Harald recognizes him now. Red-haired Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates. They spoke in the past. Shanks tells Gaben that he knows Harald well enough. Harald would gladly join the Knights of God if it meant helping Elbaf become a member nation. But to do that, he would have to accept the Deep-Sea Covenant. Gaben asks if that's a problem. Shanks explains that the covenant of a full knight grants inhuman strength and immortality. They can even travel through abyss pentagrams across massive distances. But in exchange, Imu can control them from anywhere. Total control. You cannot disobey Imu's orders, no matter how far away you are. What Shanks doesn't know is that Harald has already accepted it. Shanks continues, saying that if Harald joins that covenant, he'll be completely under their control. The world government is greedy. They'll absolutely use Elbaf as a military nation. Gaben agrees and says Harald shouldn't join. Then it happens. A massive, dark, terrifying wave of Conqueror's Haki erupts from the castle. The Haki spreads across the land. It reaches Gaben's house. Both Shanks and Gaben feel it instantly. Inside the castle, Loki is now directly facing Harald. Harald is about to kill the guards when Loki slams, uses his hammer, and stops him. Loki demands to know how Harald is still breathing after taking all those attacks, and why he's trying to slaughter everyone in the castle. He immediately notices it too. Harold's strength is completely different now, way beyond what it used to be. Jarul draws his sword and steps in as well. The two warriors stand together and restrain Harold. Across the castle, every guard is alerted. Chaos spreads instantly. Loki and Jarul force Harold down, demanding an explanation. Harold is barely conscious, barely able to control his body. His words come out strained. He says he has done something unforgivable. He says his mind is slipping out of his control. He tells Loki to listen carefully. He says Loki must tell the people of Elbaf what happened here. How their king slaughtered his own guards. How he stained his hands again and again trying to force Elbaf into becoming a member nation of the world government. Harold tells Loki that the people of Elbaf must know the truth. That Harold was tricked. That the world government never cared about peace. Never cared about Elbaf's future. They only wanted the giants as warriors, as weapons for their own use. Loki is stunned. Harold continues, saying the world government never honored his wishes from the very beginning. Then he drops something even heavier. He turns to Elder Jarul and says that Loki is the one who must eat Elbaf's secret treasure, the legendary fruit of Elbaf, passed down through generations. A godly power. The only thing that can stop Harold. Only Loki can stop him. Harold says he never wanted Elbaf to be controlled by the world government, but his own actions led them straight into it. He calls himself the worst king in Elbaf's history. He begs Loki to kill him. He tells Loki to take the throne, to tell Elbaf that Harold was a disgrace. He says that after killing him, Loki will be hailed as a hero and become king. Loki is completely shaken. Harold says he doesn't care how history remembers him anymore. The only thing that matters is Elbaf's future. He breaks down crying and begs Loki to save it. Loki realizes just how far Harold is willing to go for his country. Harold truly loves Elbaf, but his choices were foolish, painfully so. Harold tells Loki that he's counting on him, that only Loki can make things right. Harold loses consciousness, and when he comes back, he's no longer in control. Harold snaps. He throws every guard approaching him aside. Anyone who attacks him is slaughtered. He regenerates instantly when he's wounded, but the guards don't. A monster that was already terrifyingly strong is now stronger than ever and immortal. He tears through every guard who tries to stop him. The gates of Arist Castle are sealed shut. Harold declares that everyone who witnessed him in this state will die. Anyone who knows the truth will be killed right here. Guards are crushed one after another, powerless to stop him. As bodies fall, Harold roars that he will deliver Elbaf into the hands of Lord Emu. Meanwhile, Loki sprints toward the forbidden devil fruit. He's furious the entire time, yelling about how stupid this is. He asks why he even has to eat a devil fruit in the first place, why he has to lose the ability to swim on top of everything else. As he runs, he keeps asking why Harold suddenly changed like this, why he's acting like a completely different person out of nowhere. At this point, Harold has completely lost his will. He's no longer resisting. He's fully under Emu's control now. Harold declares that Loki will not eat the fruit, that the fruit belongs to him. Loki screams back that Harold himself told him to eat it. Loki runs through the castle to eat the devil fruit. Harold starts trying to chase him down. Suddenly, Jarul jumps in and blocks Harold, trying to stop him from reaching Loki. But what happens next is brutal. Harold draws his sword and, with unbelievable strength, drives it straight into Jarul's skull. As he does it, Harold coldly says he will return Jarul's legendary sword to him properly, with respect. Harold then declares that he will eat the fruit himself and take up Ragnar. One important thing is that along with the devil fruit, Ragnar is also important. The mysterious hammer that Loki equips in the future is also significant. Loki yells that he won't let him do that. Harold starts chasing Loki. And then suddenly, Harold's body is pierced by an overwhelming surge of Supreme King Shaki. A devastating blow slams into him from behind. Two legends arrive, Gaben and Shanks. They rush in immediately and ask Jarul what's going on. Jarul is gravely injured but alive. tells them that his helmet saved him. He says they have to stop Harold right now before he reaches Loki. They realize the truth at the same time. Harold has already become a Knight of God. Shanks tries to reach Harold, tries to bring him back to his senses. It doesn't work. Harold just laughs and tells Shanks to look at this power, this immortality. He says it feels incredible. He says he feels like a god. Shanks snaps. He realizes there might not be any way left to stop Harold from following Imu's will. The scene shifts to the treasure room. Loki bursts through the door. Inside the room is a single chest holding the legendary devil fruit. Resting beside it is Ragnar, the massive hammer. This is the same hammer Loki will use in the future to strike the treasure tree Adam. The hammer he says in the future that only he can wield. But then something insane happens. The hammer moves. Just slightly at first. Then suddenly, it launches itself straight at Loki. Loki barely dodges in time, completely shocked. He stares in disbelief. A hammer just attacked him on its own. The thing is literally moving by itself. Loki assumes someone must have thrown it and yells, demanding to know who did it. He rushes into the room, looks around, but there's no one there. No one. He shakes it off. What matters right now is the devil fruit. Loki moves toward the chest, ready to eat it. But before he can step inside, the hammer crashes down again, smashing through the floor completely. The entire floor collapses under the hammer's weight. Loki scrambles back as the ground gives way beneath him. He's completely confused. He can't believe a hammer can be this heavy. He barely manages to pull himself up as the floor caves in. Meanwhile, back in the castle, Harold says Loki's efforts are pointless. He explains that generations of rulers have watched over that devil fruit for centuries, and not once has it ever been eaten. Not because they chose not to, but because no one could. Ragnar never acknowledged anyone as worthy of it. That's when it clicks. Ragnar isn't just a weapon. It's a guardian. The hammer itself decides who gets the fruit. It protects it. It judges worth. Harold sneers and says that while Loki and everyone before him failed, maybe he can do it now with his current power. Before he can take another step toward Loki, his leg is sliced clean through. Gaban and Shanks strike at the same time. Supreme King Shaki surges through their blades as they cut him down. Harold roars in pain, and they immediately notice something important. These wounds hurt him. They're slowing his regeneration. Gaban realizes it out loud. People like Harold, people bound by these contracts, are especially vulnerable to Supreme King Shaki coatings. That's the key. They have to keep hitting him with it. Harold explodes in rage and attacks again. As they clash, Shanks asks Gaban how he knows so much about these powers. Gaban answers calmly, saying that countless times in the past, the world government tried to take Shanks back. We see flashes of it. Government ships showing up, orders being shouted, demands for the Roger pirates to hand Shanks over. And every single time, they beat the hell out of them and saved Shanks. Shanks adds that even Summers hinted at this before. Gaban laughs, nostalgic, saying it's honestly surprising the Holy Land even has fighters, considering most celestial dragons are completely useless. Shanks replies that these ones are different. They really do see themselves as gods, while living a life of luxury and worse. They actually keep well clear of the surface world. Then Shanks pauses and says, meanwhile, his life keeps giving him the chills. Gaban says you can call it fate. Harold charges again. Both fighters dodge. Shanks says he wants to save Harold. Gaban immediately shuts that down, reminding him that Shanks himself already said it. Once someone becomes a Knight of God, they're done. There's no saving them. Gaban says it straight. Even they can't stop him. Their only hope is Loki. And that realization hits hard. A monster so powerful that even Shanks and Gaban can't put him down. And their best bet is Loki. It sounds insane. Meanwhile, Loki is literally arguing with the hammer. He yells at Ragnar to get out of his way. He's piecing it together now. Ragnar isn't just blocking him, it's protecting the chest. Loki wonders what the hell Ragnar even is. Ragnar answers by launching itself at him again. Loki snaps. He's done with this bullshit. He grips his hammer, and Supreme King Haki erupts from it. Yes, it's confirmed. Loki possesses Conqueror's Haki. He swings with everything he has. Armament and Supreme King Haki layered together, backed by the raw, monstrous strength of an ancient giant. The form is also very clean. It looks like a picture-perfect hammer strike. The blow crashes into Ragnar with devastating force. The clash shakes the room. But Ragnar doesn't break. Not even close. Instead, his own hammer is broken. Loki freezes for a second, shocked. His own hammer has broken. Then something even more insane happens. Ragnar changes. The massive guardian isn't just a hammer. What's been guarding this treasure for centuries finally reveals itself. It's not some divine construct or ancient machine. It's a small creature. A tiny squirrel-like being pops out, clearly alive, clearly sentient, and clearly pissed. It's got a huge bump on its head from Loki's strike, tears streaming down its face as it squeaks and cries in pain. This little thing has been living here for centuries, guarding the fruit. The squirrel looks up at Loki, still crying. Loki has been chosen. The guardian accepts him. Ragnar is his now. Meanwhile, back in the castle, Harold keeps slaughtering guards non-stop. Shanks and Gaban are getting more frustrated by the second. Worse, they finally realize something terrifying. Harold also possesses Supreme King Haki. That explains everything. This isn't like fighting the usual monsters they've dealt with before. Harold's presence is overwhelming. He's far stronger than anyone they've faced who wielded this power before, which also confirms something important. Not all holy knights have Supreme King Haki. Harold is different. The guards keep throwing themselves at him anyway. They know they can't win, but they do it to buy time. One by one, they're cut down. Bodies pile up. Blood covers the floors. The castle is absolute chaos. King Harold is killing everyone in his path. Back in the treasure room, the little squirrel, Ragnar's true form, happily welcomes Loki. It nudges the chest forward like, "All right, it's yours." Loki opens it. The devil fruit is tiny, laughably small for a giant like him. He doesn't hesitate. He eats it. Instant regret. It tastes like absolute shit. Then his body starts changing. Claws burst from his hands. Spiked hair erupts along his back. His muscles swell, his frame shifts, bones creak and grind as his body reshapes itself into something unnatural. This isn't some basic power-up. It's a massive physical transformation. A mythical zone, most likely. Some ancient, terrifying creature. Reptilian, beast-like, maybe even dragon-adjacent. This fruit is pure physical dominance. Claws, spikes, raw strength pushed beyond already insane limits. And now think about it. Loki wields Ragnar. Loki has Supreme King Haki. He is an ancient giant dragon-adjacent. This fruit is pure physical dominance. Claws, spikes, raw strength pushed beyond already insane limits. And now think about it. Loki wields Ragnar. Loki has Supreme King Haki. He is an ancient giant, much, much stronger than regular ones. And now Loki has a legendary devil fruit. This isn't just a warrior anymore. This is a monster that can stand on the same battlefield as gods. The transformation begins. Loki's body expands violently, twisting into something massive. We don't see the full form yet, just fragments, claws, scales, or fur, something terrifying. The little squirrel, Ragnar's true guardian, gets insanely happy seeing it. It's actually adorable, jumping around like, "Yes, finally this is my guy." Loki charges through the castle. Harold is still slaughtering guards when Loki arrives. Bodies everywhere. Blood on the walls. Harold turns, sees Loki, and immediately knows. "So, you ate the fruit." He tells Loki to show him its legendary power. Harold swings his axe. Loki answers with violence. A massive claw strike slams into Harold, covering his entire body. Then another, and another. Continuous, devastating blows. Harold is completely overwhelmed. We still don't get a full reveal of the creature, but it's clearly something monstrous, something mythical, dragon-like, wolf-like. The possible candidates become obvious. Fenrir, Garm, Jormungandr, Nidhogg. All four are ancient Norse monsters, and Elbaf is deeply inspired by Norse mythology. Any one of them could be Loki's devil fruit. Then we see it. Loki's transformed body towers over Harald. It's enormous, absolutely dwarfs him. The creature grabs Harald by the head and delivers a crushing blow that sends him flying. Before moving forward, let's talk about those four mythological creatures. First, Fenrir. In Norse mythology, Fenrir is the embodiment of raw destruction, a colossal wolf born from Loki himself. He grows so fast, so violently powerful, that even the gods fear him. Fenrir isn't clever or subtle. He's pure physical terror. Claws, fangs, speed, overwhelming strength. At Ragnarok, Fenrir breaks free and devours Odin, the king of the gods. That alone tells you everything. If Loki's devil fruit is Fenrir, then this transformation is about unrestrained rage and god-killing power. Next, Garm. Garm is different. He isn't a rampaging force of chaos. He's death's gatekeeper. A massive hound chained at the entrance of Helheim, soaked in blood, howling as the end of the world approaches. Garm represents inevitability. Once he's loose, something is about to die, and it's usually both sides. At Ragnarok, Garm fights the god Tyr, and they kill each other. Then Jormungandr. Jormungandr isn't just a monster. He's a natural disaster. It is a world serpent. It's so massive that he wraps around the entire planet, biting his own tail. When he moves, the oceans rise, storms form, the world shakes. His venom is so potent it can kill gods. At Ragnarok, he and Thor kill each other in mutual destruction. If Loki's devil fruit is Jormungandr, then this transformation is about scale. Absolute mass. Crushing power. Finally, the Nidhogg. Nidhogg is something else entirely. An ancient dragon-like beast that dwells beneath the world, gnawing at the roots of reality itself. He feeds on corpses, hatred, and decay. He doesn't rush the apocalypse. He waits, slowly weakening everything from below. Nidhogg represents rot, malice, and the long death of the world. Any one of them could be Loki's devil fruit. After the continuous strikes, Loki reverts to his normal form. He picks up Ragnar. He knows now. This is how it ends. The moment Loki grips the hammer, Supreme King Shaki explodes outward. The pressure alone cracks the air. Harald smiles. He says he knew it. Loki always had the blood of a conqueror, just like him. Loki snaps back that if Harald could still come to his senses, this wouldn't have to happen. Harald shuts that down instantly. It's too late. He tells Loki not to lower his guard. He's already killed dozens of guards. There's no redemption left. Loki argues back, saying he knows Harald is being controlled. Harald corrects him. It isn't direct control. The power influences thoughts. It warps perception. It pushed Harald to the point where he genuinely started seeing himself as a god. He tells Loki that this has to be done. For Elbaf. He asks Loki to take care of his brother. Loki breaks. He yells that Harald is the worst. How is a son supposed to kill his own father? Harald pauses. He says he has one last thing to say. He thanks Loki for the alcohol village incident. He says it made him happy. Truly, he was touched by how much Loki loved Ida, by how far he was willing to go for her. The power starts taking Harald again. His body twitches, his eyes lose focus. Before he's fully gone, Harald tells Loki to finish it. Now. Before it's too late. Loki screams that he'll never forgive him, that Harald made him do all the dirty work. Loki leaps into the air. Ragnar is overflowing with Supreme King Shaki. Just before the final blow lands, Harald says one last thing. I love you too. The Ragnar hits. A massive shockwave erupts from the castle, infused with Supreme King Shaki, ancient giant strength, a legendary devil fruit, and Ragnar itself. The impact is catastrophic. Harold's body is completely destroyed, shattered, gone. Loki collapses, tears streaming down his face, sobbing uncontrollably. It's too much. He remembers the first time his father met him. Harold loved him. Unlike his mother, Harold was the first person who ever showed him love. Harold, in his final moments, only thought of one thing: protecting Elbaf's future. His life didn't matter. Loki has lost everything: his idol, his mother Ida, and now his father by his own hands. Loki was never the villain people said he was. In the next scene, after Harold is finally defeated, Gaban says it straight. If Harold had left the castle in that state, the entire world would have been dragged into absolute calamity. Gaban admits that while fighting him, he genuinely thought that might happen, because no matter what they did, Harold just kept regenerating. Nothing worked. It's shocking even for them that Loki actually managed to stop him. Gaban asks Jarul if he knew the devil fruit was this powerful. Jarul says he had no idea about the fruit itself. But one thing is clear: if Loki hadn't been there, nobody could have stopped Harold. Not them. Not anyone. Shanks starts remembering his time with Harold. He remembers Harold saying he would become a knight of God and that it would bring a new dawn for Elbaf. Harold was a good man who wanted nothing but peace. But he trusted the world government and got completely manipulated. Then Shanks remembers his own past. A flashback of his father, Garling, smiling cheerfully and telling him that any wish Shanks has would be fulfilled. That he could have anything. Garling tells him to forget the surface world, saying he understands how miserable Shanks' life must have been, living among commoners who don't even count as people in their eyes. On one side, Shanks sees a good man who wanted peace and was manipulated into destroying himself and his country. On the other side, celestial dragon garbage who call themselves gods and treat everyone else as dirt. That contrast snaps something in him. He becomes angry at why he was born a celestial dragon. Shanks gets so frustrated that he starts ripping out his own arm. He doesn't want to be part of this rotten system. Before he can tear it apart completely, Gaban stops him and holds him back. He tells Shanks that you can't change where you come from. You don't get to choose your birth. You have to live with it. Shanks yells, full of anger and sadness. He asks why Harold had to die. A man with a pure soul. He blames himself, saying that if he had acted quicker, maybe Harold could have been saved. Gaban reassures him. He tells Shanks it's not his fault. He says Shanks is here for a reason. Everyone's life has meaning, even when it doesn't feel like it. The scene shifts to Loki. He's sitting next to Harold's body, crying. He says quietly that this must be what happens when you love your country too much. This is what Rox meant back then. When Loki asked why Harold hadn't joined him yet, Rox said it was love. Harold's love for his country, his people, and Ida was too strong. That love is what destroyed him. Loki cries harder, overwhelmed with pain and frustration. The scene shifts to Marijois. Imu is talking with the 5 elders. They report that Harold was a rare ancient giant, enhanced with even more power and granted an immortal body. Those traits turned him into a true monster. A monster who was once thought capable of controlling the world. And yet, he was killed. Even with all that power, even with immortality, Harold still died. Imu starts breathing heavily. Something is clearly wrong. They wonder who could have possibly killed Harold, who in Elbaf could be strong enough to take down someone like that. The 5 elders say that Harold carved an abyss pentagram, so they could trace it and find out what happened. Imu shuts them down immediately and says that won't be necessary. Anyone strong enough to kill Harold would also be strong enough to kill a Knight of God. They don't want to lose another one. Imu then makes something clear. Every covenant comes with a price. Even Imu has to pay it. That's the real reason Imu is struggling. They can't just create unlimited Knights of God. There's a cost, and that's why they only choose people who are powerful and worthy. Imu reflects on Harold specifically. Harold was different from the others. Even though he was born an ancient giant from Elbaf, a race that loves battle, he had no problem living peacefully with humans. All he ever wanted was to coexist with other nations and people. something completely different from what giants are usually known for. Emu admits that if Harold had been allowed to join the world government properly, he might have destroyed the system from the inside. A cooperative ancient giant king was an unprecedented opportunity, but the outcome was disappointing. Emu concludes that history doesn't lie. Giants will never truly work with the world government. They never have. Then comes the chilling statement. Emu tells the Five Elder to never forget that Elbaf is a land of D. The scene shifts back to Arust Castle. Loki announces that he's setting sail. He says he'll take the surviving guards with him. Jarul asks him about Harold's final request. Harold wanted Loki to tell the people of Elbaf what really happened here. Loki refuses. He says there's no way he can tell them the truth. He tells everyone else to stay silent as well. No one is to speak about what happened in this castle today. Jarul asks who will take the blame for all of this. Loki answers without hesitation. He says it will be the same as always. He'll take the blame. He says he doesn't see himself following Harold's ideals anyway, because those ideals are exactly what led to this disaster. Instead, Loki says he'll handle things his own way. Using his own methods, his own strength, he'll deal with the aftermath, the regrets of Harold and the fallen soldiers. Everyone around him is uneasy. There's clear concern about the path Loki is choosing. Shanks and Gaban are visibly worried too. They know how massive the world government is, how deeply rooted it is. Picking a fight with them now would be far too early, and we already know what happens later. Loki goes out to sea and starts rampaging. Most likely what actually happened is that he began attacking the world government directly. He probably went after them on his own, head on. But before he could go too far or get himself killed fighting the entire system alone, Shanks stepped in and stopped him. That's when Shanks became a Yonko. Loki was given a bounty of 2.6 billion while he was still active at sea. He was most likely captured by Shanks about 8 years later. Loki himself says he was imprisoned for 6 years when he meets Luffy, and the Arust Castle incident happened 14 years ago, so the timeline lines up. The story then shifts to the present. Loki is telling this entire story to Hadrudin, who had asked him to be released. Loki says that by the time Hadrudin returned to Elbaf, Loki was already known as Loki the Patricide. He never tried to fix that narrative, but it wasn't like he was proud of it. He never bragged about killing his own father. It's not like he wanted to do it. He just couldn't stand by Harold's ideals anymore, because he saw exactly where those ideals led. Loki yells at Hadrudin and asks him if he really thinks he could tell the people of Elbaf everything that happened with all of that still in his head. Gaban steps in and says Loki is telling the truth. Loki goes quiet again. The incident still haunts him, and reliving it clearly hurts him. Hadrudin finally understands why Jarul always rejected the idea of executing Loki. Hadrudin also realizes something else. Their father chose death over becoming a tool of the world government. He understands now that the world government is nothing but an enemy to the giants. He starts wondering what they really did to Harold. Gaban says that, in fact, the world government has already sent more God's Knights to Elbaf, some of them with deep connections to Harold. Even Loki doesn't fully know the details of Harold's dealings in the Holy Land. Gaban says he can explain everything to Hadrudin if he wants. Nearby, Hadrudin's friends. Gerd, Goldberg, Rod, along with Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy, are listening to the entire conversation. Hadrudin says it's not necessary anymore. He doesn't need any more reasons to protect his country. Without hesitation, Hadrudin releases Loki's chains. He apologizes to him and says that they feel the same way about their father. He tells Loki that they can work together now for Elbaf, for the sake of the country. Loki is finally free. Luffy is clearly happy. Loki's finally released, and now he can finally see Loki fight. Then suddenly, a massive shockwave erupts nearby, like something enormous just slammed down in the underworld. It's one of Killingham's MMA, and it's already reached the underworld right in front of them. Hadrudin and Luffy stare at the monster in shock. Loki, on the other hand, just grins and says this thing looks like a perfect warm-up for him. He tells Hadrudin and the others to head back up using the pulley with their ships, since Loki can just jump straight up to the Sun Realm anyway. As Hadrudin and his crew start leaving the underworld, everyone apologizes to Loki and says they're truly sorry about everything. Heartwarming admits he still has a bit of beef with Loki and says he can't just erase all his past mistakes, but that doesn't change the fact that he understands now. Loki waves them off and tells them to just go already. Once they leave, Loki stretches and starts moving around. He says it feels damn good to finally move again. After being imprisoned for 6 years, the freedom feels unreal. He starts running, clearly enjoying every second of it. Meanwhile, Luffy is laughing like an idiot and clinging to Loki's body. Gaben speaks up and says he knows Chopper wants to stay and treat him, but he's more worried about his son right now. Chopper nods, and he and Sanji head up to the Sun Realm, with Sanji carrying them using his moonwalk technique. Loki looks down at Luffy, confused, and asks why he's still hanging off his shoulder. Luffy, having the time of his life, says he wants to see Loki fight up close. Loki jumps forward, grabs his hammer, and tells Ragnar to show Luffy its real power. He swings Ragnar with brutal force straight into the giant MMA. The attack is called Niflheim. What happens next is unexpected. The massive giant is completely frozen on the spot. Thick ice spreads over its entire body, locking it in place and stopping it from moving at all. Niflheim comes from Norse mythology. It's the primordial icy, mist-covered realm of darkness in the far north, one of the 9 worlds. It also lines up perfectly with the underworld of One Piece. Luffy stares at the frozen giant in total shock. The scene shifts to Heartwarming and his group ascending toward the Sun Realm using the massive elevators of Elbaf. As they finally arrive in the Sun World, they are immediately met with devastation. Monsters rampage through the land, buildings burn, and chaos spreads everywhere. Elbaf, once proud and peaceful, has turned into a battlefield. Gaben begins explaining everything that has unfolded in the Sun World. But Heartwarming does not need many words. He can already see it with his own eyes. That is when Heartwarming notices his Kashi lying injured on the ground. Heartwarming rushes to him, and Kashi explains the horrifying truth. Elbaf has fallen into chaos. Dory and Brogy, once legendary heroes, have gone mad. They have been turned into demons and are now marching toward the western village, intending to kill Elder Jarul. When Gerd urgently asks about the children, Kashi replies that Ripley and her team have gone to rescue them. But the situation is critical. The children may have already reached the harbor. Kashi then calls out for Road. Road responds casually at first, until he hears the name Bjorn. Bjorn is his little brother. The moment he realizes Bjorn has been taken, Road panics and runs off instantly to save him. Gerd and Goldberg do not hesitate. They rush after him. At the same time, Sanji has also arrived in the Sun World. He immediately asks Kashi about the school, knowing that Nami and the others must be there. Zoro also learns the truth, that Dory and Brogy have lost themselves. Kashi desperately begs them to hurry. If nothing changes, Jarul will be killed. Realizing the severity of the situation, the Straw Hat Pirates and the new giant warrior pirates make a crucial decision. They split up to deal with multiple crises at once. Zoro and Heartwarming lead one group to reach Elder Jarul and stop Dory and Brogy. Sanji joins Road, Gerd, and Goldberg to rescue Nami and Robin, and to stop the spreading fires threatening the Walrus School and the Owl Library. A detailed map of Branch Line 8 appears, clearly showing where every group is positioned across the massive branches of the World Tree. Near the Owl Library, Nami, Usopp, Robin, and Jinbei remain bound by Gunko's arrow-shaped restraints. Robin looks toward the distance with concern and quietly notes that the Owl Library is burning, ancient knowledge being reduced to ashes. Jinbei points out something troubling. Chopper has not returned yet. Brook also left earlier, and before leaving he seemed deep in thought. Brook is nowhere to be seen. Usopp stares at the Domi reverse giants with anguish in his eyes. Tears well up as he cries out to Master Dory and Master Brogy, saying he does not want to see them like this. Watching his heroes being controlled is unbearable for him. Across Elbaf, multiple events unfold at once. The Domi reversed giant warrior pirates, controlled through Gunko by Emu, march toward the western village with a single goal: to kill Elder Jarul. Meanwhile, Ripley, Oimo, and the unaffected giants rush desperately to rescue the captured children. The children themselves are dangerously close to reaching the port. In the western village, giants surround Elder Jarul, begging him to flee and save himself. Jarul refuses. He stands firm and declares that he has something important to say, something that cannot wait. He takes out a Den Mushi, and his voice echoes across all of Elbaf. Jarul begins by saying that before he dies, he must tell Elbaf the truth. He speaks of King Harold, their late ruler, a man who believed Elbaf should walk alongside the rest of the world. That belief led Elbaf to join the world government, but Harold's genuine desire for peace was betrayed and shunned. Jarul reveals that 14 years ago, during the massacre at Arust Castle, he was present. With his own eyes, he witnessed Harold being killed by the act of a demon. Even in his final moments, Harold struggled not for himself, but for Elbaf. To his very last breath, he tried to keep the nation from falling into the hands of devils. The truth spreads across Elbaf like thunder. Loki did not kill Harold. Jarul explains that he did not reveal this truth earlier because it would have ignited a massive war, a war Harold never wanted. Loki took the people's hatred upon himself and sailed away for revenge, for Elbaf. Loki may have been rude, Jarul admits, but he was innocent. Shock ripples through the entire nation. The Straw Hats hear it. The intruders, Emu and the Knights of God, listen in silence. Jarul then turns his words directly toward the invaders. He declares that 3 new devils have appeared once again and attempting to conquer Elbaf. They seek to control the nation and use Elbaf's warriors and military strength for their own purposes. Jarul states that if the devils wish to destroy Elbaf's culture and history, so be it. But they must release the children. If they believe kidnapping children, burning the school, and destroying the library will crush the giant spirits, then they are gravely mistaken. Elbaf will not follow the peaceful path Harold walked. Jarul's voice hardens. This is the land of warriors. They will not bow. They will not become slaves. He speaks of the sacred Harley prophecy, which foretells that the world will one day face a great divide. When that day comes, Jarul declares, Elbaf shall stand against the world government. No more peace. No more submission. If the world government believes petty tricks, illusions, and reverse-eye games are enough to subjugate this nation, they are wrong. This is a country that once ruled the New World. Zorro listens from afar and quietly comments that he likes Jarul's attitude. Hadruddin reminds him that Jarul was once known as the strongest man on the seas 300 years ago. Jarul finishes by declaring that they will protect the peace Harold dreamed of. But they will do it the old way, the warrior way. The giants of Elbaf rise together. Their voices thunder in unison, echoing across the island in absolute agreement. Usopp, still bound by the arrows, is overwhelmed with emotion. His eyes turn into hearts as he cries out that this is the Elbaf he loved, the Elbaf he admired. Nami snaps him back to reality, scolding him and reminding him that inspiring speeches will not get them out of the arrows. At the same time, Dory and Brogy, still under the control of Domi Reversi, arrive at the western village marching forward to strike Jarul. Jarul and the free giants stand ready, even if it means fighting their own friends. From behind the controlled giants, Zorro, Hadruddin, and Stanson finally catch up, reaching the very edge of the marching demons. Hadruddin warns that if they get caught between them, they could also be turned. Zorro grips his swords, his expression calm, cold, and confident. He says he has a plan, and from the look in his eyes, he fully believes it will work.
Alright, that's it for this one. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed the video, make sure to like it and subscribe to the channel. It really helps out a lot. And let me know in the comments what you think about the Elbaf arc so far. Also, Elbaf Part 4 is coming really soon, so stay tuned for that. I'll see you in the next one.